Qin Lin was playing a nostalgic game called Ranch's Story when he was electrocuted. He suddenly discovered that he had the ability to enter into the game. He could even bring a watermelon he had planted in the game back to reality. At first, his plan was to sell watermelon for 2 yuan a caddy. In that case, he could earn 20,000 yuan by planting 10,000 caddies worth of watermelon in the game every day and selling them in reality. Later on, he discovered that by leveling up his ranch, he could obtain high-quality crops that surpassed that of the real world. If he reared livestock, they were of far higher quality than that of reality. After he built factories, he obtained various recipes that far surpassed that of the real world. Everything changed after that. Reality could be a beautiful and soft girl who lets you experience everything good. It could also be a fat and fierce woman who crushed you until you could not breathe. This depended on how much savings you had. The scorching sun in August made people restless. In Yucheng County, it was a lousy place with an average salary of 3,000 to 4,000 yuan and an average house price of 12,000 yuan. In a small fruit and vegetable shop, Qin Lin handed the vegetables in his hand to a middle-aged woman with a smile. "Auntie, your vegetables. Please come again." After sending off the guests, he looked at a few annoying flies and had to pick up the fly swatter to chase them away. After the chaotic battle, a few mosquito corpses were cut down. Qin Lin sat on the recycling table and picked up his phone to open a new nostalgic game, Range Story. This was a game developed by farming. It was very open and did not require too much technology. It could kill time for the people guarding the shop. It had been a year since he graduated, but he had still achieved nothing. Instead, he was selling fruits and vegetables as a tourism management major. Reality always left him with no choice. His family had been poor for 3 generations. A few years ago, his grandfather had gotten sick. Before he passed away, his father had relied on this fruit and vegetable shop to wake up early and work late to maintain his grandfather's medical expenses and family expenses. However, God was joking with their family. After Grandpa passed away, his father was also diagnosed with cancer a year ago because of his long-term fatigue. It was almost impossible for his mother to survive with this small fruit and vegetable shop. Even after selling the house and borrowing hundreds of thousands of yuan from everywhere, she still could not save his father. His mother also had health problems because of her hard work. Her various checkup data were not very good and she needed someone to take care of her. Therefore, even if he had the chance to stay in a big company after graduation, he had to come back to take care of his mother and inherit this small fruit and vegetable shop, including his family's external debt. If most people's starting point was 0, his was negative hundreds of thousands. There was no fairness in life. It was not that he had not thought of looking for opportunities while watching the shop, but as a graduate, not only did he lack social experience, but he also did not have the funds. With the income of this shop, the maintenance of expenses and his mother's nutritional expenses, and the fact that he has to repay a little external debt every month, his card balance was less than 4,500 yuan. He did not even have the right to go to the hospital for a cold. After all, he could not earn 100,000 to 1 million yuan a month on a certain sound platform with a 30 square meters fruit shop. It was a magical place with a per capita of 100 million yuan. Before his mother's health improved and he did not need anyone to take care of him, he could only stay in this small shop and maintain his survival. He sighed and controlled his game character to walk out of the door. In front of him was the 6 plots of watermelon land. He had only opened these 6 plots not long after he started the game. Weeding and watering. After a while, the watermelons on the 6 squares also indicated that they were ripe. The time flow in the game was always different. Watermelons that took a few months to mature in reality could mature in the game in more than 10 hours. Every piece of land could produce 15 to 20 watermelons. Qin Lin was about to control the game character to pick watermelons when an electric current suddenly shot out of his phone, instantly numbing his entire body. A power leak? Qin Lin subconsciously wanted to curse. This was not a third-rate phone. How could a leak be so powerful? Deng. Special game channel activated. Lock in the game, Range Story. Please wait a moment, quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Qin Lin patted his head. How could he have hallucinations from touching electricity? Deng. Special game channel connection successful. You have connected to the game, Range Story. Is this the first time the host has entered the game? A very psychedelic scene appeared in Qin Lin's mind at the same time. It was a pasture with mature watermelons lying on the ground. Was this a game scene from Range Story? The game character was still standing in front of the watermelon field. It was the same character he had controlled to pick the watermelon just now. What was even more unbelievable was that with a thought, the game character went forward and picked a watermelon. Could he play games with his mind? Then, Qin Lin found a special notification option at the top of the screen. Do you want to enter? Yes. Qin Lin thought of the notification from before and found it unbelievable. He tried to make a choice. A strange suction appeared. Almost instantly, the scene in front of him changed. In front of him was a green watermelon field. There was a special fragrance of watermelon in the air. Furthermore, he was holding a watermelon in his hand, as if he had replaced his game character. This isn't an illusion? Qin Lin was in disbelief. The feeling of the watermelon in his hand was abnormally real. Furthermore, there was a message floating in it. Seedless watermelon. Quality 1. Remarks. Although it's not a special type of watermelon, it's produced by the game. It's the best among ordinary watermelons. Delicious +1. Sweet +1. Taste +1. The fruits planted by this ranch's story had quality. The higher the quality, the more delicious they were, and the higher the price. However, this remark was different from the game. There was actually an attribute enhancement. Qin Lin put down the watermelon in his hand and picked a few more. Another message appeared. Every message was the same. They all had the attributes of delicious +1, sweet +1. He looked around again. Buildings with windmills, storage rooms, fences. Everything was the same as in the game. The only difference was that the land in front of him was really wide. It was filled with watermelons, not the small modules in the game. Even the fruits planted were represented by numbers. Furthermore, looking at the time on his phone, the time flow in the game had returned to normal after he came in. Then, Qin Lin thought of something and hurriedly looked at the scene in his mind. If he could not go back, wouldn't his mother be anxious? However, the scene in his mind changed to the scene in the fruit and vegetable shop. The notification on it changed. Do you want to exit? This was clearly free entry and exit. Qin Lin exited silently. The special suction feeling appeared again. He returned to the fruit and vegetable shop with a watermelon in his hand. In order to confirm the authenticity, he took a knife and cut the watermelon into two on the chopping board. The red watermelon meat was revealed, but there was no melon seed. This was a real watermelon. Qin Lin took another half and cut it into a few pieces. He picked up a piece and wanted to try it, but he was afraid that something would happen. After all, this watermelon was too unbelievable. When he reached the entrance of the shop, he saw a dirty black dog wandering in front of a trash can. It was easy to find food in the market, so stray dogs often appeared. Even if the relevant departments caught one, new ones would come after a while. There were too many people who could only blame themselves for raising a dog on a whim. Qin Lin threw a piece of watermelon over. The black dog immediately pounced forward and pressed the watermelon with its claws. Then, it subconsciously looked around and only lowered its head to eat when it saw that nothing was wrong. After waiting for a while and realizing that there was nothing wrong with the black dog, Qin Lin picked up a piece and tasted it himself. After taking a bite, Qin Lin's eyes lit up. He understood more clearly what the watermelon note meant. It was extremely fragrant, delicious, juicy, and very sweet. Furthermore, it was very refreshing. This watermelon was definitely much more delicious than the ones he bought daily. Was this caused by the addition of deliciousness, sweetness, and texture? He was in this line of work, so he naturally knew that it was already good if a few watermelons of this quality appeared. It was the same for every watermelon in the game. After finishing the watermelon, Qin Lin picked up the second piece with relish and began to eat it. Actually, the profits from selling watermelons were not high. Although one caddy had risen to 2 yuan, after deducting the cost of fruit farming, labor, transportation fees, and wholesale price. A wholesale caddy at a small fruit and vegetable shop like his was already 1 yuan and 50 fen. There was basically not much profit. But what if there was no cost to this watermelon? How much would it be pure profit? When Qin Lin thought of the watermelons on the farm, his eyes lit up. One watermelon was 10 caddies, and 2 yuan per caddy, which was 20 yuan. 10 watermelons were 200 yuan net profit. As long as he sold 20 melons a day, he would earn 12,000 yuan a month. This was much more than he earned from selling fruits and vegetables for a month. There should be hundreds of watermelons in the game, but the land in the key game could plant watermelons repeatedly. The watermelons could mature in more than 10 hours. Woof, woof. As Qin Lin was thinking, a dog barked in his ear. It was the black dog squatting at the door of the shop, staring at the melon in his hand. This dog was clearly pushing his luck. Fortunately, he was in a good mood. He threw another watermelon to it and pulled down the shop's shutter. This way, the people outside could not see the situation in the shop. He took the basket used to store goods in the shop again and entered the ranch with a thought. What greeted his eyes was still the ground filled with watermelons. Qin Lin did not stand on ceremony and picked up the watermelons one by one and placed them in the basket. He filled the basket with 15 watermelons in a row before returning to the shop with the basket. Looking at the basket full of watermelons, Qin Lin's face was filled with excitement. He was going to be rich. When he looked at the screen in his mind again, the number of watermelons on the ground in the game screen had already reached 0. The watermelon vines had also withered. The system notification said that he could remove them and replant them. In the game, crops could only be picked once. It was not like in reality where it could grow again. Qin Lin looked at the notification and thought of something. He immediately controlled the game character in his mind and picked the other boxes. In an instant, the picking was completed. Qin Lin entered the game again. There were no more watermelons on the ground, only the lonely watermelon vine. He walked to the storage room beside the house and opened the door to see hundreds of watermelons stored inside. Wasn't he just going to bring a basket in? He was actually busy just now. There was a message board in front of the watermelon pile. Seedless watermelon. 90, quality 1. In other words, there were 90 watermelons in this pile. From the looks of it, they were definitely more than 10 kilograms. Then, this pile was at least 1,700 yuan. With this in mind, Qin Lin returned to the shop and entered the game with the basket again to fill the watermelon basket. He also realized that as long as he touched the basket and exited the game with a thought, the basket of watermelons would follow him to the shop outside. He spent some time moving out all the watermelons and filling a corner of the shop. Including the basket of watermelons he had brought out in the beginning, there were a total of 105 watermelons. After that, he looked at his mind again. It had turned into a game scene again. There were only watermelon vines left on a few plots of land, indicating that they could be uprooted and replanted. He immediately removed the watermelon vines and planted new watermelon seeds. More than 10 hours later, another pile of watermelons was made. And now, he was going to sell all these watermelons. Qin Lin opened the shutter door of the shop again. The black dog was lying by the door. It looked up at him and changed to a comfortable posture to lick its claws. Was this dog still not leaving? He did not have the time to care about this dog now. He placed the basket of watermelons he had brought out on the fruit stall and looked at the price tag of 2 yuan per caddy. This was his normal selling price, but at this price, his shop could only sell a few watermelons a day. Looking at the watermelons he had taken out of the game, he changed it to a wholesale price of 1 yuan and 50 fen per 500 grams. Anyway, watermelons without capital were easier to sell. However, the situation was not as he had imagined. The afternoon was almost over. He had only sold a few watermelons in total. It was not that the watermelons were bad, but because these were the only people who patronized his shop and needed to buy watermelons. Thinking about it, Qin Lin slapped his head and felt that he had found the wrong target. Since the wholesale price was already 1 yuan and 50 fen a caddy, there was no need to sell them one by one in the shop. He immediately took out his phone and logged into a WeChat group. This was the boss group of Yucheng County's fruit and vegetable shop. At first, no one knew who had created this group. They said that it was a simple group to understand the market and not let wholesalers cheat. Usually, other than a few people who loved to talk, they did not interact much with each other. Opening the group chat, Qin Lin sent a message. Second grandpa's nephew's uncle's son planted a batch of seedless watermelon. The watermelon is sweet and juicy. It's wholesale in the modern era and costs 1 yuan and 50 fen per kilogram. It'll be delivered directly to your door. You're welcome to try it. Yucheng County usually had two channels to buy watermelons. One was to go to the fruit wholesale market. It was some distance to the logistics park at the other end of Yucheng County. The other was to go to the fruit farmers in the nearby villages to buy goods. Therefore, even if it was the same wholesale price of 1 yuan and 50 fen, the watermelon was more delicious. If it was delivered to the door, he was not afraid that no one would want it. As soon as Qin Lin sent the message, 3 people appeared in the group. So it's Xiao Qin. Has Xiao Qin switched to wholesale? Then I'll join in the fun? Qin Lin knew the 3 people who sent the message. They happened to open shops near the market. Seeing that no one else appeared in the group for the time being, Qin Lin arranged to meet the 3 of them in the shop. At this moment, Qin Lin also realized that a notification had appeared in the game in his mind. It was time to water the seed for the first time. He immediately controlled the game character to enter the tool room and take out a watering can to fill it with water by the river. Then, he watered the seeds. A moment later, the 3 people in the WeChat group arrived on their electric scooters. There were 2 middle-aged men, Lu Desheng and Chen Dahe. One of the women was called Ai Choni. As soon as Lu Desheng entered, he said, "Xiao Qin, where's your watermelon? I want to take a look." Qin Lin pointed at the pile of watermelons on the ground and said, "Brother Lu, Brother Chen, Sister Ai, look at these watermelons." The 3 of them went up to take a look. They had been in this industry for a long time, so they could naturally tell if it was good or not. The lines were clear and deep. The skin was still green and very fresh. It could be seen clearly. These watermelons were clearly good watermelons. "It looks really good," Lu Desheng said with a smile. Chen Dahe and Ai Choni nodded. However, there were too many heartless wholesalers and fruit farmers now. He still had to try it. Qin Lin naturally understood and said to the 3 of them, "Pick one." "Xiao Qin, this one then." Lu Desheng pointed at a watermelon randomly. Qin Lin nodded and picked up the watermelon to cut it in half, revealing the fresh meat. It was appetizing at a glance. Qin Lin cut the 2 halves of the watermelon into small slices before saying to the 3 of them, "Brother Lu, Brother Chen, Sister Ai, try it." Lu Desheng and the other 2 did not stand on ceremony and picked up a piece of watermelon to eat. Woof, woof. It was the black dog's bark again. It seemed to have seen Qin Lin dividing the watermelons and proceeded to squat at the door of the shop. It was clinging to him. When Qin Lin saw this, he casually took another watermelon and threw it to it. If a dog ate too much watermelon, it would have diarrhea. He would let it experience the viciousness of human hearts. When the time came, it would know that it could not eat this thing and would not stay. With the attributes of delicious +1, sweet +1, and taste +1, Lu Desheng and the other 2 had only taken 2 bites when their eyes lit up. "Good watermelon. It tastes much better than what I bought previously. Indeed, it's very sweet and juicy. Xiao Qin, is it really delivered to the door?" The 3 of them looked at Qin Lin. This watermelon looked good and tasted better. With the same wholesale price and delivery, there was really no reason not to buy it. Qin Lin explained, "Of course. It'll definitely be delivered." The 3 of them nodded and immediately decided to take 30 watermelons each to try. The rest would be left for Qin Lin's own shop. Their shops were not far away. Qin Lin did not accept the deposit and agreed for them to pay after the watermelons were delivered. The reason he wanted to deliver it to their doors was naturally to keep it a secret. Although his shop was not equipped with surveillance cameras, there were surveillance cameras everywhere on the market. He had inexplicably been getting watermelons from the shop. It was fine this time, but if there were more, people would definitely notice. After all, watermelons were coming out every day. If he was noticed, there might be big trouble. Therefore, he had to find a secret place outside in the future. After Lu Desheng and the other 2 left, Qin Lin glanced at the black dog, who was still eating watermelon outside the door. He did not care about it and closed the shutter door from outside. Then, he went to the inner area of the parking lot and walked to a farm tricycle truck that was covered in rust. Despite being on sale for 2,000 yuan, nobody wanted to buy it. However, as long as the tires did not burst, this car could still pull about a ton. Qin Lin drove the 3-wheeled truck to the shop and carried the watermelons into the car from the shop. He closed the door again before getting into the car to deliver the watermelons to Lu Desheng and the other 2. Lu Desheng's shop was the closest to his shop. It was on Market Street. After a while, they arrived. The shop was called Desheng Fruit Shop. Lu Desheng was chatting with a man holding a watermelon at the door. When he saw Qin Lin's three-wheeler stop, he pulled the man forward and said, "Xiao Chen, come and see this melon that was just delivered. It's definitely a fresh good melon. Pick one and I'll cut it for you to try." "Okay, Brother Lu." Xiao Chen nodded and walked to the car to pick up something. Lu Desheng also explained to Qin Lin, "President Qin, Xiao Chen is my neighbor from upstairs. He's also my old customer. He likes watermelons and will buy a few at a time. We'll calculate it together later." "Okay." Qin Lin nodded. Xiao Chen quickly picked a melon from Qin Lin's car for Lu Desheng. "Xiao Qin, this melon is 11 caddies." Lu Desheng cut it open and handed a small piece to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen and Lu Desheng were old acquaintances. They naturally took it and tasted it. Soon, Xiao Chen said in surprise, "Brother Lu, this watermelon is very sweet and very juicy. It's much better than the ones you sold previously. What's the price?" Lu Desheng smiled and said, "The same price. 2 yuan a caddy. How many do you want?" "Brother Lu, I'll choose 4. Send me there when you have the time," Xiao Chen said and chose 4 watermelons from Qin Lin's car for Lu Desheng to weigh. In the end, the 4 watermelons weighed more than 10 caddies, a total of 47 caddies. Lu Desheng said, 47 caddies, 94 yuan. "Xiao Chen, make a mark and I'll send it to you when I'm free." "There's no need for the mark. I trust Brother Lu. I'll transfer the money to WeChat." Xiao Chen waved her hand and took her phone to transfer the money to Lu Desheng. After Xiao Chen left, Lu Desheng called out to Qin Lin. "Xiao Chen, looks like your relative's watermelon is really good." Xiao Chen is usually very picky about watermelons. Qin Lin was naturally happy too. He took a basket from Lu Desheng's shop and began to move the melons. Lu Desheng had sold 4 melons, which was equivalent to helping him earn more than 70 yuan. In addition to the previous 5, Qin Lin had packed 25 in the basket for Lu Desheng to weigh. In the end, it was a total of 287 caddies. Coupled with the 47 caddies Xiao Chen had bought, it was 334 caddies. With the wholesale price of 1 yuan and 50 fen, it was 501 yuan. Lu Desheng also quickly sent Qin Lin a WeChat message. Qin Lin also opened an invoice to Lu Desheng. This was related to the taxes of individual operators. "Brother Lu, look for me if you need anything. I'll go deliver watermelons to the other 2. Qin Lin was full of smiles. This sum alone was more than the profits he had earned from his fruit and vegetable shop in a day. Next, Qin Lin sent 30 watermelons to Chen Dahe and Ichoni. Chen Dahe's was a total of 360 caddies, and the total was 540 yuan. Ichioni's was 328 caddies, and the total price was 492 yuan. In addition to Lu Desheng's 501 yuan and 90 melons, he had earned a total of 1,533 yuan. When he returned to his shop, Qin Lin realized that the black dog was still at the entrance of his shop. It was lying down comfortably and did not have any diarrhea. This should not be. When the sun completely set, Qin Lin sold another 4 watermelons in his shop. Coupled with the few he had sold previously, he had also earned 172 yuan. This way, the watermelon he took out of the game earned 1,705 yuan. Qin Lin could not help but clench his fists and want to cheer. Just by earning 1,705 yuan a day like this, it would be 51,150 yuan a month. It was definitely a high income in a small place like Yucheng County. As he thought about this, a notification appeared in the game in Qin Lin's mind. He had to weed the newly grown grass immediately. Otherwise, the watermelon seedlings that grew might wither because of the weeds. After weeding, Qin Lin looked at the time. It was already completely dark. He got up and picked some leftover vegetables to bring home. Then, he pulled down the shutter door and rode the 3-wheeler home to the parking lot. Under normal circumstances, he would need to drive this small van to replenish the stock and replenish the store early every morning. However, he only planned to use this car to pull the watermelon tomorrow. With an income of 1,700 yuan a day, there was no need to worry about the profits sold by the fruit and vegetable shop every day. Even the hundreds of thousands of yuan owed by his family could be repaid quickly. Qin Lin rode back to an older district. After their family sold their house, they rented a 2-bedroom apartment in this cheap district. He walked into a house and went to the 3rd floor. When he returned to the rented suite, he saw his mother, Lin Fen, making dinner. Although the apartment had 2 rooms, it was very narrow and small. It belonged to 2 separate rooms. Coupled with some daily miscellaneous items, it looked even narrower and darker. With the situation at home and hundreds of thousands of foreign debts, there was nothing they could do. Qin Lin entered and said, "Mom, I already said to wait for me to cook. I can't do much with my body, but it's not like I can't move. Come and eat CKLY. Lin Fen was in poor health and did not look good, but she still had a hint of stubbornness when she spoke. After working for a lifetime, it would be even more uncomfortable if she did nothing. Sigh. Qin Lin helplessly placed the vegetables he had brought back into the fridge. Lin Fen handed a bowl of rice to Qin Lin and asked, "How's business today?" "Yes, it's better than yesterday. It'll be better in the future." Qin Lin thought of today's encounter and said with inexplicable confidence. When Lin Fen heard her son's usual answer, she sighed and said, "Xiao Lin, Dad and Mom have let you down. Which one of your peers don't have their parents to help them prepare the betrothal gifts and the down payment for the house? Your father and I only left you hundreds of thousands of debts." "Mom, what are you talking about? You and Dad raised me and provided for me to go to school. This is already the greatest favor." Qin Lin had never blamed his parents. After all, he was healthy and had been taken care of by his parents since he was young. He was already better than many people. The more her son said this, the more Lin Fen felt that she was useless. She could only continue to sigh and say, "Xiao Lin, how have you and Mo Qing been recently?" Don't blame her parents. Mo Qing is a good girl, and her parents have done their best. They don't want the betrothal gift or the car. They only want a small house in advance. Our family can't afford it. This is our own problem. Stay with Mo Qing for now. When I'm feeling better, I can look after the shop. You can find a job again. We'll work hard together as mother and son. We have to pay for a house. If you and Mo Qing don't get together in the end, don't be devastated." When Qin Lin heard this, he stopped eating. Mo Qing was indeed very good. The two of them were in the same class in high school. For 3 years, other than meeting each other in school, they had never greeted each other. However, because they entered the same university and bought the same train seat, they officially knew each other and slowly got together. Fate was just that strange. He indeed had no right to blame Mo Qing's parents. In today's society, which parent was willing to let their daughter marry a person who had no car, no house, and debt of hundreds of thousands? He was unwilling too. Furthermore, her parents no longer wanted betrothal gifts or cars. They only wanted a small house that was enough for the two of them to stay in. They were already more tolerant than countless Chinese parents. If they still could not do it, it would be their family's problem. Besides, they did not know what was good for them. "Mom, don't worry. There will be a house. Mo Qing is also your daughter-in-law. She can't run away." Qin Lin quickly finished the rice in his bowl and returned to his room. He opened a cabinet with a marriage certificate inside. The man was Qin Lin, and the woman was Zhao Moqing. He did not tell his mother that Mo Qing was her daughter-in-law, not just on a whim. However, all of this was hidden from their parents. When his girlfriend stole his household register and wanted to register with him, saying that she had decided on him in this life, the warmth in his heart could really melt the entire Antarctic glacier. He knew how much courage Mo Qing had taken and knew that he could not let her down in this life. He also knew that it was unfair to Mo Qing to register with him under such circumstances, and it was even more of a lie to the Zhao family. However, he was even more afraid of losing the most precious thing in his life. As he was thinking, the game in Qin Lin's mind moved. He immediately placed the marriage certificate carefully and locked the drawer again. Then, he looked at the game in his mind. The watermelons in those fields had already grown vines. The watermelons would ripen tomorrow morning. However, pests had also appeared on the watermelon vines. They had to be cleaned up, or it would affect watermelon's growth speed and production. With a thought, Qin Lin controlled his game character to take out a small net to clean up the pests. After cleaning up the pests on the watermelon vines, Qin Lin looked at the other fields of the ranch. Currently, 6 plots of land could plant 105 watermelons. There were more than 6 plots of land on the entire ranch. If new lands were developed, more watermelons could be planted. In this game, there were a total of 100 fields on the ranch. However, these fields had weeds, stones, wood, wooden stakes, and so on. They could not be planted. Furthermore, because of the level restriction of the game characters, some places were not open and appeared gray. The setting was that as long as the game characters continued to plant, they could level up and open up new lands. The players only needed to clean up the weeds and stones. Those things could be developed with a hoe. Most importantly, as the character level increased, they could also upgrade the land, plant higher level crops, and even open new functions. Seeing that there was still land that could be developed, Qin Lin began to control the game character to get tools from the tool room. He went to the ground that could be developed to handle weeds, wood, and stones. Then, he opened 6 slots and planted the watermelon seeds. The 6 watermelons in this new land should be ripe by noon tomorrow. There were more than 100 watermelons. However, Qin Lin did not continue to develop the new land. Instead, he took out his phone and searched for the warehouse rental information on the housing agency. He was a cautious person. In the city, no matter where he entered the game to get watermelons, there was a possibility that he would be noticed if there were too many of them. Even if he found a hidden place in the wilderness, he was afraid that someone would see him entering and leaving the game. That would be troublesome. Therefore, he had to find a warehouse. It had to be remote with nobody around. He would lock the warehouse and hide in it to take out the watermelon without anyone knowing. There was a lot of rental information on the intermediary network. After searching for a long time, he really found a suitable one. The place was in the suburbs of Yucheng County. There was originally a pig farm that had built a warehouse for collecting pig grass. There was also a separate road that no one went to usually. However, raising pigs was risky. The pig farm had closed down because of a pig plague. Now, that warehouse had actually been rented. The rent was not expensive. It was 2,000 yuan a month, and the area was very big. It did not even require a deposit. Unfortunately, it was in a remote location, and no one rented it for a long time. Qin Lin felt that this place was suitable for him. The next day, Qin Lin woke up early in the morning and looked at the game screen in his mind. In the beginning, there were already ripe watermelons lying on the ground. He directly controlled the game characters to pick them and placed the watermelons in the storage room. Then, he removed the withered vines and planted watermelon seeds again. Vines grew on the newly opened 6 squares and watermelon buds grew. However, weeds and pests also grew on the 6 squares. He immediately controlled his game character to clean up the weeds and pests. Then, he ate breakfast and went out to contact the owner of the rental warehouse to arrange to meet at the warehouse. The warehouse was more than 10 minutes away from the county city. It was very remote and not many people came to such a place. The warehouse was well preserved and there was an empty space for parking. It would not be a problem even if the big truck turned around. This was originally used to transport pig grass to park at the pig farm. The owner was a middle-aged fat man. After Qin Lin confirmed the information, he rented it for 3 months. With the 6,000 yuan rent gone, his bank balance was immediately emptied, but he could earn the money back immediately. After signing the contract, Qin Lin added her on WeChat. If he wanted to renew the lease, he just transfer the money on WeChat. After that, the owner did not stay long. He seemed to have received a call to play cards and left with his contract. Qin Lin opened the warehouse and walked in. It was empty like a wilderness, filled with cobwebs and dust. However, he did not have many requirements for the environment. After cleaning up a little, he took a few baskets from the 3-wheeled truck and entered the warehouse. Then, he locked the warehouse door from the inside. With that, he entered the game with the basket and placed the watermelon in the game storage room into the basket. With a thought, he appeared in the warehouse with a basket of watermelons. After moving out the watermelons a few times, there were a total of 106 of them. They were all big watermelons that weighed more than 10 caddies, but they were all of grade 1. After moving the watermelons into the car, he took a video of the car full of watermelons and sent it to the boss of the fruit and vegetable shop. Then, he sent a message. seedless watermelon with high sugar content and juicy taste. The wholesale price is 1 yuan and 50 fen per caddy. It's delivered to your door. As soon as the news was released, Lu Desheng appeared. Xiao Qin, you went to buy watermelons so early? Your watermelons are really easy to sell. Anyone who has tried them will buy them. I sold more than 10 last night. Give me 20 more. Xiao Qin, give me 10 more. Chen Dahe also appeared. Add 20 on my side too, Choni said. Okay, I'll send it to the 3 of you later, Qin Lin replied immediately. It was normal for the watermelons produced by the game to be easy to sell. After all, his watermelon tasted the best among ordinary watermelons. A few fruit shop owners appeared in the WeChat group. Boss Qin, do you deliver your watermelons wholesale? Boss Qin, these watermelons look good. Send me a batch too. I'll try 32. Quote. Because Lu Desheng and the other 2 were there to support him, when they saw the 3 of them getting the goods from Qin Lin consecutively, these people did not ask to see the goods and directly asked him to deliver them. After all, they did not buy many. Even if there was something fishy, they would not lose anything. If there was nothing fishy, it would save time and effort. When Qin Lin saw this message, he also replied, I'll send watermelons to Brother Lu and the others first. If you need them, you can send an address privately. I'll deliver them later. Then, he put down his phone and pulled the watermelon back to the county city. When he returned to the market, he sent the melons to Lu Desheng, Chen Dahe, and Choni. Lu Desheng had 20 melons, 230 caddies, and 345 yuan. Chen Dahe had 10 melons, 115 caddies, and 172 yuan and 50 fen. Choni had 20 melons, 245 caddies, and 367 yuan and 50 fen. This added up to 885 yuan. After Qin Lin sent the melons to Lu Desheng and the others, he took out his phone and WeChat. He had already received 6 private messages. They were all intended to buy goods, but there were not many of them. They were all small businesses. After some calculations, 4 people wanted 10 watermelons, and 2 people wanted 20. Qin Lin still had 55 watermelons in his car. He planned to send 20 watermelons to the 2 places and 10 watermelons to 1 place first. Then, he explained to the other 3 people that he would send them at noon. These 3 fruit shops were a little far from the market. 1 was beside the school, and 2 were on South Street. There were 55 watermelons, a total of 632 caddies, and another 948 yuan. The batch of ripe watermelons in the morning earned a total of 1,833 yuan. The key was that he could harvest another batch at noon. At the thought of this, Qin Lin was in a good mood. He drove the empty car back to his vegetable shop and opened the curtains, only to hear a dog barking. It was the black dog from yesterday who ran out of an alley opposite. Its target seemed to be his shop. Qin Lin immediately glared at the black dog and scolded it. Was it F*C King going to cling to him? Not only did the black dog not run after being scolded by him, but it even grinned and ran faster with its tongue out. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at the door of his shop. It even ignored him and lay down, licking its claws. What the F*CK? Qin Lin simply ignored the black dog and sat back at the cashier. He looked at the game on the screen in his mind and watered the watermelon he had planted previously. At noon, Qin Lin received a notification in his mind. The newly opened watermelon was also ripe. He immediately controlled his game character to pick it. Then, he removed the watermelon vine and planted new watermelon seeds. After that, he looked at the time and did not plan to go home for dinner. He called his mother and rode a farm tricycle out of the city. When he arrived at the warehouse, he locked the door again and entered the game to take out all the new ripe watermelons. There were 110 watermelons in this batch, but they were all grade 1. He pulled the watermelons back to the county city and sent them to the other 3 shops he had booked in the morning. Although there were only 10 watermelons in each shop, there were 30 in total. There were a total of 321 caddies, and he had earned 481 yuan and 50 fen. Since he entered the game yesterday, he had received a total of 4,017 yuan and 50 fen. This money seemed to fall from the sky. When he returned to his fruit and vegetable shop, Qin Lin's stomach was growling. In a good mood, he ordered a takeaway for himself, the kind with 2 chicken eggs and 2 drumsticks. It was a luxury. Soon, the takeout arrived and he ate heartily. The eggs were so fragrant, and the drumsticks were so fragrant. Woof, woof. As he was eating, he heard barking sounds. The black dog squatted at the entrance of the shop and looked straight at his takeout. When it saw him looking, it immediately stuck out its tongue in anticipation. It looked so charming. Qin Lin's face darkened. Was this dog really going to rely on him? It was actually asking him for food? He firmly ignored it and continued eating. Woof. The black dog's barking became weaker as if it was disappointed. It even shrugged its head, looking like a child who had not gotten candy. When Qin Lin saw this, he looked at the chicken drumstick in his hand that was still a little meaty. He could not put it in his mouth. He gritted his teeth and threw it at the black dog. Men always lost because their hearts were too soft. However, the black dog seemed to be prepared. It instantly stood up and bit the drumstick happily. What C King change in attitude. Qin Lin suspected that he had been tricked by a dog. He thought about it and quickly started eating. After eating his fill, he posted a video of the remaining 80 watermelons in the shop owner's group chat. Then, he looked at the screen in his mind and began to control the game character to pick up the tools to open up new land. Only by planting more watermelons could he sell them for more money. There were still 12 plots of land that could be developed. He first used the sickle to clean the weeds on those lands, then used the axe to clean the wood. Finally, he used the hammer to deal with the stones. This way, he could use the hoe to develop these 12 plots. At this moment, he received a WeChat message on his phone. Boss Qin, my name is Lu Ersheng. My brother is Lu Desheng. He said that the melons you have here are not bad. Can you send me 50? Qin Lin's eyes lit up. A big client. When he saw that the caller ID was beside First Middle School in Yucheng County, he understood. Everyone knew where the most profitable place was in the small shop in Yucheng County. It was naturally beside the school, especially beside First Middle School, Junior High School, and Senior High School. In this season, ice watermelons, transparent plastic cups, and a few toothpicks were the most popular among students. Some of them had to bring a portion into school. Arthur Moore, if he sold it like this, he would earn more money than usual. Qin Lin replied to the other party and moved 30 melons from the car into his shop. Then, he sent the remaining 50 melons to Lu Ersheng. There were a total of 575 caddies of melons and 862 yuan in his account. After returning to his fruit and vegetable shop, Qin Lin immediately looked at the game screen in his mind. He took out his hoe and developed all the 12 plots of land he had cleaned previously. In just a day, his income was almost 5,000 yuan. Making a fortune depended on this game. After developing all 12 plots, Qin Lin controlled the game character to take out the seeds and start planting. However, after planting 3 plots, he suddenly received a notification. Not enough seeds. Qin Lin patted his head. He had forgotten about this. Seeds were needed to plant crops in the game. The seeds were not unlimited. After using them up, he needed to go to the seed store in the game to buy them. However, he had already used all the money in the game to buy seedless watermelon seeds. According to the normal game rhythm, he had to sell the watermelons in the game for money and buy new seeds to plant. He had been accumulating funds to develop the ranch. If he planted watermelons in the game and sold them in reality, there would be no way to recoup his losses in the game. Unless he sold the newly harvested watermelons in the game, he would have the money to buy new seeds. However, he thought of something. Could he bring the seeds in reality to plant in the game? Qin Lin closed the fruit and vegetable shop and went to the crop seed sales point in Yucheng County. As soon as he entered, the woman sitting at the counter said enthusiastically, "Brother, take a look. What seeds do you want to buy? Do you have seedless watermelon seeds?" Qin Lin asked as he looked at the seeds in the shop. Although the initial land in the game could grow many fruits and vegetables, the trading of seedless watermelons had just begun. Naturally, he continued to plant seedless watermelons. Yes, the auntie smiled and introduced, however, they're only ordinary seedless watermelons for 80 yuan. How much do you want? I'll buy 2 caddies first. Qin Lin was not sure if this kind of seed could be planted in the game, so he did not buy too much. After returning to the fruit and vegetable shop, he locked the door again and entered the game. He placed the seed in the seed storage box. After he was done, he retreated from the game. Looking at the game screen in his mind, there was already a bag of watermelon seeds lying in the toolbox. Seed of the seedless watermelon. Quality grade 1. This is a seedless watermelon seed. After planting it, you can harvest seedless watermelons. It was a simple note. Qin Lin immediately controlled his game character to plant in the newly opened 12 plots. A moment later, when he saw the notification that 12 plots of land had been planted, he could not help but smile. The seeds outside could be planted in the game. This solved one of the current problems. He wondered if the watermelon planted outside would taste the same as the one planted in the game. For the entire afternoon, someone in the WeChat group took away the remaining 30 watermelons wholesale. Qin Lin had also sold all the fruits and vegetables he had bought yesterday at a low price and did not plan to buy more. He was now a full-time watermelon seller. When the sun went down and he closed the shop, his mother had already prepared dinner. After dinner, he looked at the screen in his mind immediately. The watermelons in the previous 12 plots had grown bugs. There were also weeds in the new 12 plots behind. They all needed to be cleaned. After cleaning up the bugs and removing the weeds, Qin Lin received a message on WeChat. Mo Qing, my wife, it's already over. I'll go back tomorrow afternoon. Pick me up from work then. Also, I want to eat watermelon. When he saw Zhao Moqing's WeChat, Qin Lin replied immediately, okay, my dear wife. Like him, Mo Qing returned to Yucheng County after graduating from university. However, unlike him, Mo Qing had an uncle who worked in the Yucheng County Tax Bureau, so she became a civil servant and entered the tax bureau. Over the past few days, it seemed like a town enterprise with considerable assets had been discovered to have a problem. It was said that a few leaders of the company had been filmed and posted on a certain platform while eating and bragging at a farmhouse. Then, their luck dwindled. The higher-ups brought a group of tax inspectors. Mo Qing was in this group, probably doing the miscellaneous work of reviewing and calculating. Qin Lin and Mo Qing chatted on WeChat until late at night. The next day, Qin Lin got up and looked at the screen in his mind. The 24 checked watermelons on it had already ripened. He looked at the watermelon planted with real seeds. It was green and not much different from the ones planted with game seeds. Qin Lin controlled his game character and plucked one of the watermelons planted with real seeds and placed it in the storage room. Then, with a thought, he entered the game. He went straight to the storage room. There were already 16 watermelons in the box he had picked earlier. They were still very big, more than 10 kilograms. He picked one up and saw the note. Seedless watermelon. Quality 1. Remarks. Although it's not a special type of watermelon, it's produced by the game. It's the best among ordinary watermelons. The notification was the same as before. Qin Lin was still a little worried. He returned to the room with the watermelon in his hand and went straight to the kitchen to cut the watermelon into pieces. Then, he picked up a piece and tasted it. He would only be relieved if it was really delicious. This way, he could take the seeds in with the real seeds and sell the watermelons. He did not have to worry about the taste changing. Xiao Lin, why are you eating watermelons so early in the morning? It's bad for your stomach. His mother, Lin Fen, could not help but nag when she entered the kitchen. Qin Lin smiled and explained, Mom, I'm just trying this watermelon. I'll sell it in the future. Lin Fen did not say anything else. Instead, she picked up a piece of watermelon and planned to help her son advise. After taking a bite, she said in surprise, Xiao Lin, this watermelon tastes very good. It's rare for the watermelons our shop sells to have this taste. If every watermelon has the same taste, it'll definitely be easy to sell. Having opened a fruit and vegetable shop her entire life, Lin Fen knew if this watermelon was good after tasting it. Qin Lin also looked at the screen in his mind. He controlled the game character to pick all the watermelons in 24 squares and place them in the storage room. Then, he controlled the game character to remove the watermelon vines and plant new seeds. This way, another batch of watermelons would ripen in the evening. Then, Qin Lin and his mother had breakfast before leaving. They rode to the rented warehouse. When he arrived at the warehouse, he locked the door and entered the game with a thought. He walked toward the storage room and saw a sign the moment he entered. The information on it was, Seedless Watermelon. 418, Quality 1. This was the reward for the 24 slots. What surprised Qin Lin was that there were 3 separate watermelons placed together behind this pile of watermelons. There was also a brand message: seedless watermelon. 3, quality 2, a higher quality watermelon had actually appeared. The outer stripes of this watermelon were clearly deeper, and its appearance was more rounded. He immediately picked one up and a message appeared in front of him: seedless watermelon. Quality 2. Remark: a high-quality watermelon produced by the game. Be it the taste, or fragrance, it's far better than a watermelon of quality 1. It can make you unable to control your taste buds. Delicious +2, sweet +2, taste +2, aftertaste +2. Quality 2. The taste and sweetness of the watermelon became +2. There was also an additional aftertaste +2. However, this remark seemed a little exaggerated. A watermelon could make one fascinated? It could make people unable to control their taste buds? It was not a delicacy. Qin Lin was still very curious about how much better these 2 quality watermelons and 1 quality watermelons tasted. However, he had to get down to business first. He first moved all 418 watermelons out of the game and took a video to the WeChat group. Fresh seedless watermelons that had just arrived. They're being sold wholesale for 1 yuan and 50 fen per caddy. Not long after the message was sent, Qin Lin was still moving watermelons into the car when his WeChat rang. It was Lu Desheng's fruit and vegetable shop owners who had sent the message immediately. Even if it was watermelon with a quality of 1, it would still taste better than ordinary watermelons. In this season of eating watermelons, there was no need to worry about selling them. Customers who had bought them would still be returning customers. Therefore, the boss who had ordered watermelons previously had predicted again that there would be more watermelons than before. Other than that, there were also a few new fruit shop owners who had sent him WeChat orders. There were 20 and 30 of them. The fruit shop was located in East City and Shuishi Street. After 2 days of wholesale, the others in the group naturally moved when they heard the news. Qin Lin calculated carefully. The number of watermelons these bosses had wholesale today had actually reached 395. This was almost done with his batch of watermelons. After calculating, he loaded watermelons into the car and pulled them back to the county city. At noon, he pulled a cart of watermelons to the market and delivered them to Lu Desheng and the other 2. Xiao Qin, you're here? When Lu Desheng saw Qin Lin, he smiled and came out to welcome him. Your watermelons are very easy to sell. I'll order 10 more today. Thank you, Brother Lu, for taking care of my business. Qin Lin smiled and began to move the melons for Lu Desheng. After the transaction, he sent the melons to Chen Dahe and Ichoni. At noon, he pulled the remaining 23 watermelons back to his shop. After calculating the accounts, this batch of 395 watermelons weighed 4,424 caddies in total and he had earned 6,636 yuan. In that case, when the batch of watermelons matured in the evening, he would have earned more than 10,000 yuan a day. In a single day, he could earn the money he had worked hard to sell fruits and vegetables for a month. Qin Lin brought out the 3 quality 2 watermelons alone. Now, he wanted to see if this watermelon with quality 2 could really make people unable to control their taste buds. He carried a watermelon to the front and picked up a knife to cut it in half. He placed one half in the fridge and cut the other half into pieces. When he put down the knife, Qin Lin was shocked to find the black dog squatting beside him. It was stretching its head to look at the watermelon he had cut. Damn it, you come and go as you please. You really don't treat yourself as an outsider. Qin Lin was speechless when he saw the black dog. However, he was about to make more than 10,000 yuan a day. He was in a good mood. He picked up a watermelon for himself and threw a piece to the black dog. This fellow was lucky. Qin Lin took a bite of the watermelon in his hand and his eyes instantly lit up. This quality 2 melon was surprisingly delicious. It was sweet in the mouth. Furthermore, the juice flowed horizontally. It did not have the greasy feeling of sugar and sweetness at all. The taste was also extremely crispy. Coupled with the juice, it was perfect. Most importantly, after eating it in one bite, there was a fragrance that could be recalled. Was this its aftertaste +2 attribute? It was as if he had eaten watermelon and tasted a delicacy. This was definitely much better than quality 1. He did not know anything else, but he had once eaten an imported special watermelon bought by a rich second-generation roommate at university. The watermelon tasted very good, but it felt lousy compared to this. Mo Ching must like this melon. Qin Lin immediately finished the watermelon in his hand and was about to pick up the other piece when he realized that the black dog had already finished its piece. It seemed to be too delicious. This time, it was so anxious that it wanted to reach out to the watermelon on the table. Seeing Qin Lin look over, it whimpered and squatted back timidly, looking at Qin Lin anxiously. Qin Lin frowned. This black dog actually dared to pounce on the table. This was something only a pet dog could do. Did this dog not know its identity, or was it out of its mind? Qin Lin ignored this thick-skinned black dog and picked up another watermelon to eat. This watermelon was really fragrant. As soon as he finished eating the watermelon, there was a movement by his feet. The black dog was actually rubbing its head against his leg and looking at him fawningly. Damn, Qin Lin was simply speechless. Was this dog crazy? It was still acting cute to him? Looking at its appearance, he felt embarrassed that he did not give it any watermelon. He could only throw it another piece of watermelon. He did not forget to warn the black dog seriously, this is the last piece, no more. This was even more delicious than imported special watermelons. How many people had not even eaten imported special watermelons after giving 2 slices to a dog? It could be said that 99% of the people in Yucheng County had not eaten them before, let alone this better quality 2 watermelon. Qin Lin finished 2 slices of watermelon in no time. After eating another piece, the black dog obediently lay down at the door of his shop and revealed its stomach happily. Qin Lin had nothing to do now. He closed the door again and entered the game, planning to explore the game world. This ranch's story did not only have ranches. The map was still very large. There was a small town outside and a harbor. It was backed by mountains. Qin Lin entered the game and walked toward the exit of the ranch. He planned to go out to take a look, but when he reached the door, he realized that there was an invisible air wall blocking it. He could not leave at all. This seemed to be some kind of restriction. He could only stroll around the ranch. There were no obstacles in the entire range of the ranch. The fields were filled with weeds, waiting to be repaired. The empty space for the factory to be built, nth. River crossing the ranch. After spending some time understanding the approximate range and place of the entire ranch, Qin Lin exited the game. When the sun began to set, the market became lively. It was time to prepare dinner. Qin Lin looked at the game scene in his mind again. The 24 boxes of watermelons had already ripened. He immediately controlled the game character to pick the watermelons and place them in the storage room. At the same time, he cleaned the withered watermelon vines and added watermelon seeds again. This way, another batch would ripen in the morning. However, if he really earned 10,000 yuan a day, he would have to think of a new market for watermelons. With the demand from the fruit shops in the WeChat group, it was already not bad if he could satisfy a batch of more than 400 watermelons per day. This was the limit of their shop's location. The fixed customer range of such a private shop was only about 5 kilometers. Even the range of customers on the market was limited. As there was no big enough parking lot here, most people would choose to go to the business square in the East City. There was the largest supermarket in the county city with a big enough parking lot. As he was thinking, he received a message on WeChat. Mo Ching, my wife. I'm already back at the station. Remember to pick me up from work. When he saw this, Qin Lin replied with a smile. Then, he decisively closed the shop and went home. He took a good shower at home before leaving again. He went downstairs and rode his small electric car. The tax bureau of Yucheng County was located along the river in East City. When Qin Lin arrived in his electric car, it was almost 5 o'clock. The tax bureau workers had already gotten off work. After all, it was a 9-to-5 job. Soon, he saw Zhao Moqing walking out. She had a delicate face and only had light makeup on. However, her bright peach blossom eyes added a lot to her beauty. Zhao Moqing was not a devastatingly beautiful woman, but she was the kind of woman many people chased after on the streets. The key was that as long as the two of them liked each other, the other party would be the best and most beautiful. Qin Lin was about to greet her when he saw a handsome young man with greasy hair chasing her out of the building. Mo Ching, it's on the way. I'll send you back. As the young man spoke, he did not forget to press the car key in his hand. An Audi flashed its lights, showing his strength. He naturally wanted to chase Zhao Moqing. Although he was also an ordinary civil servant, he had created better capital for himself than his peers who had just graduated a year or two with the help of his parents, sister, and brother-in-law. He had spent 5,000 yuan to buy an Audi. Chen Hao, there's no need. My husband is here to pick me up. Zhao Moqing was clearly a little awkward being chased by another man in front of Qin Lin. In order not to let Qin Lin misunderstand, she walked to Qin Lin and got onto his electric car. Let's go, Mo Cheng said. Qin Lin nodded and started the small electric car to leave. Chen Hao looked at the departing electric car and subconsciously looked at the car key in his hand. He was a little puzzled. Where did he lose out? More importantly, why did she have a husband? All the good cabbage crops had been ruined by the pigs. The small electric car drove onto the street. Accompanied by the wind, it was as if it had driven 80 miles per hour. Mo Cheng hugged Qin Lin's waist tightly and leaned against his back affectionately. I said I want to eat watermelon. Have you prepared it? Yes, I'll give you a surprise. Qin Lin nodded and tacitly did not mention what had happened earlier. This was the most basic trust. Otherwise, if he was angry that his wife was chased by someone, he might as well find an ugly or single person. When they returned to the shop, Zhao Moqing asked expectantly, where's the surprise? Qin Lin immediately took out the other half of the quality 2 watermelon in the fridge and cut it. He handed a piece to Mo Cheng. Try it. Zhao Moqing took the watermelon and took a small bite. She felt a rich fragrance spread out, and then an indescribable sweetness invaded her taste buds. Qin Lin. Why are these watermelons so delicious? Zhao Moqing could not help but be surprised. She had never eaten such delicious watermelons in her life. I know you like watermelons, so I prepared them for you, Qin Lin said as he picked up a piece for himself and ate it. He realized that after it was frozen, the watermelon was even more delicious. If only this quality 2 melon could be mass-produced, then it would not be a problem to sell it at the price of imported special melons. Give me another piece. Zhao Moqing had transformed into a little foodie. Originally, in order to control her diet, she would not eat too much even if she liked watermelon. Now, she could not care less and ate a few pieces in succession. It was a good idea to mass-produce watermelons with quality 2 and sell them at the price of imported special watermelons, but there were only a few watermelons with quality 2 at the moment. He had even eaten one. Therefore, he had to take care of the business in front of him first. At least he had to repay the debt at home first and pay the down payment for a house so that his mother could live better. Then, he could bring Mo Cheng home to live together openly. At the thought of this, Qin Lin walked behind Zhao Moqing and hugged her waist. His hands became naughty. Moqing, why don't you not go back tonight? How could Zhao Moqing not understand? She said coquettishly, if I don't return tonight, my mother will definitely know that I'm with you. When the time comes, she'll nag again. Qin Lin sighed. Then what should we do? It's been too difficult holding it in these past few days. HMPH. Zhao Moqing grabbed the dishonest hand on her and snorted. I'll call home later and say that my colleagues are eating outside. I'll be back later tonight? Good idea. I'll book a room. Qin Lin skillfully took out his phone and went online to book a big bed in the bathtub of the East City Hotel. The bathtub was not big, and the bed was not booked. They had clearly registered their marriage, but they still acted like they were in an underground relationship. Was it easy? After booking a room, he took out his wallet and looked at the 2 small umbrellas left inside. They were still enough. Mom, don't worry, I'm not with him. I know. I won't let him take advantage of me. Zhao Moqing promised over the phone before hanging up. Then, she held Qin Lin's arm and said, Look, my mother is guarding against you like she's guarding against a thief. Why don't we lay our cards on the table with our family? I want to stay with you every day. Give me some time. Qin Lin hurriedly stopped Zhao Moqing's impulsive thoughts. Neither of them would feel good if they revealed their cards. His mother would be happy and guilty. Zhao Moqing's parents would definitely be upset and frustrated. Even if they pinched their noses in the end and acknowledged it, the relationship between the 2 families would be stiff and there would always be a knot in their hearts. The average room in Yucheng County now was 12,000 yuan per square meter. A 100-story house with all kinds of procedures was about 1.3 million yuan. The down payment was about 400,000 yuan. Coupled with the renovation, it should cost more than 600,000 yuan. In the past, he really did not have the confidence to do so. But now, if he expanded his business and guaranteed that he could sell 24 boxes of ripe watermelons every day, he would be able to earn this money in 2 months. If the character's level increased and he could open more places, the time taken would be even shorter. When the time came, he could pick Mo Qing up openly and give her a big surprise. He could also explain to Mo Qing's parents. Wouldn't it be better for the two families to settle the matter happily? Okay, I'll listen to you. Let's go. Zhao Moqing nodded with a smile. She had never doubted Qin Lin. Even if the man she chose could only take the path of a showdown, in the end, she was still willing to choose him. East City Hotel was the largest hotel in Yucheng County. It was by the river and had a beautiful night view. However, who would be thinking about the night view when a man and a woman came to a hotel to get a room? After registering at the front desk and getting the room card, Qin Lin held Zhao Moqing's hand and entered the elevator to go upstairs. As soon as they entered the room and the door was locked, he could not wait to remove the defense on Mo Qing. Then, he held her hand and went straight to the large bathtub. Qin Lin then held Zhao Moqing's hand in satisfaction and left the hotel. They went to the night market to eat something before sending her home. After saying goodbye to Zhao Moqing, Qin Lin returned home and Di looked at the game in his mind. When they were messing around in the hotel, he had received a notification that weeds and insects had appeared in the game. At that time, he could not care less. The next day, he got up. The watermelon in 24 square meters was ripe again. Qin Lin controlled his game character to pluck it and placed it in the storage room. Then, he removed the withered watermelon vines and planted seeds again. This way, another batch would mature in the evening. In the storage room, including the batch that had matured yesterday evening, there were already 2 batches of watermelons. He locked the door. He entered the game. When he arrived at the storage room, he saw a mountain of watermelons. Seedless watermelon. 836, quality 1, seedless watermelon. 7, quality 2. There were a total of 843 watermelons in the 2 batches. Furthermore, 7 quality 2 watermelons were separated. After exiting the game, Qin Lin casually ate a bowl of porridge and went to the warehouse. He spent some time moving all 843 watermelons out of the game and then took another video to send to the WeChat group. A moment later, Lu Desheng and the other bosses appeared one after another. However, they were all people who had been wholesale previously, and there were no new orders. Other than selling fruits, this group of people sold vegetables, seafood, and so on. Their sales potential was only so high. After some calculations, there were more people booked today. There were 411 people. Qin Lin quickly loaded the watermelons into the car and spent 3 hours pulling them in batches. He sent them over one by one. In the end, there was a total of 4,521 caddies and 6,781 yuan in income. However, when he returned to the warehouse, there were still 422 watermelons left. A batch would mature in the afternoon, and there would be more than 400 watermelons. He had to find a new channel. Furthermore, he had a goal. It was the big RT Mart in the Eastern Commercial Square. The Eastern Commercial Square was the center of traffic in Yucheng County. It had the largest parking lot. There were all kinds of shops in the entire square's commercial building. There were bars, KTVs, cinemas, all kinds of entertainment. The big RT Mart was in the best position on the first floor. It was very big and had a complete classification area. It had the largest customer flow in Yucheng County. The sales of the watermelons in Lu Desheng's fruit and vegetable shops might not even be as much as in the watermelon area of the RT Mart. Qin Lin quickly carried 2 watermelons into his small electric car and rode to the RT Mart. What he needed to do now was to get his watermelon into the supermarket. He had also asked around and found out that other than special bidding channels, the purchase of the RT Mart would also often be wholesale of some goods at a promising price. Of course, there was a way. When he arrived at the office of the supermarket, Qin Lin stuffed a pack of cigarettes into the security guard's hand and asked about the purchasing manager's office. After putting a pack of cigarettes into his pocket, the security guard enthusiastically helped Qin Lin move a watermelon to Manager Chen's office. The security guard had seen many people like this coming to the procurement department. There was only one goal. Manager Chen had also instructed that such a person would directly pick him up from his office. Manager Chen was a fat and greasy man with a big belly. After knowing Qin Lin's intentions, he pretended to look at the 2 watermelons he had brought carefully. The outer appearance of the watermelons is not bad. They're good watermelons. Manager Chen, do you think this watermelon can enter the supermarket? Qin Lin asked. Manager Chen immediately looked troubled and said, Xiao Qin, you also know that there are many fruit channels who come looking for me every day. I've already worked with others. I have to be honest in business. Quote. Qin Lin knew that the meat show was coming. If he was really honest, he would not have told him so much. He immediately said, Manager Chen, supermarkets also want to make a profit, right? The wholesale price outside is 1 yuan and 50 fen per caddy. I can give in a little. 1 yuan and 30 fen per caddy. Manager Chen still looked troubled. Xiao Qin, you know that my position is very difficult. Qin Lin knew very well and immediately smiled. Manager Chen, then I'll give in a little more. 1 yuan and 20 fen a caddy. You have to let me earn some? He knew that he was the only one who could make this deal. After all, he was doing it for free. Manager Chen smiled. Xiao Qin, since you're so sincere, our supermarket will take your watermelons. However, your invoice wholesale price will be 1 yuan and 40 fen per caddy. Don't worry, Manager Chen. I understand. Qin Lin smiled, but his heart was filled with complaints. He had long known about this. 1 yuan and 40 fen a caddy was 1 cent cheaper than normal wholesale. He had already instructed the supermarket. As for the 20 cents a caddy, it had fallen into Manager Chen's pocket. Although 1 caddy was only 20 cents, what if there were 5,000 caddies a day? That would be 1,000 yuan, which was 30,000 yuan a month. This was only a watermelon. Think about it, there were so many kinds of fruits in the entire supermarket. If there were more, how much profit could Manager Chen earn in a month? Seriously? However, how much profit Manager Chen could get in a month was none of his business. This kind of thing could be seen everywhere in society. For the other party to be able to sit in such a position, he must have a background in the big hair salon. Otherwise, why would he dare to eat and take profits in such a national chain corporation? His goal was just to sell watermelons. It was fine as long as his goal was achieved. Furthermore, this was also beneficial to him. Usually, such orders were settled separately. He would open an invoice and settle the order without being suppressed. Xiao Qin, how much melon do you have? Manager Chen was clearly most concerned about this question. Qin Lin explained, Manager Chen, there are 800 in the first batch. Each one is more than 10 kilograms. I'll send 800 first when I go back later and 400 more in the evening. As for the future, there won't be less than 800 every day. Manager Chen did some mental calculations and was quite satisfied. He said with a smile, okay, send me an invoice every day after you deliver the goods. I'll get the finance department to sell it for you. Thank you, Manager Chen. Qin Lin left after discussing with Manager Chen. Manager Chen was in a good mood when he saw the 2 watermelons Qin Lin had left behind. He got someone to cut them open and give them to the employees outside. Qin Lin returned to the warehouse and pulled the remaining 422 watermelons to the supermarket to sign. There was a total of 4,557 kilograms. In the evening, the watermelons in the game ripened again. There were 411 watermelons of quality 1 and 3 watermelons of quality 2. Qin Lin planted the new seeds and moved all 411 watermelons from the game to the warehouse outside. He sent them to the RT Mart in 2 batches. This time, there were 4,471 caddies. Coupled with the 4,557 caddies from the previous batch, there was a total of 9,028 caddies. After delivering the goods, Qin Lin took the list and receipt to Manager Chen to settle the bill. The money was quickly transferred. Your last number, income is 10,899 yuan and 60 fen. Your balance is 31,344 yuan and 60 fen. Over the past 4 days, relying on the watermelons planted in the game, he had more than 30,000 yuan on his bank card. Furthermore, he could earn 10,000 yuan every day. When the game character leveled up, he could develop more plots of land and earn more money that day. Qin Lin was in a good mood. He simply entered the supermarket to shop and buy some things home. However, when he passed by the melon area and saw the watermelons sold, he could not remain calm. Special quality watermelon, 3 yuan a caddy. Beside him was an ordinary watermelon that cost 2 yuan a caddy, but he recognized it at a glance. Wasn't this so-called special quality watermelon that cost 3 yuan a caddy the ones he had harvested? Manager Chen must have known that each of his watermelons was better than ordinary watermelons, so he dared to sell them at this price. Corrupted. How f***c king corrupted. The profit at this price was especially equivalent to his profit. It was really an era where channels were king. Since he had the ability to sell it at this price, he could not be jealous. He might as well not look at the price and go to other districts. When he returned home, he received a notification in his mind that worms and weeds had invaded his crops again. He immediately controlled the game character to remove the weeds and insects. The next day, Qin Lin woke up early in the morning. The watermelons had ripened again. The shop owners had sent him a message early in the morning to wholesale the watermelons. They were clearly used to looking for him to wholesale watermelons. He went to the warehouse and moved the ripe watermelon out of the game. This time, there was no quality 2 watermelon. There were a total of 428 quality 1 watermelons. He took a video and sent it to the WeChat group. Seeing that there were no new orders, he calculated. These shops were similar to Esther Day. There were a total of 408 wholesale shops. After delivering 4,732 caddies, he would earn a total of 7,099 yuan. In the evening, the watermelon ripened again and was sent to the RT Mart. It was a total of 4,970 caddies and 5,964 yuan. He had received a total of 13,063 yuan today. His balance had reached 46,409 yuan. After sending the watermelons to the RT Mart, Qin Lin rushed to the Industry and Commerce Bureau. His original shop only had relevant documents for self-employment. Now that he was grading watermelons, he felt that he needed to apply for a wholesale fruit license. Otherwise, if something went wrong, it would be troublesome. However, when he arrived at the Industry and Commerce Bureau, he filled in the information for a long time. In the end, he was told that he did not need to apply for a wholesale license. Qin Lin then realized that he was ignorant. It turned out that Article 35 of the food-related regulations stipulated that the types of fruits were single. If one did not reach the basic size, the fruit farmers could directly distribute them without a wholesale license. Qin Lin left the Industry and Commerce Bureau and had just returned home when he received an unexpected notification in his mind. Character level increased. You can develop new land. Level 2 Land Upgrade Authority is open. You can upgrade 6 plots of land. Qin Lin's eyes lit up as he immediately looked at the game screen in his mind. Indeed, 6 more plots of land lit up, indicating that it could be developed. Furthermore, a symbol that could upgrade the number of lands appeared on the screen, followed by the suffix 6. In other words, not only could he open 6 more slots of new land, but he could also upgrade 6 slots of basic land to level 2. Qin Lin did not hesitate at all. He immediately controlled the game character to pick up a sickle, an axe, and other tools to clean the weeds, stones, and wooden blocks in these 6 squares. Then, he used a hoe to develop the 6 squares and planted watermelon seeds immediately. He did not plan to sell these 6 plots of new melon in reality because upgrading to level 2 land required game gold. Furthermore, after upgrading to level 2, he could totally plant other more expensive things. Watermelons with 6 squares were ripe twice a day. 1 square could be upgraded in 2 days. This way, he could complete the upgrade of level 6 level 2 land in 12 days. Over the next 2 days, the previous 24 slots made Qin Lin earn 26,123 yuan again. His bank card balance reached 72,532 yuan. The newly opened 6 boxes of watermelons were all sold in the game. 1 box of level 2 land was developed. After upgrading a level 2 land, Qin Lin immediately controlled his game character to leave the ranch and go to the Ortown seed shop outside the ranch to check. The seed shop had dense seed categories. What was available in reality and even what was not available in reality was here. The requirements for the land level were marked behind each seed. It would only be opened if the seed was planted. If the requirements were not met, it would be gray and not open for the time being. Qin Lin immediately searched among the many level 2 seeds, including vegetables, fruits, and various plants. He directly chose to plant fruits to check. Many fruits were far more expensive than watermelons. However, most of the seedlings were planted for other reasons. The restrictions on him were very big and not secretive enough. He directly ignored them. In the end, he found a level 2 fruit seed that was very suitable for his current situation. That was red strawberries. Qin Lin checked online. At this stage, it was no longer the red strawberry season. In other words, red strawberries were already considered out-of-season fruits at this time. The price of ordinary red strawberries on the market had reached 15 to 25 yuan per caddy. If it was a special variety like cream strawberries, it would cost at least 50 yuan per caddy. However, fruits could be planted in level 2 lands without these special varieties of strawberries. Seeing the price of ordinary red strawberries, Qin Lin immediately went to the seed sales point in Yucheng County. It was still that big sister. She still remembered Qin Lin. "Brother, what seed do you want this time?" Qin Lin said. "Sister, are there any red strawberry seeds?" The sales lady immediately introduced to him enthusiastically, "Yes, yes. Red strawberry seeds are 45 yuan for 2 caddies." Qin Lin bought strawberry seeds again and paid to return home. He entered the game immediately and placed the strawberry seeds in the seed storage box. When he returned to reality, Qin Lin looked at the game screen. There were indeed strawberry seeds in the seed storage box. Qin Lin immediately planted the strawberry seeds in the grade 2 land. At night, after watering the plants and pests, he fell asleep with anticipation. When he woke up the next morning, he looked at the game screen in his mind. Other than the green watermelon, there was a red and green strawberry that was especially eye-catching. Qin Lin entered the game immediately and came to the place where the strawberries were planted. From the outside, the game screen was only a small box. In the game, the entire patch of red and green made him feel refreshed. In the past, when he was dating Zhao Moqing, he often went to the strawberry plantation to pick strawberries himself. Of course, it was not to save a lot of money. Couples just liked that kind of atmosphere. Qin Lin plucked a few strawberries. They were plump and bright red. They were definitely appetizing. At the same time, he saw the message. Red strawberry. Quality 1. Remarks. Although it's not a special type, it's a game product. It tastes great. It's the best among red strawberries. Delicious +1. Sweet +1. Taste +1. Similarly, the strawberries produced by this game had the same delicious, sweet, and taste of +1. Although the note said that Qin Lin was an experienced person, he still wanted to experience it personally. He placed a strawberry in his mouth and ate it. The juice immediately overflowed in her mouth. It was soft, juicy, and fragrant. 1 word. Delicious. 2 words. Very delicious. If ordinary strawberries were sold for 15 to 25 yuan, the strawberries produced by his game could definitely exceed 25 yuan or even higher. When he returned outside, Qin Lin controlled the game character to click pick and put all the ripe watermelons and red strawberries into the store. This time, other than watermelons, he had also harvested 50 caddies of red strawberries. However, he directly chose to sell these red strawberries in the game. He would upgrade the other 5 level 2 lands that could be upgraded first. Because he had begun to plant strawberries to sell in the game, the time it took to upgrade all 6 plots of land to level 2 had decreased a lot. It was completed in 7 days. Over the past 7 days, Qin Lin's watermelon wholesale had earned another 94,211 yuan. The balance on his card had even reached 166,743 yuan. He had earned more than 160,000 yuan in 13 days. This was something he had not dared to imagine in the past. Now that the level 2 land had been upgraded, his income would increase by a lot. Early in the morning, Qin Lin woke up and looked at the game in his mind. The 24-grain watermelon and 6-grain red strawberries were already ripe. He controlled his game character to pick them and placed all the watermelons and red strawberries into the storage room. Then, he brushed off the withered watermelon vines and strawberry vines and replanted the watermelon seeds and strawberry seeds. He was going to promote red strawberries today. The red strawberries produced by the game had attributes. He was not afraid that they would not sell. Furthermore, in order to make it easier for him to sell them to the RT Mart, he had to consider the wholesale price. Although the wholesale price of ordinary red strawberries in Yucheng County was about 15 yuan, the price of the strawberries produced by his game should not be limited to that. Therefore, he went online to check the overall wholesale price of red strawberries. There were also many types of red strawberries. Due to the region, the wholesale price was very varied. He directly skipped ordinary red strawberries. He especially looked at some large wholesale strawberries that were worth more than ordinary strawberries. Among them, the wholesale price of cream red strawberries had reached 30 yuan per 500 grams. The Great Liang Mountain red strawberries were also 36 yuan per 500 grams. The sweet red strawberries were 29 yuan per 500 grams. These were all special strawberries that were one level higher than ordinary red strawberries. He had eaten most of these strawberries before. The quality of the game was definitely better than these strawberries. It was not a problem to set a wholesale price of 30 yuan per 500 grams. When he thought of how the RT Mart sold his watermelons as special quality watermelons, he realized that these were also considered special quality red strawberries. When he arrived at the warehouse, Qin Lin entered the game again and arrived at the storage room. There were a total of 423 watermelons in this batch. Beside them were 5 quality 2 watermelons. As for the strawberries, he had harvested 300 caddies. Beside them were 2 caddies of quality 2 strawberries. Qin Lin grabbed a few and saw the notes. Red strawberry. Quality 2. Remarks. A high-quality red strawberry produced by the game. Be it the texture, taste, or fragrance, it's far better than a quality 1 red strawberry. It's definitely a good item to tempt the taste buds. Delicious +2, sweet +2, taste +2, aftertaste +2. When he saw the notes, Qin Lin immediately threw one into his mouth. He could not help but close his eyes and enjoy it. The sweetness entered his taste buds and left a lingering aftertaste. He could not help but throw another strawberry into his mouth. Like the quality 2 watermelon, these attributes turned the quality 2 strawberry into a delicacy. In university, that rich second-generation roommate had also bought a caddy of imported milk strawberry worth 200 yuan. He felt that the taste was also trash compared to this. Qin Lin began to move this batch of watermelons and then sent the watermelons Lu Desheng and the other bosses had wholesale today. There was a total of 4,098 caddies and 6,147 yuan in income. After that, he brought 2 caddies of quality 1 red strawberries to the RT Mart to discuss the red strawberries with manager Chen. 1 caddy of red strawberries was 30 caddies wholesale price. Then, just by collecting 300 caddies in the morning, this batch could earn 9,000 yuan. That was more than 24 boxes of watermelons. President Chen, you're here. Coincidentally, I have something to tell you. Manager Chen was clearly very polite when he saw Qin Lin. Over the past 10 days, he had already earned more than 10,000 yuan from Qin Lin. Xiao Qin had also become President Qin. Furthermore, he had something to discuss with Qin Lin this time, so he was naturally more polite. Manager Chen even took the initiative to pull Qin Lin to the tea table at the side. As he made tea, he even poured a cup for Qin Lin. Many people in the south would consciously discuss business at the tea table. Even many small shops by the street would prepare a tea table. It seemed more reliable. Qin Lin asked with a smile, Manager Chen, what is it? Manager Chen smiled and went straight to the point. President Qin, we've worked together for more than 10 days. To be honest, your watermelon is really good. It's easy to sell. I have enough of the watermelons you provided, but we also have a big RT Mart in San City. They want to eat your watermelons too. They'll accept any amount. Qin Lin understood when he heard this. This was probably a slight change in supply and demand. How easy to sell were the watermelons developed by the game. It could even be more expensive than ordinary melons, right? His melon had allowed Manager Chen to reap benefits. More importantly, it could make the profits of RT Mart greater. It meant that Manager Chen had contributed. It was probably also Manager Chen who was in charge in San City. Unfortunately, there were only so many yields in the game now. He could only provide those watermelons every day. Manager Chen, I'm really sorry. I can only provide so many watermelons a day. I can't do anything else. However, I have a type of strawberry that can be sold wholesale. It's no less than 500 pounds a day. Manager Chen, you can try it first, Qin Lin said apologetically before taking the opportunity to promote his strawberries. As he spoke, he handed the strawberries he had brought to Manager Chen. Manager Chen subconsciously looked at the strawberries and habitually picked one up to taste. When he took a bite, his eyes revealed surprise. As the purchasing manager of a branch in Yucheng County, be it the red strawberries assigned by the higher-ups or the ones he bought himself, he had eaten a lot of red strawberries, but none of them could compare to this. Even the batch of strawberries from Gaoshan Special District that cost 55 yuan per 500 grams previously did not taste as good as this. After eating one, Manager Chen immediately picked up the second and third. After eating more than 10 in one go, he was certain that these were definitely not ordinary strawberries. They were definitely not lacking in sales like the watermelon. He immediately asked the question he was most concerned about. President Qin, how much is the wholesale price of these red strawberries? Qin Lin explained, Manager Chen, this is a special quality strawberry. It's 30 yuan per caddy. It's only 30 yuan. When Manager Chen heard the price, he immediately said, President Qin, I want all the strawberries you have, but you have to add 2 yuan to the invoice price. He had even thought about reporting the wholesale price of Qin Lin's batch of 30 yuan per 500 grams to 32 yuan and selling it for 40 yuan or higher. It would also create profits for the supermarket and have a lot of credit. Manager Chen, I know. The wholesale price is 32 yuan when others ask. Qin Lin agreed with a smile. Anyway, he had already reached the price he wanted. Manager Chen's smile widened. He got Qin Lin another cup of tea and picked it up to toast. President Qin, happy working with you. Happy cooperation. Qin Lin also picked up his teacup and clinked it with the other party. After drinking a cup of tea, he stood up and said, Manager Chen, I'll send a batch of strawberries over first. I'll send another batch of strawberries over in the evening when I send the watermelon. Manager Chen nodded and said, Okay, President Qin, look for me anytime. After negotiating the sale of the strawberries, Qin Lin left the supermarket in a good mood and went to buy a few special baskets containing strawberries. Strawberries were different from watermelons. He had to be careful when moving them. After that, he went to the warehouse and took out all 300 caddies of strawberries. If this batch of strawberries matured to more than 300 caddies in the evening, then the strawberries coming out of these 6 plots of land could be sold for 18,000 yuan. This added to the income of the watermelon every day and was not far from earning 1,000,000 yuan a month. After Qin Lin sent the red strawberries to the supermarket, it rained. When the rain subsided slightly, it was already noon when he returned to the market. When he returned to the entrance of the shop, the black dog was hiding outside his shop to avoid the rain. It was drenched and curled up to lick the water stains on its body. This black dog was getting more and more shameless. He had not chased it away for more than 10 days and it was about to settle down here. Woof! When the black dog saw Qin Lin, it suddenly stood up and grinned at him. Qin Lin pretended to ignore the black dog and opened the shop door to enter. After being busy for a long time, his stomach growled. He decisively took out his phone and ordered takeout. With 2 big drumsticks and 2 fried eggs, he was now qualified to be extravagant. Just as he was about to settle the bill, he suddenly looked at the black dog, who was tiptoeing in and out of the shop. It seemed to be sensitive and noticed his gaze. It tiptoed into the shop and squatted down, staring at him. Qin Lin operated his phone silently and added a big drumstick before settling the bill. This black dog hanging around him every day really made him feel strange. Humans were probably such complicated animals. It was just like how when a woman met a bootlicker, although she hated it, she would treat it as bragging rights after being used to it. Once this bootlicker stopped licking, she would even worry about personal gains and losses. Not long after, the delivery man arrived. Qin Lin took the takeout and placed it on the table to open it. The black dog, who had been squatting, suddenly stood up and stared at the takeout on the table. When Qin Lin saw this, he decided to tease the dog. He deliberately took the drumstick and took a bite in front of the black dog, looking intoxicated. The black dog stuck out its tongue and hooked its head forward even more as if it was waiting for him to throw the chicken bone. Qin Lin really found it interesting. He picked up a big drumstick and threw it to the black dog. The black dog opened its mouth and bit the drumstick with an unbelievable reaction speed. It was waiting for a bone, but when it saw a piece of meat, its eyes widened in shock. Qin Lin ignored the black dog. As he ate, his attention was placed on the game screen in his mind. There were worms again. Also, he needed to water them. After settling the game problem and finishing the takeout, he was about to clean up when he realized that there was a movement by his feet. The black dog was gently rubbing his calf as if it was trying to be friendly. Seeing Qin Lin look over, it shrunk its head and squatted back at the door. In the evening, the watermelons and red strawberries in the game had ripened again. There were 421 watermelons in this batch and 301 caddies of red strawberries. They were all moved out of the game and sent to the big hair salon in batches for weighing. Then, he found manager Chen to sell the bill for today. 421 watermelons were worth 7,893 yuan, 606 caddies of strawberries were worth 18,180 yuan, and with the 6,341 yuan from the watermelons wholesale to Lu Desheng and the others in the morning, today's daily income was 32,414 yuan. When he got out of the RT Mart, the bank message had already arrived. Your last number, income is 26,073 yuan. The balance is 199,157 yuan and 60 fen. His savings were about to exceed 200,000 yuan. Qin Lin could not help but look at the message a few more times before putting away his phone. Then, he drove the electric car back to the market and parked it. He then rode it to the tax bureau to pick Zhao Moqing up. Coincidentally, Qin Lin's car had just stopped at the entrance when he saw Chen Hao walk out. Their eyes met. Chen Hao frowned slightly and looked at Qin Lin's small electric car. He could not help but pick up the car key and unlock it, making his Audi ring. The car lights flashed. He was clearly trying to show off. Weren't men so vulgar? They only showed off their careers, houses, cars, and women. Of course, there were also men who were not so vulgar. Either they would not do such low-class things anymore after they had really succeeded, or there was really nothing to show off. Chen Hao clearly did not match either of these. Therefore, he was vulgar. In his heart, he drove an Audi while the other party rode a small electric car. He inexplicably felt superior. At this moment, a fat young man came out and greeted Chen Hao. Chen Hao, why didn't you wait for Zhao Moqing? Didn't you want to treat her to a meal to confess? With your qualities, you should be able to woo her, right? These sudden words dealt a blow to the superiority on Chen Hao's face. He walked to his car without a word. Zhao Moqing had F*C King left with an electric car. He was already in a mess in the wind, but he was still rubbing it in? He really did not understand why he was still single when a person in an electric car could hug such a beautiful girl. On what basis? The fat young man was confused by Chen Hao. He walked to a Jetta beside him and drove away. Qin Lin. When Zhao Moqing came out of the door and saw Qin Lin, she ran over with a smile and sat in the backseat skillfully. She hugged his waist and said, "Let's go." Qin Lin rode the small electric car into the road and asked, "Should I send you back or should we eat outside?" Zhao Moqing thought about it and said, "Let's buy vegetables and go to your house? I haven't seen Auntie in a long time." "Okay, I'll call back later. My mother will be very happy to know that you're coming," Qin Lin said as he rode the small electric car to the supermarket to shop. Qin Lin did not like to shop, but he liked to hold Zhao Moqing's hand and shop with her. After shopping, the two of them were already holding bags of vegetables and seafood. When they returned home, Lin Fen saw that Zhao Moqing was here. She could not hide the smile on her face. "Moqing, you're here. Come in quickly." Lin Fen was 100% satisfied with Zhao Moqing. For her son to find such a gentle, weak, good-tempered, and respectful girl, he had to thank her for 8 lifetimes. It was just that their family's situation was too poor. Otherwise, she would have long held her son's marriage with Zhao Moqing and made her her daughter-in-law. "Auntie, Qin Lin and I bought a lot of vegetables. I'll wash them first," Zhao Moqing said sweetly. She did not mind the narrow and chaotic environment. "Okay, let's wash them together." Lin Fen took the vegetables from Qin Lin and entered the kitchen with Zhao Moqing with a smile. Qin Lin seemed to have become an outsider. Zhao Moqing's culinary skills were actually not bad, so Lin Fen helped out happily at the side. After the dishes were prepared, her appetite was better than usual and she ate a lot. After the meal, Qin Lin entered the room and brought out a bag. Inside were some quality 2 red strawberries from today. He had taken out half of the 4 caddies. Xiao Lin, what are you holding? Lin Fen asked curiously. Red strawberries. I saved them especially for you. Mom, Mo Qing, try them. Qin Lin placed the quality 2 red strawberries on the table. When Lin Fen saw this, she immediately placed the strawberries in front of Zhao Moqing and said, Moqing, strawberries are very nutritious and can even beautify you. Eat more. Okay, Auntie. Zhao Moqing liked fruits and did not reject her. She picked one up and tasted it, but soon, she said in surprise, Qin Lin, why are these strawberries so delicious? This is a special quality strawberry. There's nowhere to buy it outside. You can't buy it even if you want to. It's delicious, right? Qin Lin was a little proud. Wasn't it? Delicious +2, sweet +2, taste +2, and aftertaste +2. He was the only one who produced this kind of strawberry from his game. Yes, Zhao Moqing quickly nodded. The strawberries I ate in the past can't compare to this at all. This is the first time I've eaten such delicious strawberries. Isn't it just red strawberries? Is it that delicious? Lin Fen was a little puzzled when she heard Zhao Moqing's words. After working as a fruit and vegetable vendor for a lifetime, she knew a lot about red strawberries. The taste was similar. However, when she picked up a strawberry and tasted it, she also revealed an incredulous expression. The taste of this strawberry was really beyond her expectations. After eating it, it actually left a lingering taste in her mouth. It was unforgettable. She could not believe that she was eating strawberries. Not to mention Zhao Moqing, who had worked as a vegetable for her entire life. She had definitely eaten and tasted a lot of strawberries every year, but the taste of those strawberries was far inferior to the one her son had taken out. Qin Lin looked at Zhao Moqing and his mother, who were washing the dishes in the kitchen, and smiled. When Mo Qing arrived, his mother smiled more and was in a good mood. Smiling more and maintaining a good mood was good for his mother's health. His mother clearly wanted to help him marry Mo Qing, but her family situation was helpless. Therefore, she had to pay for a house as soon as possible and place the marriage certificate in front of her mother before bringing Mo Qing home. This was probably what he wanted to do the most now. It could be said that he had no ambition. There was always something more important in life than ambition. With this in mind, he looked at the game screen. He wished he could raise his game character to the maximum and plant all the red strawberries. He would earn millions a day. When Qin Lin was about to send Zhao Moqing back, Lin Fen followed him to the district downstairs and kept reminding him, Xiao Lin, remember to send Moqing home safely. Ride slowly on the way. Mom, I understand. Qin Lin replied with a smile and drove Zhao Moqing out of the district. Zhao Moqing lived in Mingyuan district in the East City. Qin Lin stopped the car in the district. Just the environment alone felt different from the old district he had rented. This was one of the best districts in Yucheng County. The house price had already reached 14,000 yuan per square meter. The house was 120 square meters and had been renovated for more than 2 million yuan. Many houses in the provincial capital only cost 2 million yuan. It could be seen how exaggerated the housing prices in this small city were. Every time he came here, he had to consider a problem. Under normal circumstances, if he wanted to buy a house here, he had to scrimp and save first and spend 3 to 5 years to repay his family's external debts. If there was no way to earn money during this period to get rid of the current situation, it would take another 5 years or even more to gather the down payment. This was on the premise that house prices would not rise again in the future. In the past, every time he came here, he would be a little nervous. He was afraid that he would let Zhao Moqing down. Fortunately, the game in his mind could pull him out of this helpless quagmire. Zhao Moqing seemed to have sensed Qin Lin's emotions. She did not get out of the car but pressed her face against his back. Qin Lin, why don't we lay our cards on the table with our family? I want to fight for a future with you. Qin Lin knew that Zhao Moqing was telling him that she was determined. She had mentioned this topic more than once. He grabbed Zhao Moqing's hand and promised, didn't I say to give me some time? Don't worry, I have a new business recently. I've done some wholesale and earned more than before. I'll be able to bring you home soon. Really? Really? Yes, I believe you. These simple words showed her confidence in Qin Lin. The two of them cuddled for a while before Qin Lin handed the other 2 caddies of red strawberries of quality 2 to Mo Qing. There's more? Zhao Moqing was surprised. The strawberries earlier were too delicious. Lin Fen and her had finished them all. Qin Lin nodded. Yes, as long as you like it. Zhao Moqing was naturally happy. She kissed Qin Lin heavily before going upstairs reluctantly. When she returned home, she realized that her mother, Chen Xiao, and sister-in-law, Li Jiwen, were watching television in the hall. Mo Qing, you're back. Li Jiwen was the same age as Zhao Moqing. She did makeup and was dressed very fashionably. When she saw her sister-in-law return, she smiled and said, Mo Qing, come and try it. I got someone to buy imported strawberries for you. They cost 200 yuan a caddy. This kind of strawberry is very rare. With that, she picked up a strawberry and placed it beside Zhao Moqing's mouth. Zhao Moqing cooperated and opened her mouth. Li Jiwen stuffed the strawberry into Zhao Moqing's mouth and asked, how does it taste? It's not bad, right? Zhao Moqing ate this strawberry and looked at her sister-in-law strangely. Jiwen, this strawberry is 200 yuan a caddy? Have you been deceived? Li Jiwen asked in confusion. How is that possible? My good friend from university helped me buy it. Isn't it delicious? Zhao Moqing did not speak. She took out a strawberry from the bag in her hand and handed it to Li Jiwen. Open your mouth. When Li Jiwen saw the red strawberry, she also opened her mouth to bite it and was stunned. This was because it was much more delicious than the strawberries she had bought. Moqing, where did you buy this strawberry? How much does it cost to taste so good? It should be very expensive, right? It shouldn't be expensive. Zhao Moqing did not ask about the price of the strawberries and said vaguely, this was given to me by Qin Lin. It must be cheap in his shop. It should be 20 yuan a caddy. 20 yuan a caddy? When Li Jiwen heard this price, she was depressed. What, 200 yuan a caddy of strawberries isn't as delicious as 20 yuan? Moqing, I think I've really been deceived. I was even deceived by 200 yuan. I can't be her best friend anymore. As she spoke, her hand had already reached into the bag in Zhao Moqing's hand. The strawberries she bought did not smell good anymore, but the ones her sister-in-law brought back smelled good. When Chen Xiao heard Qin Lin's name, he frowned and asked, how has Qin Lin been recently? Mom, Qin Lin has been doing wholesale recently. He'll get better and better. Zhao Moqing actually did not know what Qin Lin meant by wholesale, but she could only say that Qin Lin was good. Furthermore, she ran to her room after saying that, not wanting them to pester her about this problem. Li Jiwen said, Mom, actually, Qin Lin is a good person. He's hardworking and good to Moqing. Chen Xiao sighed and said, I know he's not bad, but it's not like you don't know his family. How much hardship will Moqing have to suffer after marrying him? Li Jiwen did not answer. The next day, Qin Lin woke up and picked the ripe watermelon and strawberries from the morning. Then, he planted new seeds. After washing up and eating breakfast, he went to the warehouse immediately and moved the watermelons out of the game. He then sent the watermelons Lu Desheng and the others had ordered. Xiao Qin, let me tell you something. When Lu Desheng was done, he asked in embarrassment, the price of watermelons has already decreased. Can your wholesale price still be 20 cents cheaper? Hearing this news, Qin Lin frowned slightly. Had the price of the watermelon begun to drop? He had expected the price of watermelons to drop. The price of watermelons soared every July and August, and the price of watermelons began to drop at the end of September. However, had the price of watermelons in Yucheng County's wholesale market dropped so early this year? After some careful thought, he roughly knew the reason. After all, with his participation, there were more than 800 watermelons and more than 9,000 caddies a day. The market in this small county must have suffered a little. In that case, he had to consider planting other things. Once the price of watermelons decreased, they would become less and less valuable toward the end. In the end, one caddy would not be worth $1, and there would not be much profit. Indeed, when the goods were delivered in the evening and the settlement was done, Manager Chen also mentioned lowering the price. This made him even more determined to stop planting watermelons. As soon as the news was released, he sent a message to those bosses. The rough content was that, The watermelons planted by the son of second grandpa's nephew have been sold out. Everyone can go to the market tomorrow to wholesale the watermelons. He did not feel guilty about suddenly stopping supplying. He was in business and had not signed a long-term supply contract. After he was done, he immediately looked at T. He game screen in his mind and controlled the game character to leave the ranch. He went to the seed shop in the ore town to see if any crops that could be planted on the primary land were more expensive than watermelons. At the same time, he went online to investigate the price of these crops. Naturally, he had to choose one that was suitable, safe, and expensive. After searching for a long time, he really found a very suitable one. That was the okra. The okra was the most expensive among the primary land crops, similar to the ripe watermelon. The key was that the okra was a seed crop, not a seedling crop. Like watermelons, it was highly secretive and not troublesome. Now, the wholesale price of one caddy in their southern region had already reached more than 6 yuan. His cost was the money to buy the seeds. He did not ask for much. 6 yuan a caddy was enough. At the thought of this, he went to the seed shop and bought another bag of okra seeds. When he returned home, he entered the game and placed the okra seeds in the seed storage box. Then, he exited the game and controlled the game character to shovel the watermelon seeds he had planted previously and plant the okra seeds on the 24 plots. When he woke up early in the morning, the strawberries and okra in the game had already ripened. Red and green dotted the ground. Qin Lin immediately controlled his game character to pluck it and place it in the storage room. Then, with a thought, he entered the game. In the storage room, the 2 crops had been sorted. Strawberries. 302 caddies, quality 1. Strawberries. 2 caddies, quality 2. It was not much different from before. Okra. 1,500 caddies, quality 1. Okra. 4 caddies, quality 2. In other words, each plot of land had an average harvest of more than 60 caddies of okra. If he sold it wholesale at 6 pieces, this batch could earn 9,000 yuan. This was already more than the income of 2 batches of watermelons. Qin Lin picked up the quality 1 and 2 okra again. The quality 2 okra was clearly darker and bigger. However, he could still see the note. Okra. Quality 1, okra is a special crop. It has the attribute of medicine. Milk modulation +1, smooth filtering +1, kidney filling +1. Okra. Quality 2. This is high quality okra. It has a medicinal attribute and is extremely effective. It can be used to nourish the kidneys and nourish the body. Milk modulation +2, smooth filtering +2, kidney filling +2. Qin Lin looked at the notes in surprise. He knew that okra was very nutritious, but this was the first time he knew the exact effect. This time, the milk modulation effect should be able to make children eat better and fill them up. It would also make women healthy. It should be that the smooth filtering was for urination that was like water dripping from a tap. It was effective in curing this. There was no need to explain the kidney filling. All men should understand that this effect and masculinity were 2 blessings for men. As for this quality 2 okra, its effects actually increased by 2. When he thought of the +2 attribute effect of the watermelon and strawberry quality previously, the effect of this quality 2 okra should be very strong, right? Qin Lin went out of the game and washed up before heading to the warehouse. No matter what, he would send the ripe strawberries to the RT Mart first and look for Manager Chen to promote the okra. After sending the 302 pounds of strawberries to the RT Mart, Qin Lin entered the large supermarket and walked straight to Manager Chen's office. When he arrived at Manager Chen's office, he saw a young woman wearing revealing clothes walking out. There were faint strawberry marks on her neck. When she brushed past him, there was still a special smell on her body. Qin Lin smiled ambiguously. All men knew this smell. He did not expect Manager Chen to be so good at playing. When Manager Chen saw that Qin Lin was here, he invited him to sit at the tea table. As he made tea, he asked, "President Qin, has there been an answer to the watermelon price reduction so early?" "Manager Chen, I've stopped producing watermelons. I'm here to talk to you about a new crop today," Qin Lin said with a smile as he placed the small bag of samples he had brought on the tea table. "Okra," Manager Chen subconsciously said. He was familiar with this. He had a tigress wife at home and a little white rabbit mistress outside. He had eaten this often. Men had to make up for everything when they needed to. Qin Lin smiled and said, "Manager Chen, the new product is the okra." "President Qin, how much is the wholesale price of your okra?" "If it's too high, I won't be able to explain to the higher-ups," Manager Chen said with a hint. He naturally wanted Qin Lin to give him a high price so that he could earn money. He was still very satisfied with his collaboration with Qin Lin. The wholesale price was not high, and he had enough benefits. The items were easy to sell, and the price was higher than ordinary. Not only did he get some benefits, but the leaders of the supermarket were also satisfied. Qin Lin understood what he meant and smiled. "Manager Chen, don't worry. I won't make things difficult for you. The wholesale price of my okra is 6 yuan a caddy. It's definitely lower than the market. Furthermore, I can provide about 3,000 caddies a day." When Manager Chen heard the price of 6 yuan a caddy, he immediately said decisively, "President Qin, I want all the okra in your hand." Was this a joke? The wholesale price was only 6 yuan a caddy? The latest news he received was that the wholesale price of the okra in Yucheng County would increase to 7 yuan a caddy in 2 days. It would be even higher in Sand City. Since the other party was willing to set the wholesale price at 6 yuan, there was no reason for him not to buy it. Therefore, even if the Yucheng County branch could not consume 3,000 caddies, it could still be transported to Sand City. Who asked the person in charge of both sides to be the same? As for whether the purchasing manager in Sand City was happy or not, it was none of his business. If he was capable, why don't he find such a source too? Qin Lin also smiled and said, "Okay, then I'll send the okra over to Manager Chen in batches today." Manager Chen smiled and said, "Then the price of President Qin's development ticket will be 50 cents a caddy more. Let me earn some hard money." Qin Lin wanted to complain when he heard this. Hard money? 1 caddy was more than 50 cents. 3,000 caddies was 1,500 yuan, okay? With the addition of the strawberries, it was more than 1,200 yuan. Sitting in the office and playing with women, he had earned more than 2,700 yuan from him in a day. Coupled with what he had earned from others, it was unknown how much he earned in a day. Was this hard work? Then who did not want to work hard? However, Qin Lin left after receiving the answer. In the evening, the strawberries and okra ripened again. The okra weighed more than 1,500 pounds, and the quality 2 was 6 pounds. This way, the quality 2 okra would be 10 caddies. After Qin Lin finished sending the okra and strawberries for the day, he looked for Manager Chen to settle the bill. The bill arrived quickly. 605 caddies of strawberries, 18,150 yuan, 3,000 caddies of okra, and 18,000 yuan. He had earned a total of 36,150 yuan today and was about to break through to 40,000 yuan a day. The balance of his silver card had also reached 242,237 yuan. Qin Lin was in a good mood. When he returned home, he thought of the grade 2 okra. He went to his room and entered the game to take out 2 caddies of quality 2 okra. Then, he went to the kitchen and said to Lin Fen, who was cooking, "Mom, cook this okra later." Lin Fen looked at it and frowned. "Xiao Lin, although you and Moqing are young, you have to control yourself a little. Otherwise, you won't be able to recover from eating this." Qin Lin was a little awkward. "Mom, I just want to try this okra. I've been doing some wholesale business these past few days. This okra is a product. I have to try it myself." This was also a form of backing up so that her mother would not be worried when he took out a large sum of money. It's good to have a way to do wholesale. You can earn more money. Lin Fen did not probe further. She knew that her son had always had his own opinions and had definitely thought about what he wanted to do. The key was that she only knew how to watch the shop and bargain with the customers. She could not give business opinions. 2 caddies of okra with pickled vegetables were very delicious. Qin Lin had never been disappointed in his mother's cooking. He did not feel anything after eating the grade 2 okra, but as time passed, he was surprised. A warm and comfortable feeling began to appear on his waist. The effect of filling his kidney with +2 seemed to be very obvious. However, after a night of digestion, Qin Lin was in a difficult position the next morning. Because a flagpole had been erected for the entire morning. However, when he got up, his mental state had gone up another level. This was the feeling of a vigorous person like him. At Manager Chen's age, he was already a little weak. Furthermore, he was raising a little white rabbit outside. The feeling after eating it would definitely be stronger, right? Qin Lin stood up and stretched. This quality 2 okra was really effective. It could even be used as a pill, but it still had no side effects and could nourish the kidneys. Then, he looked at the screen in his mind as usual and picked the okra and strawberries to plant new seeds. After breakfast, Qin Lin went to the warehouse and sent this batch of ripe okra and strawberries to the RT Mart before returning to the shop to rest. The shop was already empty. He bought a recliner and lay down, feeling very comfortable. In the evening, the okra and strawberries ripened again. He went to the warehouse again and took out the okra and strawberries from the game to deliver to the RT Mart again. There were 607 caddies of strawberries today, 3,050 caddies of okra, and 36,510 yuan in income. His balance would also reach 278,747 yuan. This way, he could break through 300,000 yuan in another day. However, when Qin Lin took the list to settle with Manager Chen, he happened to meet the young woman from yesterday again. When he brushed past her, she also had a smell that all men knew. The woman's phone rang, and she picked up the call with a smile. "Hello, hubby. I'm buying groceries. I'll cook for you when I get back." Qin Lin only sighed with emotion. When he entered Manager Chen's office, he saw him holding his waist and spraying air freshener. There was clearly a torn black stocking in the trash can beside him. Qin Lin could only sigh again at how good Manager Chen was at playing. "President Qin, you're here." Manager Chen put down the air cleaner and did not feel awkward. Instead, he enthusiastically led Qin Lin to a seat. Who did not know how to play when a man was a little rich? Many people even used this as capital to show off at the wine table. Who would look down on men? Anyway, men did not suffer. Those who were looked down on were those women who were played. "Manager Chen, this is today's list." Qin Lin handed over the list and the receipt. Manager Chen took the signature and said with a smile, "President Qin, the batch of okra you sent yesterday has already been placed on the shelves. The sales today are also very good. I'll say it again. It'll be sold for 6 yuan per caddy. I'll take as much as you have." "Manager Chen, I can only supply more than 3,000 caddies of this okra every day," Qin Lin said. Suddenly, he thought of something. "However, Manager Chen, I still have some specially cultivated okra. It has a very strong effect on passing water and filling the kidneys. Its effect is even stronger than pills. Do you want to try it?" When he thought of how the other party had covered his waist after playing with the woman, he felt that Manager Chen should be almost at the point of being helpless. He could take back some of the money he had taken from him. "President Qin, this thing is specially cultivated? Is the effect you're talking about true?" Manager Chen's eyes lit up when he heard this. Qin Lin smiled and said, "Manager Chen, why would I lie to you? It's just that the price is a little expensive. One caddy is at least 200 yuan, and it's very difficult to get. I can try to get some." 200 yuan per caddy? So expensive? This was the first time Manager Chen had heard of such expensive okra, but he had the channels. He believed that Qin Lin would not dare to lie to him. Otherwise, if they stopped working together, the other party would feel even more uncomfortable. Therefore, he said, "President Qin, then help me get some. I'll try it first." When he thought of what Qin Lin had said, he was a little eager. Men were always willing to spend some money to make up for these problems. "Okay, I'll go take a look first. If there's anything, I'll send it to Manager Chen later." Qin Lin agreed and left. He deliberately waited for some time before going to the warehouse to take out the 9 caddies of quality 2 okra from the game and went to the RT Mart again. When he entered Manager Chen's office again, Qin Lin opened the bag in his hand with a smile and revealed the quality 2 okra inside. "Manager Chen, these are the okras. There are a total of 9 caddies, so they'll cost 1,800 yuan. Manager Chen looked at the okra and realized that they were indeed different from ordinary okra. They were darker in color and bigger. He just did not know how effective it would be. However, once a man began to feel weak, he had to try. At this moment, men were extremely concerned about S**X. Otherwise, health supplements that had no effect but were expensive to consume would not be so popular. Manager Chen paid the bill readily. Qin Lin suddenly felt that it seemed too cheap to ask for 200 yuan per caddy. The night passed. Qin Lin woke up early in the morning and obtained 2 kilograms of quality 2 okra. After planting the new seeds, he ate some breakfast and sent the batch of ripe okra and strawberries from the morning to the RT Mart. Unexpectedly, Manager Chen came looking for him with a big belly. He pulled him to the side sneakily. "President Qin, do you still have that kind of okra from yesterday?" Quote, question mark, question mark, question mark, quote. Qin Lin was stunned. "Manager Chen, I gave you 9 kilograms. You finished it?" Manager Chen immediately said, "President Qin, I'm not done eating yet. However, it's really effective. Shouldn't I prepare more?" He originally had doubts about the effects of those okra, but after eating last night, his waist did not feel as sore and tired as before when he woke up in the morning. This meant that the okra was really effective. Furthermore, the effect was shocking. He had also investigated the wholesale market the entire morning and wanted to know where Qin Lin got his goods. In the end, he found nothing. He could only look for Qin Lin again. Qin Lin knew the effect of quality 2 okra, but looking at Manager Chen, it meant that the effect of quality 2 okra on such a weak man was stronger than he had expected. Looking at the other party's anxious expression, Qin Lin pretended to be in a difficult position and said, "Manager Chen, you also know that I'm just a middleman. I'm just earning some money. I might not be able to get this kind of special okra, and someone else might have bought it." This made Manager Chen a little anxious. "President Qin, help me. Wasn't it 200 yuan per caddy previously? I can pay 400 yuan per caddy. This is much more useful than those health supplements that are thousands of yuan more expensive." It directly increased to 400 yuan per caddy? Qin Lin was surprised. This old man really cared about sex. As he spoke, Manager Chen stuffed the Chinese cigarette in his hand into Qin Lin's hand. "President Qin, thank you. Okay, then I'll help Manager Chen try." Qin Lin looked at the cigarette in his hand and pretended to be in a difficult position, but he was a little proud in his heart. It seemed like his role with Manager Chen had begun to change. Now, it was the other party who was begging him. Seeing that Qin Lin had agreed, Manager Chen heaved a sigh of relief. After Qin Lin left, he picked up his phone and made a call. He said with a sly smile, "Hello, President Xu. I'm Xiao Chen. I bought a good thing." Qin Lin naturally still had quality 2 okra in his hand. He had harvested another 5 caddies in the morning, but he did not take it out immediately. If Manager Chen was anxious, he was not. Who did not understand the principle of rare goods being sold? 400 yuan per caddy. The okra was ripe this evening. If he could still harvest 5 caddies of quality 2, then just these 10 caddies could be sold for 4,000 yuan. This was taking back all the commission Manager Chen had eaten, and it was much more. It seemed like high-end products were easier to earn money. Qin Lin returned to the market in a happy mood. When he arrived at the entrance of the shop, he saw a group of people watching the show. A few people in urban management uniforms were chasing after the black dog with nets. The black dog kept running. When it was whipped by the city enforcement officers, it let out a shrill and helpless cry at the people around it. It seemed to be looking forward to being saved. Someone had clearly reported it and was here to catch this black dog. After all, many of the guests here were housewives who would bring their children along for fear of being hurt by stray dogs. Previously, many stray dogs on the market had already been euthanized. Stray dogs could easily find food on the market, but they could also easily lose their lives. There was no choice. There were too many irresponsible owners and too many stray dogs. A while ago, there was a young female vet who was cursed online for euthanizing 800 stray dogs. Anxiety, uneasiness, and fear. The black dog dodged in a sorry state, its eyes filled with helplessness. Suddenly, it discovered a familiar smell. When it saw Qin Lin return, its eyes seemed to have a hint of color. It barked at Qin Lin and rushed toward him anxiously. This also gave the city enforcement officers a chance. They wrapped a net around the black dog's head and pulled the rope, binding its neck tightly. Woof! The black dog's eyes revealed fear as it barked at Qin Lin in panic. There was anticipation and desire in its eyes. A city enforcement officer came forward with a cage. The few of them worked together to lock the black dog in. The black dog continued to bark at Qin Lin. It only let out a disappointed whimper when the cage door closed. Its entire body seemed to have lost its strength as it drooped its head and lay down. It seemed to have given up. Its eyes seemed to have lost their color, but there was a hint of anticipation in the corner of its eyes as it inadvertently stared in Qin Lin's direction. Qin Lin accurately felt its gaze. That gaze made him sigh helplessly and walk toward the city enforcement officers. He had been used to seeing this black dog every day recently. Furthermore, it was not like he could not raise a dog now. The black dog seemed to have noticed Qin Lin's actions and suddenly stood up again. Anticipation returned to its eyes. Qin Lin walked to the city enforcement officer in the lead. "Captain Liu, this black dog is fated with me. Can you let it go? I'll adopt it." As he spoke, he secretly stuffed the Chinese cigarette that Manager Chen had given him into the city enforcement car. Its boss Chen, Captain Liu, often came to the market to do things. He probably knew all the shop owners here. Looking at the Chinese cigarette, he said to Qin Lin calmly, "Boss Qin, since you've said so, we're not heartless. However, if you want to adopt it, you should bring it for a vaccine and a checkup. At the same time, you can get a dog certificate. They're very strict now, so don't make things difficult for us." Qin Lin nodded and promised, "Don't worry, Captain Liu. I'll bring it to get a vaccine later and get the dog certificate done as soon as possible." Captain Liu then nodded at the other city enforcement officers. Actually, he could also see that this dog was a little different, so he treated it as a favor. When Qin Lin and a city enforcement officer arrived at the cage, the black dog seemed to have realized something. It whined at him and spun anxiously in the cage. The moment the cage opened, it rushed out as quickly as possible and arrived at Qin Lin's feet. It rubbed its head against his leg crazily. Qin Lin felt the black dog's emotions and squatted down to pat its head to comfort it. Woof! The black dog's barking became high and excited. Captain Liu quickly left with his men. When Qin Lin saw that he was free, he planned to bring the black dog for a vaccine and drive away the insects. Adopting a stray dog was the prerequisite, and it had to be done. There was a pet shop not far from the market. Qin Lin called out to the black dog, and it followed closely. When he arrived at the pet shop, the boss was a slovenly man with a stubble. He was carefully grooming a pet dog. This scene was a little funny. A man who did not care much about his image had cleaned up a dog beautifully. "We have a guest." The man saw Qin Lin and greeted him. Qin Lin smiled and said, "Boss, help me check this dog and clean it up. Give it a vaccine and drive away the bugs." When the man saw the black dog, he was immediately interested. "This is a stray dog, right?" Qin Lin nodded and said, "It has been staying here for a while. I'm going to adopt it." The man was a little surprised. "Brother, you're very lucky. The stray dog choosing its master means that it has intelligence, and it also means that you give it a strong sense of security. It also wants a warm home. Obviously, you didn't disappoint it." As soon as the man spoke, he seemed to be unable to stop talking. However, his hands did not stop. He pulled the black dog into check. Then, he took a shower, expelled insects, and shot the vaccine skillfully. This process took more than an hour. The black dog, who had taken a shower, had completely changed. It was full of energy. Its fur was no longer gray and sticky. It had become lustrous and was quite good-looking. The boss said in surprise, "Brother, this is a princess. It has already been sterilized. It should have been a pet in the past, but for some reason, it was abandoned. The breed is a black wolfhound. It's also the smartest and most loyal dog. Treat it well. It won't let you down. It's not easy for a stray dog to choose another master. When you accept it, you'll be the only one in its entire world. A woman will leave you and hurt you. It won't. Besides, it's easy to satisfy. As long as you pour your feelings into it, it won't leave you. It won't be as difficult to fill as a woman." Quote. Qin Lin opened his mouth. In the beginning, he still felt that the boss was talking about a dog. Later on, he felt that the boss was not only talking about a dog, but he was also a man with a story. As the boss spoke, he sighed silently and said to Qin Lin, 200 yuan for a shower, 50 yuan for an insect repellent, 100 yuan for a vaccine, and 50 yuan for a checkup. A total of 400 yuan. When Qin Lin heard this price, he could not help but sigh. It was F*C King expensive. Perhaps he understood why this boss would use so much effort to tidy up the dog so nicely. It was all money. The boss asked, "Do you want another dog leash? It's strict now. It's best to bring a dog leash with you when you go out. Also, bring 2 bags of dog food back." Qin Lin nodded and said, "Then give me another dog leash and 2 packets of dog food." The boss took out a dog chain and 2 packets of dog food from the counter and handed them to Qin Lin. He said, 50 yuan for the dog chains, 300 yuan for the dog food, it's a total of 750 yuan. Qin Lin now knew why there were so many stray dogs in Yucheng County. He had spent 750 yuan just like that. The average salary in Yucheng County was only 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. It would definitely be a lot of pressure to raise a pet. Therefore, he could not raise a dog on a whim, or it would harm others and himself. After paying, Qin Lin picked up the dog leash and wanted to put it on for the black dog. Unexpectedly, the black dog took the initiative to lean its head in front of him and was extremely cooperative. When the boss saw this, he sighed with emotion. This dog is really smart. With some training, it might even become an internet celebrity. Unfortunately, it chose you as its master. When the black dog walked out of the pet shop, it was clearly more energetic and valiant because it knew that it had a home again. Next, Qin Lin led the black dog to the district committee. To get a dog certificate, the district committee had to sign it and keep a record. In addition, he had to get his own ID information. Finally, he had to go to the police station to register his dog. Since he had decided to adopt the black dog, no matter if it was for himself or the dog, he had to do it. However, these were also very cumbersome and troublesome. In the evening, the strawberries and okra in the game were ripe again. He could only continue with the certificate tomorrow. Then, he returned to the shop and picked the strawberries and okra in the game first. He obtained 5 caddies of quality 2 okra. After planting the new seed, he placed the black dog in the shop and went to the warehouse to move everything out of the game. After sending this batch to the RT Mart, there were a total of 610 caddies of strawberries and 3,110 caddies of okra today. This time, Manager Chen came down personally again. "President Qin, are you done?" Manager Chen asked with a smile. He took the initiative to take the list and sign it for him, appearing very enthusiastic. Qin Lin naturally knew the other party's motive. He smiled and went to the back of the 3-wheeler to take out a bag and handed it to Manager Chen. "Manager Chen, there are 5 caddies of specially cultivated okra here. I spent a lot of effort to get some from another person." He did not take out all the 10 caddies of quality 2 gumbo. The more anxious Manager Chen was, the more he wanted to keep him in suspense. Manager Chen took the 5 caddies of quality 2 gumbo with a happy expression. He pulled Qin Lin to the side and whispered, "President Qin, I've troubled you this time. Can you put in more effort in the future? As long as you can help me get some every day, I'll give it to you according to the invoice price." This meant that he did not want the commission anymore. It seemed like Manager Chen had invested a lot for S**X. Therefore, when Qin Lin left, he settled a little more and paid by invoice. Strawberries were priced at 32 yuan, 610 caddies at 19,520 yuan, okra at 6 yuan and 50 fen, and 3,110 caddies at 20,215 yuan. Coupled with Manager Chen's 5 caddies of quality 2 gumbo at 2,000 yuan, he earned a total of 39,735 yuan a day. His daily income was almost 40,000 yuan. His bank balance officially exceeded 300,000 yuan, reaching 318,482 yuan. When he returned to the market, Qin Lin opened the shutter door. The black dog barked and ran to his feet to welcome him. "Let's go, I'll bring you home." Qin Lin took 2 bags of dog food and walked out with the dog leash. Woof! The black dog seemed to understand and was a little excited. When he arrived at the electric car, he was feeling vexed about how to get the dog to cooperate with him and get into the car when he saw the dog suddenly stand at the electric car's step. Its legs were upright, and its front legs were placed on the front of the car. It did not forget to whine at him as if it was reminding him to hurry up. Qin Lin had seen a certain short video previously. Some dogs seemed to have become spirits. He thought that the video was man-made, but now, he believed that some dogs had really become spirits. Riding on the electric scooter, Qin Lin brought this new member of the family home. Woof, woof. When Qin Lin arrived at his house and opened the door with the key, the black dog barked even more happily. Xiao Lin, why did you bring a dog back? Lin Fen looked at the black dog that had entered and asked curiously. Mom, it's a long story. Qin Lin told her about the black dog. So, I adopted it now. When Lin Fen heard Qin Lin's words, she squatted down and touched the black dog's head. The black dog cooperated and reached out its head, even licking Lin Fen's palm. How smart! Lin Fen could not help but praise. She then said to Qin Lin, Xiao Lin, then raise it well. As the saying goes, pigs bring poverty, and dogs bring Wang Kai. This dog might be for our god of Wang Kai. By the way, what's its name? Name? I don't know yet. Qin Lin also felt that he had adopted this dog and should give it a name. He said, since you're here to give me Wang Kai, then call it Wang Kai. Then let's call it Wang Kai. Lin Fen smiled and called it Wang Kai. When the black dog heard Lin Fen call it, it was clearly a little stunned. However, this dog was smart. It seemed to have realized that she was calling it and immediately barked in response. After dinner, Qin Lin found a pot and poured dog food for Wang Kai. Lin Fen also found a paper box and opened it for Wang Kai to sleep in. The house was small, so this was the only way. When he returned to his room, Qin Lin saw that the grass in the game had grown again and cleaned it up. Then, he chatted with Zhao Moqing on WeChat and told her about Wang Kai. The next day, Qin Lin woke up and looked at the game in his mind immediately. He put away the ripe strawberries and okra and planted new seeds. When he opened the door, he saw that Wang Kai was already squatting outside his door. When it saw him, it whimpered and ran over to rub his leg. It woke up early in the morning and squatted at your door, but it's very sensible. It didn't even bark. Lin Fen came out with porridge and praised Wang Kai. Qin Lin smiled and touched Wang Kai's head. This dog was really good at stirring up trouble. After eating 2 bowls of porridge, Qin Lin greeted his mother and prepared to go to the warehouse to retrieve the goods. Woof, woof. Wang Kai whimpered and ran out the door. It even bit the dog chain and reached out to his hand, as if it was telling him not to leave it behind. Qin Lin originally wanted to leave the dog at home, but when he saw this, he could only hold the dog leash and bring it out. He rode the scooter to the market and changed into a 3-wheeled truck. He placed Wang Kai in the truck and headed to the warehouse. As soon as he arrived at the warehouse and locked the door, he entered the game with a thought and disappeared. Woof! Wang Kai looked at the place where he had disappeared and stood up. He ran over suddenly and turned around anxiously and frantically, using his legs to pull at the ground where he had disappeared. When Qin Lin came out with a basket of strawberries, the dog took 2 steps back in shock. Seeing that Qin Lin was about to pounce on him excitedly, Qin Lin had already put down the basket and disappeared again. After 2 or 3 times, the dog seemed to be stunned. After taking out this batch of strawberries and okra from the game and moving them into the car, Qin Lin brought the dog to the RT Mart to deliver the goods. 2 hours had passed since he finished his work. After lunch, Zhao Moqing came over. Last night, she had talked about the dog on WeChat and specially came over to see Wang Kai. Qin Lin went forward to welcome her immediately and hugged her to kiss her. When Wang Kai saw this scene, it seemed to understand something. It felt like it had to show some affection, so it ran to Zhao Moqing's feet and rubbed against her leg. Qin Lin, is it Wang Kai? Zhao Moqing squatted down in surprise and hugged the dog's neck. Wang Kai whined at Zhao Moqing, acting cute to curry favor. Zhao Moqing looked at the dog and could not help but take out her phone to take a selfie with it. Wang Kai actually grinned and leaned forward, as if it was cooperating with Zhao Moqing. What surprised Zhao Moqing even more was that the dog could cooperate with her in a few poses. This made her smile like a flower. Qin Lin, Wang Kai is so smart. I like it too much. Qin Lin looked at this scene in surprise. Dogs definitely would not know this, unless someone had often asked it to cooperate with photos in the past. This dog should really be intelligent. It seemed to know how to please the people around him, from his mother to Zhao Moqing. Zhao Moqing teased Wang Kai for a while and instructed Qin Lin to take good care of it before leaving for work. Clearly, she had also fallen for this dog in a short time. Qin Lin lay down on the recliner and controlled the game character to walk around the game map to see if any game missions had been triggered. However, the mission was not triggered. When the game character returned to the ranch, he suddenly saw a person in a conversation appear in front of him. Was this the plot? Qin Lin immediately controlled the game character to talk to the other party with his mind. Only then did he know that this person was called Zach, the receiver of the game. Zach. Because the fruits and vegetables sold by the game characters promote the economy of Ore Town, I hope you will work harder. Zach also sent a fishing rod and a bag of bait, telling him that he could fish by the river. There were many wild fish markets in the river that was very popular. In the game, after Zach left, Qin Lin also realized that there was an additional fishing rod and a bag of bait in the game character's toolbox. This was a new function. Qin Lin knew where the river was and immediately controlled his game character to go to the river across the pasture. He took the bait and threw out the fishhook. Then, he waited. After a while, he received a game notification. A fish had taken the bait. He immediately controlled the game character to pull the hook. A moment later, a fish was pulled up. He controlled the game character to untie the fish and send it to the storage room. He received a notification. You have caught a wild bass, quality 2. Qin Lin knew about the wild bass. It was considered very famous for its nourishment. For example, his mother was weak, but the bass was very nutritious. Not only could it replenish protein, but it was also effective for strengthening the spleen, moisturizing, and blood circulation. He often bought bass to nourish his mother's body, and ordinary wild bass could be sold for 30 yuan per catty. However, what surprised Qin Lin was that this random wild bass was of quality 2. During this period of time, he also understood that normal things had no quality. Quality 1 was already one level higher than normal things. Quality 2 was equivalent to 2 levels higher, and they all had +2 attributes. The things produced in the game were at least quality 1. He immediately entered the small toilet in the shop and entered the game. Other than the facilities for storing fruits and vegetables, there were also a few pools in the game storage room. Clearly, they were used to store water. At this moment, one of the pools was already filled with water, and a fish was swimming in it. Qin Lin picked up the net beside him and saw the notes. Wild bass. Quality 2, 10 catties. Remarks. This is a pure wild bass. It's a big fish. There's no pollution from the game. Rich protein +2. Easy to digest and absorb +2. Healthy spleen moistness +2. Active blood circulation +2. Appetizer +2. Delicacy +2. Delicious meat +2. Taste +2. This series of +2 made Qin Lin happy. This could be used to nourish his mother. Furthermore, this one had grown to a magical 10 catties. It took at least 3 years for a bass to grow more than 5 catties, and it took even longer for a wild bass. Wild bass above 10 catties was almost rare. Because of environmental pollution and manual hunting, 2 or 3 catties on the market were considered big. The common ones were even less than 1 catty. He had seen a news article about a wild fishing competition. An 11.5 catty wild bass king was sold for more than 200 yuan per catty. He had caught 10 catties of pure wild bass, and it was even of quality 2. It was a really big fish that others could not buy even if they had money. The game was awesome. Qin Lin was a little excited to catch such a big fish. He exited the game and controlled his character to fish by the river again. Not long after, another fish took the bait. You have caught a wild bass, quality 1. For the rest of the time, Qin Lin controlled his game character to fish by the river. From time to time, a notification sounded. You have caught a wild black carp, quality 1. You have caught a wild grass carp, quality 1. You have caught a wild bass, quality 1. In the beginning, Qin Lin controlled the game character and caught a fish almost immediately. At this rate, he might be able to catch hundreds of fish in an afternoon. However, while the idea was good, the reality was a little cruel. As time passed, it would take longer and longer to catch a fish. When he caught more than 30 fish, a notification appeared in the game. There don't seem to be any fish in the river. Please wait for the refresh to resume. Quote? Qin Lin complained. It was just a game. Why was it being so serious? Couldn't it let the players fish endlessly? This really affected the gaming experience. Seeing that he could not fish anymore, Qin Lin controlled the game character to put away the fishing rod and bait. Then, he entered the small toilet in the shop again and entered the game with a thought. When he arrived at the storage room, there was already a group of fish swimming in a pool. There was also an information board beside the pool that recorded the number of fish. He had caught a total of 35 fishes, 15 of which were wild bases, 10 wild grass carps, and 10 wild black carps. Wild grass carps and wild black carps could also be sold for 20 yuan per catty because these two fishes were quite nutritious. Furthermore, these 10 wild grass carps and 10 wild black carps were more than 10 catties. Wild grass carps and wild black carps were relatively large. It was also common to see more than 10 catties of wild grass carps and wild black carps in the market. However, if there were more than 20 to 30 catties of wild grass carps and wild green carps, it would be very rare in modern society. When Qin Lin looked at the specific information of these fish, 4 fishes surprised him. Wild bass. Quality 2, 12 catties. Wild bass. Quality 2, 11 catties. Wild black carp. Quality 2, 25 catties. Remarks. This is a pure wild black carp. It's a big fish. There's no pollution from the game. Nourishment +2, healthy spleen healthy stomach +2, liver nourishment brightness +2, moisture and medium +2, severe malaria +2, delicious +2, taste +2. Wild grass cap. Quality 2, 31 catties. Remarks. This is a pure wild grass carp. It's a big fish and has no pollution to the game products. Weak body and stomach -2, liver hyperactivity -2, high blood pressure -2, headache and tinnitus -2, deliciousness +2, taste +2. Looking at these 4 big goods, Qin Lin could not help but be surprised. The 3 types of wild fishes of quality 2 seemed to be considered high quality. They were above 10 catties of bases, 20 catties of black carps, and 30 catties of grass carps. This size could be called a fish king in the wild fishing competition. More importantly, with the attribute bonus of quality 2, the wild fishes he caught were far superior to those fish kings. It could be said that if these 4 fishes were sold, many rich people with weak or sick bodies at home would be willing to pay an expensive price. These kinds of goods could not be bought with money. After all, it was difficult to even buy normal wild goods. Qin Lin looked at the other 31 fishes. They were also of quality 1. This kind of wild fish was different from ordinary fishes, and it was not difficult to determine. This was because the difference was very big. The wild fishes were slender, fat, and round. Their body color was also different. The wild fishes were lighter, the breeding color was darker, and the feces were even more different. The smell of wild fish feces was lighter, and the breeding was heavier. However, there were not many wild fishes. Qin Lin was not in a hurry to resolve them, especially the 4 big fishes. These things were left for his mother to nourish her body. In the evening, after the strawberries and okra matured, Qin Lin went to the warehouse to move the things out of the game and sent them to the RT Mart again. Today, the strawberries earned a total of 18,505 yuan, and the okra was 19,870 yuan. The balance on his card had reached 356,787 yuan. After delivering the goods, he returned to the shop to pick up Wang Kai. Qin Lin also entered the game. He picked up the 12 catty wild bass and brought it out of the game with a rope. This one had been chosen to bring back to nourish his mother. When they returned home, Qin Lin said to Lin Fen, "Mom, what do you think? It's for you to nourish your body. Such a big bass. Is it a wild bass?" Lin Fen could not help but be surprised when she received the 12 catties of bass. She naturally knew that such a big wild bass was very expensive. This thing only grew 1 catty every few years, and it was difficult to buy even with money. Some people were so lucky that they could not even bear to eat one. Instead, they chose to sell it for a sum of money. It was so big that it probably cost more than 2,000 yuan. Of course, this was because she did not know that this fish had attributes. At the thought of this, she complained, "Xiao Lin, why are you so extravagant? I don't need to eat such expensive things." "Mom, don't worry. I've earned a lot from wholesale recently. Our family can afford this. I'll kill the fish, I want to try such a big wild bass too, Qin Lin said as he carried the 12-catty bass into the kitchen. Actually, when he heard his mother's complaints, his heart was warm. In the past, his parents had nagged him until he felt annoyed. Now that his father had passed away, he could only miss that kind of nagging. Now that he had his mother to nag him, he had to cherish her. Lin Fen could only follow her into the kitchen. Killing the fish was not difficult for Qin Lin. He quickly handled the fish. However, the mother and son clearly could not finish 12 catties of fish. They could only make half of it and put the other half in the fridge. Coincidentally, there was tofu at home. Lin Fen's best dish was the bass tofu soup. The milky white soup made from ordinary wild bass was very delicious. The bass produced by this game had a taste of +2 and was delicious +2. It would taste even better. The truth did not disappoint Qin Lin. After the wild bass tofu soup was done, he took a small sip and his eyes lit up. The taste and texture were really too delicious. Even the chefs from 5-star and international hotels who used all kinds of seasonings to make it could not compare. Yes, the fish tastes so good today. Lin Fen was surprised after eating it. She had eaten a lot of basses, but she had never eaten anything so delicious. Had her skills improved? Furthermore, after eating a bowl, she inexplicably felt a warm current flowing through her blood vessels and meridians. She felt much better. She did not know if she was hallucinating, but she was indeed more comfortable and relaxed. After eating a bowl of fish, Qin Lin also felt a hint of warmth. That feeling was very real. If he did not know that this bass had the attribute of living blood circulation +2, he would have thought that he had become a martial arts expert and that internal energy had appeared in his body. However, it was effective so quickly. It was simply as shocking as the quality 2 okra. Qin Lin felt satisfied after eating a bowl of bass soup this time. He immediately got himself another bowl. Lin Fen picked up a piece of fish for Wang Kai. After eating, the dog also licked the fish bones. By the way, Xiao Lin, I have something to tell you. Lin Fen suddenly said to Qin Lin, you also know that Qin Ren is getting engaged. Your father even borrowed 50,000 yuan from his family for his illness. This time, he's also looking for someone else to borrow the betrothal gift. The other party knew about our family's situation and didn't come to ask for a debt. Although our family doesn't have the money to repay him, we can't pretend not to know. Go to his house tonight and ask if there's anything you can help with. Qin Lin nodded and said, okay, I'll go over and take a look later. Qin Ren was his childhood friend. In the past, he had lived in an old house in the countryside and learned photography at university. Now, he had opened an advertising and planning studio in Yucheng County with his friend. Be it advertising or wedding planning, he took on all kinds of jobs. When his father was sick, the Fang family lent them 50,000 yuan without hesitation. This was also the greatest favor to their family. Now that he was engaged, he could return the 50,000 yuan to him tonight. There were also other people whom his family had borrowed money from. If they had the ability, they had to return it as soon as possible. What he borrowed was kindness, and what he returned could not be resentment. Therefore, he had to find a time to return the money to the other creditors. After dinner, Qin Lin entered the game and took out the 31 catty quality 2 wild grass carp. When visiting someone else's house, he had to bring some gifts. Qin Ren's father had high blood pressure. This quality 2 wild grass carp had a -2 effect on high blood pressure. It was a little strenuous to grab a 31 catty fish, and it was very slippery. When Qin Lin passed through the fish rope and picked it up, the fish was still struggling. Most importantly, it was so strong that it almost fell out of his hand. Fortunately, after a moment of stalemate, the fish lost its strength and could only open its mouth and let itself be controlled. Qin Ren's house was the residence of a top scholar. The position was good, but it was not in the center of the city. When he arrived at Qin Ren's house, there were still 4 people inside. Qin Ren's parents, Uncle Shuigan and Auntie Shuigan, as well as 2 young girls. One of the girls was Qin Ren's girlfriend, Liao Li, a nurse from the county hospital. She had actually lived with Qin Ren long ago. As for the other girl, she should be Liao Li's best friend or relative. Xiao Lin, you're here? Qin Shuigan was clearly in a good mood. After all, his son was about to get engaged. However, The next moment, his gaze was attracted by the big fish in Qin Lin's hand. Or rather, as soon as Qin Lin entered, everyone's gaze was attracted by the 31 catty grass carp. Ordinary people rarely saw such a big grass carp. Qin Lin held the fish. The entire fish head had to be above his waist, or the fishtail would scrape the ground. Qin Ren ran forward in surprise. Damn, Lin Zi, where did you get such a big item? Qin Lin handed the grass carp to Qin Ren and said, "This is good for high blood pressure. It's for Uncle Shuigan." Qin Ren could not help but gesture with the fish. Even Liao Li and the girl could not help but take photos of the fish with their phones. This fish was clearly qualified to show off on their social media platforms. Huh? Qin Shuigan suddenly exclaimed. He looked at the fish carefully and said in surprise, "Xiao Lin, is this a wild grass carp?" "Yes, Uncle Shuigan." Qin Lin nodded and said, "I was lucky to catch this one and sent it to you." When Qin Ren heard this, he immediately said, "Lin Zi, did you catch this fish? You're not good enough. You didn't even bring me to play with such a big fish. Remember to call me for such an event next time." Qin Shuigan frowned and said, "Child, why did you give me such an expensive thing? You can't even buy such a wild item with money. Take it back." "Uncle Shuigan, how can you take back a gift that's sent to your door?" Qin Lin shook his head and quickly changed the topic. "Uncle Shuigan, I came here for something else today. When my father was sick, he borrowed 50,000 yuan from your family. Now that Qin Ren is getting engaged, I'll return the money." "Xiao Lin, where did you get so much money?" Qin Shuigan frowned again and said, "We already have the money for Xiao Ren's engagement. You don't have to be in a hurry to repay the money." However, as he spoke, Qin Lin had already taken out his phone and used WeChat to transfer the 50,000 yuan to Qin Ren. At the same time, he said, "Uncle Shuigan, isn't it only right to repay a debt? If I have money, I naturally have to repay it first." "Dad," Qin Ren handed his phone to Qin Shuigan helplessly. When Qin Shuigan saw this, he could only sigh. He went in and found an IOU before handing it to Qin Lin. "Xiao Lin, you'll be successful. No one in the village is more sensible than you." Auntie Shuigan was also very touched. "Xiao Lin, you're so sensible that it's enviable. If Xiao Ren is half as sensible as you, we can worry less." "Mom, how am I insensible?" Qin Ren asked, clearly unconvinced. "Go away," Auntie Shuigan said unhappily. This scene made the two girls laugh. Qin Lin was stunned for a moment. He drank a cup of tea and asked if Qin Ren needed help with his engagement. Then, he bade farewell and left. Qin Ren and his parents sent him out. In the house, the girl asked Liao Li softly, "Xiao Li, your friend seems like a good catch. He's not bad looking either. Why don't we push WeChat to get to know each other?" She seemed to be interested in Qin Lin after hearing the two elders' praise. How could Liao Li not understand her cousin's thoughts? She whispered, "His name is Qin Lin. He's a very good person, but his family's situation isn't good. He doesn't have a car or a house. He might not even have any savings with this 50,000 yuan. Nah, have you thought it through? Do you really want his WeChat?" "Xiao Li, I was joking with you. You took it seriously." Shu Na immediately laughed when she heard Liao Li's words. What a joke. She was already past the stage of love where she did not care about material things. Okay. She was not bad. Her looks were only basic. If the other party lacked some additional conditions, she would not be stupid enough to hit on him. Liao Li could not help but roll her eyes at her cousin. This woman deserved to be a leftover. A moment later, Qin Ren and his parents returned. Qin Shuigan did not forget to instruct Qin Ren, "Don't tell anyone that Xiao Lin was here to return the money." "Dad, I know." Qin Ren nodded. The father and son knew why Qin Lin was here to repay the money. He must know that their family was short of money for the engagement. He might have even taken out his savings for this 50,000 yuan. However, Qin Lin's family still owed others money. If others knew that he had returned 50,000 yuan in one go, someone would definitely go to his house to nag. Qin Ren continued, "Dad, since Lin Zi brought the fish over, I'll cook some for you tonight and drink some wine to sleep." Qin Shuigan rolled his eyes at his son. How could he not know that he was greedy for good food? However, he nodded. He had really never eaten such a big wild fish. Late at night, after a pot of fish soup was stewed, Qin Ren's family felt comfortable and warm all over after eating. When she woke up the next day, Qin Shuigan felt even more incredulous. Usually, she would have a headache and feel dizzy because of high blood pressure. This morning, she felt much more relaxed and was in better spirits. Qin Lin got up as usual to harvest strawberries and okra before sending them to the RT Mart. In the afternoon, he tried to control his game character to go fishing by the river and realized that he could successfully fish again. In an afternoon, he had harvested 34 fish again. They were also wild bases, wild grass carps, and wild black carps. Furthermore, there were also more than 10 caddies of quality 2 bases, more than 20 caddies of quality 2 grass carps, and 2 black carps. This also allowed him to understand the rules. It seemed like those who reached the size standard were all quality 2, while the others were grade 1. In the evening, the strawberries and okra were delivered again. He earned another 38,216 yuan a day. For the next 3 days, he entered the cycle of planting strawberries, okra, and fishing. Furthermore, Qin Lin had also confirmed it over the past 3 days. Fishing by the river would refresh every afternoon, and he could fish. There were 30 to 40 fish, and then there would be a notification that there were no fish in the river. Including the fish he had caught in the past 2 days, there were a total of 168 fish. Among them, there were 9 fishes that were more than quality 210 caddies, 4 fishes that were more than 20 caddies, and 6 fishes that were more than 30 caddies. He did not deal with these wild fishes for the time being. The fishes he wanted to produce were all alive and wild. It was troublesome to send them away. He planned to save more first. When the time came, he would go out in one go and see if he could continue to look for Manager Chen or go to the seafood market. However, after 3 days, the strawberries and okra brought him 113,648 yuan again. In 3 days, his income was almost 120,000 yuan. Even if he returned 50,000 yuan to Qin Ren's family, he still had more than 410,000 yuan in his card. This was money he had earned in a short time. As the sun set, Qin Lin brought home another 11 caddies of quality 2 wild bases. The fishes in the river could be refreshed in the afternoon. This quality 2 wild goods would not run out. Others could not buy it with money, but he could eat it whenever he wanted. Another big wild base? Lin Fen looked at the fish in her son's hand in surprise. How could she not be surprised? This was the 3rd one her son had brought back these past few days. Such a big wild base could not be bought even if she wanted to. No matter how rich she was, it would be a waste if no one could catch it. However, she had been eating it every day these past few days. Qin Lin smiled and said, "Mom, this is easy to get. I won't lack it in the future." Quote. Lin Fen was not sure if what her son said was true. Who would dare to say that it was easy to get such a wild item? Logically speaking, his son was definitely bragging, but he did bring them home one after another. At night, after dinner, Qin Lin played with Wang Kai for a while. After being adopted, the dog was a little clingy and knew how to please others. It would look at them with its watery eyes and gently rub their legs with its head. Anyone would not be able to help but reach out and rub its head. When he returned to the room, the strawberries and gumbo seedlings in the game were already a little dry and needed to be watered. Qin Lin controlled his game character to water the strawberries and okra seedlings with a bucket and a shower. Then, he began to chat with Zhao Mocheng on WeChat. 2 days passed like this. Early in the morning, Qin Lin sent the ripe strawberries and okra to the supermarket. When he returned to the shop on the market, he had to busy himself in front of the computer. This was because it was time for the fruit and vegetable store to report the tax. Reporting taxes was not the same as paying taxes. Be it a company or an individual operator, they did not have to pay taxes, but they had to report it. Reporting taxes was to report the operating situation, income expenditure, and so on to the tax bureau. If there was no income or the conditions to pay taxes, there was no need to pay taxes. Although he had inherited the fruit shop for more than a year, paying taxes was really unfamiliar to Qin Lin. This was because the fruit shop had some special policies. That was, if the monthly sales did not exceed 100,000 yuan, there was no need to pay value-added tax. With the local support policy, if the sales did not exceed 50,000 yuan, there was no need to pay taxes. His family's small fruit and vegetable shop could earn less than 10,000 yuan a month after paying rent, utilities, and so on. The profit was about 25%, which was not enough to meet the tax conditions. In other words, he had not paid a single tax to the country on his salary until now. He had still been enjoying the national medical insurance and various benefits. To a certain extent, he was a group of people who dragged the country down. He was ashamed. However, he did not miss out on taxes every month. It was his obligation. In order to miss the time, the local tax stipulated that the tax would be reported for the next 2 days. In the past, if they could not meet the tax conditions, some things would pass after being muddled for a while. No one cared, and that was what everyone did. Perhaps not this time. He would definitely have to pay taxes. Otherwise, if his savings soared from more than 4,000 yuan in a short period of time, there would be even more in the future. He would definitely be monitored by the bank. That would be troublesome. Since he had to pay taxes, he naturally had to calculate them first and organize all the invoices during this period. His account was really a little troublesome. An individual operator did not need to pay corporate income tax. However, once it exceeded the tax exemption and value-added tax line, he would have to pay an individual operator's tax and value-added tax. It was probably net profit of no more than 30,000 yuan meant 5% tax. 30,000 yuan to 90,000 yuan was 10% plus 3% VAT. 90,000 yuan to 300,000 yuan was 20% plus 3% VAT. Qin Lin did not know how much tax his fruit shop had to pay now. Although he had earned more than 400,000 yuan from this transaction, taxes would definitely have to be deducted from the market's normal costs. He would not foolishly say that he had no capital. Of course, even if he reported taxes without any capital, the staff reviewers might treat him as a simple-minded person who knew nothing. They might even patiently teach him to calculate the cost and profits of reporting taxes. Even if he wanted to pay more taxes without any capital, they would not dare to do it for him. However, no one was so stupid as to report taxes without any capital. Therefore, he had to tidy up the accounts so that he could declare them. After an entire day, his neck and shoulders were sore. Qin Lin then used the software on the computer to calculate the bill. During this period of time, coupled with today's income, he had sold 186,977 watermelons. His bookkeeping profits were 35,265 yuan. He had sold 147,753 strawberries, and his bookkeeping profits were 36,938 yuan. He had sold 135,165 okra, and his bookkeeping profits were 33,791 yuan. In other words, although he had earned more than 400,000 yuan without any capital, after deducting the normal cost of watermelons, strawberries, and okra, the profit was 105,994 yuan. In other words, the tax he had to pay was best. Some of the 20% individual income tax that exceeded 90,000 plus 3% value-added tax needed to pay more than 20,000 taxes according to the corresponding formula. This really matched the saying that the more one earned, the more one paid. It was no wonder that so many people wanted to avoid taxes. Before this, paying so many taxes at once was really unimaginable to him. In a place like Yucheng County, there were not many people who could earn 20,000 yuan a month, let alone pay more than 20,000 yuan in taxes. However, when he thought of the 300,000 plus unpaid profits, he did not care about the 20,000 plus taxes. After figuring it out, he logged into the tax system like before and began to report taxes online. After some manipulation, he waited for the review to be accepted. The next day, Qin Lin got up and picked the ripe strawberries and okra as usual before planting new seeds. When he opened the door, Wang Kai's cries sounded again before it stuck its head toward him. Qin Lin smiled and reached out to rub Wang Kai's head. The dog was already waiting for him outside his door habitually as if it was waiting for him to wake up. After breakfast, when he left, Wang Kai delivered the dog chain to him. After putting the dog in the shop, he went to the warehouse and sent the ripe strawberries and okra from the morning to the supermarket. After he was done, he returned to the shop and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the news of the successful tax report online. Then, he rode the small electric car to the tax bureau. After receiving the tax, he could go to the tax bureau to collect the checks and pay taxes. He could naturally pay taxes online, but he had to bring information to apply. It was his first time paying taxes, so he naturally had to go to the tax bureau. What Qin Lin did not expect was that as soon as he rode the small electric car to the entrance of the tax bureau and stopped, he saw a familiar Audi stop. Chen Hao got out of the car with his two colleagues and was stunned to see Qin Lin. He did not expect to see Zhao Moqing's husband when he returned from running errands with his colleague. After making things awkward in front of this fellow twice, he disliked him the most. However, Chen Hao looked at his two colleagues beside him and greeted Qin Lin with a smile. "We meet again?" The two colleagues looked at Qin Lin. One of them asked, "Chen Hao, do you know him?" Chen Hao smiled and said, "I guess so. He's Zhao Moqing's husband." When he said this, a strange smile appeared on Chen Hao's face. This was his goal. After knowing that he was interested in Zhao Moqing, his colleagues in the bureau had been asking him how his and Zhao Moqing's progress was. He did not know how to answer. He wanted to take this opportunity to let his colleague know that Zhao Moqing had a husband, and he was even riding an electric scooter. In today's society, those with slightly better family conditions would pay for a car after graduation. They did not have to ride a small electric car. Furthermore, with a wife like Zhao Moqing, she would be too embarrassed to go out on a small electric car, right? That way, everyone's attention would not be on whether he had caught up to Zhao Moqing. They would only feel that Zhao Moqing was a fresh flower stuck in cow dung and had no taste. The two colleagues beside him would quickly spread this gossip. Hearing Chen Hao's words, the two colleagues beside him clearly looked at Qin Lin strangely. Zhao Moqing was a flower in the bureau, but they did not expect her to be married. It seemed like her husband was indeed not good enough. Qin Lin naturally recognized Chen Hao. He did not expect him to greet him. He nodded politely. "Hello, you're picking Moqing up again? But she won't get off work so soon." Chen Hao seemed to be reminding her, but he actually wanted to remind his colleagues that Zhao Moqing's husband always picked her up in a small electric car. "I just reported my taxes. I'm here to pay them." Qin Lin was not stupid. He could hear the faint sense of superiority in the other party's voice. He did not want to care about him and said politely before walking in. Chen Hao and his two colleagues were stunned. Someone said, "Today is the time for individual fruit and vegetable households to report their taxes, right?" Zhao Moqing's husband is also an individual fruit and vegetable household? To be able to reach the tax standards, it seems like his income is not bad. The other person said, "At least 10,000 yuan a month. It's also a high income in Yucheng County. It's possible to earn 20,000 yuan a month if your business is good. It's much better than civil servants in small county cities like ours." How is that possible? He still wants to ride a small electric car at 20,000 yuan a month? Chen Hao frowned. As he muttered in his heart, he looked at the old electric car. He refused to believe it. Qin Lin entered the tax hall. There was no one at this time, so there was no need to queue. Furthermore, most people were already handling the procedures online. They could just hold a phone. Those who still came to the Land Tax Bureau's window to pay taxes were either doing it for the first time or used to paying taxes at the window. They had a psychological distrust and rejection of online procedures. Most of them were elderly individuals. "Sir, please show me your ID information. I'll help you inquire about the printed tax receipt." The staff at the window was a young lady called Li Jiawei. Qin Lin provided his identity card information. He had already reported the taxes online. When he swiped his identity card, he could see the tax information. Chen Hao also appeared inside. He was pretending to take the information mainly to see how much tax Zhao Moqing's husband had to pay. This was a strange mentality. Perhaps he suddenly felt a little indignant that his sense of superiority was gone. Li Jiawei took Qin Lin's identity card. When she swiped the tax information, she clearly exclaimed, "Huh!" It was no wonder she was surprised. The information on it was too unbelievable. He had just graduated from university at the age of 23, right? He had earned 100,000 yuan a month and paid more than 20,000 yuan in taxes. In a place like Yucheng County, it was already very good to earn 100,000 yuan a year at such a young age. The number of people who earned 100,000 yuan a month could be counted on one hand. What kind of quality resource was this for a single woman? She even subconsciously looked up at Qin Lin with a different gaze. Sir, I've already found your tax information. You can scan the code to pay taxes. I'll print the tax receipt for you later. Li Jiawei's tone became even gentler, as if she was displaying her perfect state. Qin Lin also took out his phone and paid the tax. A moment later, an artificial intelligence voice sounded from inside. 24,378 yuan in taxes. When Chen Hao heard this voice, his eyes suddenly widened as 10,000 curses surged through his heart. With so many taxes, he should have earned 100,000 yuan a month, right? A person who earned 100,000 yuan a month rode a small electric car. All right, riding a small electric car without money was called being poor. Riding a small electric car with money was called being low-key. Chen Hao's emotions were extremely complicated. At this moment, Li Jiawei had also printed the receipt and handed it to Qin Lin. Then, she said with a smile, Mr. Qin, our tax bureau has a value-added service. I'm Li Jiawei. We can add each other on WeChat. You can ask me anytime if there's a tax problem. FCK. Chen Hao complained in his heart when he heard this. Was there a ghost in their value-added service? Qin Lin. Why are you here? A crisp voice sounded. Zhao Moqing ran to the window in surprise when she saw Qin Lin. Moqing. Qin Lin wanted to hug and kiss his wife when he saw her, but when he thought of this, he gave up on the thought. Li Jiawei seemed to feel threatened and asked curiously, Moqing, do you know this Mr. Qin? He's her husband. Chen Hao said lightly. What? Li Jiawei was stunned and then felt frustrated. This kind of high-quality man really did not wait for anyone. Someone had struck first at such a young age. No wonder Zhao Moqing ignored a suitor like Chen Hao. She looked at Chen Hao, who relied on his parents and sisters to buy a car. He was really a few streets behind. Quote. Chen Hao seemed to have sensitively noticed Li Jiawei's disdainful gaze. What did she mean? When Qin Lin saw Zhao Moqing, he smiled and said, Moqing, I'm here to report the taxes and pay them. Tax? Zhao Moqing was clearly a little surprised. She knew the situation in Qin Lin's shop. Previously, he did not even have the right to pay taxes. Why was he paying taxes now? He had heard from Qin Lin that he had started a wholesale business. It seemed like his income had increased. Read to before. She was happy for Qin Lin and took the tax certificate from his hand to see how much tax Qin Lin had paid. 24,378 yuan? Zhao Moqing was shocked to see the amount of taxes Qin Lin paid. With so many taxes, Qin Lin should have earned 100,000 yuan this month. She confirmed it again and confirmed that she was not mistaken. She pulled Qin Lin out. When they reached the tax bureau, she could not help but ask, Qin Lin, is this true? Is it so profitable for you to sell it wholesale? Qin Lin smiled and hugged Zhao Moqing's waist. Of course. Besides, I have to work hard for my wife. I want to bring you home as soon as possible. Women were emotional. When Zhao Moqing heard this, she was touched. She could not help but kiss Qin Lin's face hard. Although she was willing to live a difficult life with Qin Lin and had even secretly registered her marriage with him without telling her family, as a woman who did not want their husband to be successful. I'm working overtime tonight. Come pick me up from work. Zhao Moqing looked at Qin Lin with a smile and even reminded him shyly, my parents went back to their hometown today. I can stay the night. I'll book a hotel room later. Qin Lin said subconsciously before Zhao Moqing pinched his waist. Zhao Moqing snorted proudly. I'll go to work first. Qin Lin watched as Zhao Moqing entered the tax bureau and entered the hall again. He applied for the online tax business at Li Jiawei's window. This time, Li Jiawei was a little lukewarm. She was completely different from her previous gentleness and enthusiasm. It made people wonder if she was a relative who had a change of temper. When Qin Lin left the tax bureau, he was in a happy mood that he had never been in before. He even stopped at a pharmacy on a small electric scooter and entered to buy the most expensive small umbrella. He had no choice. Before he could bring Moqing home openly, nothing could happen. Otherwise, when the time came, her parents would definitely explode. When he returned to the market and entered the shop, Qin Lin looked at the game in his mind in surprise. A new plot had happened in the game. Other than daily planting, breeding, and construction, this game also had some plots interspersed. It might be interacting with the residents of Ortown, just like how Zack gave fishing rods and bait. Naturally, the plot could also be triggered by an animal. It was more likely to be triggered by some strange creatures. For example, the short man in front of him. The dwarfs in the depths of the forest seemed to be set up as there were 7 dwarfs in Ortown. They could even invite the dwarfs to work at the ranch. You're the owner of the ranch? I'm Arnie, a dwarf from deep in the forest. I have 7 companions who have settled outside the Ortown. I've been helping them build houses these past few days. I like to fish. I saw you fishing by the river these past few days. Let's compete in fishing? If you win the fishing competition, I'll give you a gift. Seeing that the dwarf had issued a fishing competition, Qin Lin controlled his game character to accept it. Then, his game character automatically followed the dwarf to the river. This time, the game screen by the river was different. After the game screen turned black, it became a competition screen for a small fishing game. The competition was probably to see who caught more fish in a minute. The fishing in this small game was different from his previous fishing. It tested one's reaction speed. When the fish swam past, he would throw out the hook and catch the fish. If it was done with his hands, Qin Lin would really be a little lousy at this game. Now that he was controlling it with his mind, he was really not afraid. Therefore, after the competition began, Qin Lin took the lead indisputably and the competition ended with victory. The game screen returned to normal. The dwarf, Arnie, praised her generously. Your fishing skills are really amazing. I lost. As the winner, I'll give this to you as a prize. I just caught it in the wild. The dwarf gave the game character a special container. There was also a beautiful white-brown fish swimming inside. You have obtained an expensive special wild ornamental fish, wild albino tiger. Wild albino tiger? Qin Lin knew about wild bass, wild grass carp, and wild black carp. He really did not understand ornamental fish. Every time he saw the expensive ornamental fish that others had meticulously raised, his first thought was how was the taste different when steamed and stir-fried. He felt that those people were paying a very high IQ tax. However, now that he had obtained such an expensive wild ornamental fish, he still took out his phone and searched online. The albino tiger was a top-grade variant of the Indonesian tiger. Its characteristics were its dazzling white-brown color and very beautiful appearance. However, wild ones were extremely rare and could only be chanced upon by luck. It was just like how it was not rare to see beautiful women after makeup, surgery, and beauty enhancement. There were really few natural and bare-faced beauties. Of course, this was not the most important thing. When Qin Lin saw the price of this wild albino tiger, he was really a little stunned. Such a fish could be sold for 600,000 yuan? The price of a BMW 5 Series? To an ordinary person like him, it was unimaginable that a fish was equivalent to a BMW 5 Series. More importantly, was this kind of fish still priceless? Any fish that appeared would be snatched by the fish slaves. This could only mean that there were too many people who had money but no place to spend it. Qin Lin entered the game in disbelief and looked at the fish the dwarf had given him. Was such a fish really worth so much money? This was more money than he had earned from working hard to plant watermelons, strawberries, and okra. Wild albino tiger. Quality 2. This is a very beautiful fish. Looks +2, taste +2, delicious +2, desire to buy +2. It tastes really good . Although he felt that there was something wrong with the head of a person who would spend 600,000 yuan to buy such a fish, he wanted to find a person with such a head immediately. Between an expensive fish and 600,000 yuan, he naturally chose 600,000 yuan. However, it was a problem who he sold it to. Although one of them would be snatched away, he did not know how to let those people who would snatch it know. With a thought, Qin Lin brought the container and the wild albino tiger out of the game. Then, he called for a taxi and carefully carried the fish into the car. There was a shop in Yucheng County that sold ornamental fish, but this shop definitely did not have any ornamental fish that cost hundreds of thousands. They all sold ornamental fish that cost dozens or hundreds of yuan. However, there must be a way to open this ornamental fish shop, right? When he thought of the 600,000 yuan in his hand, Qin Lin instructed the driver as soon as he got into the car, "Sir, drive slower later. Don't scare this fish. Quote ellipsis quote. The driver looked at Qin Lin from the rearview mirror and felt like he had met another strange passenger. It was just a fish. Did he need to specially instruct him? How fast could he drive in this city? He could just overtake a few cars. Naturally, the driver did not know that this fish was worth a BMW 5 Series top-grade car. Otherwise, he might have rejected it. Soon, Qin Lin was brought to a shop called Who Am I Ornamental Fish. When he entered the shop, he saw a man whistling as he patiently surrounded a fish tank. He was probably even more gentle to it than he was to his wife. Is the boss around? Qin Lin asked as he carried the albino tiger into the shop. Sir, I'm the boss. The man turned around and replied. His gaze was attracted to the fish in Qin Lin's hand. He said in surprise, albino tiger? This color and appearance. It's from the wild? It's top grade. Sir, are you buying an aquarium or fish food? If it's an aquarium, I don't have anything worthy of your fish. I'm afraid I'll have to customize it. I still have some fish food. Qin Lin immediately said, Boss, I want to sell this fish. Do you have a way? These words clearly made the boss's eyes light up. He actually invited Qin Lin to sit down enthusiastically. Sir, I'm Lin Sheng. Are you going to find a buyer for this fish? I have a channel to help you, and I can help you fight for the highest price. However, according to the rules, as a middleman, I need to take 20%. This was also why he was suddenly so enthusiastic. Wild albino tiger. He knew the price of this fish and happened to know that there were a few ornamental fish at this price in a farm player's WeChat group. Wasn't this a coincidence that the god of fortune came to his doorstep? How many aquariums and low-quality ornamental fishes must he sell to earn this money? Boss Lin, then we'll follow the rules. You'll get what you deserve. Qin Lin did not doubt this. Didn't many businesses in society rely on intermediaries? Such people had another professional title, brokers. Of course, there were also professionals and temporary guests. He could tell that Lin Sheng was clearly a temporary guest. As for the 20% he said, he did not know if it was expensive or normal. However, this did not matter to him. After all, this fish had no capital. There was no way he could find a buyer himself. It might waste a lot of time and energy, and some things might even happen. Sir, you look like a magnanimous person. When Lin Sheng saw that Qin Lin had agreed, his smile grew wider. However, he was also afraid that Qin Lin would renege on the contract. He professionally printed a commission contract and signed it with him. After that, he took a few sets of photos and videos of the fish to check if there were any marks or registration codes. Seeing that it was all blank, he picked up his phone with a happy expression and began to operate it. He called a few more times and sent WeChat photos and videos. This process lasted for almost an hour before Lin Sheng said to Qin Lin, Sir, I've helped you contact 3 interested people. There's a boss in the Water City who offered the highest price. He's willing to pay 650,000 yuan for this fish. He's from the city and will take 2 hours to get here. Okay, Qin Lin nodded. He did not expect him to be more anxious than him, the fish seller. 2 hours passed quickly. After a car stopped at the entrance of the shop, a man in his 40s walked in and asked, Boss Lin, where's the fish? Lin Sheng immediately pointed at the container on the table and said, Boss Zhuang, the fish is here. The person beside you is the fish owner, Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin, then I'll look at the fish first? Boss Zhuang was clearly a little anxious. He greeted him and went forward to watch with bright eyes. Qin Lin did not disturb him. However, he could clearly see a wretched expression gradually appear on Boss Zhuang's face. Beautiful, so beautiful, these eyes, this figure, this skin is really perfect. Boss Zhuang said with a face full of joy. The natural ones are indeed better. It was as if he had seen a beauty. This stunned Qin Lin. To be honest, in his eyes, other than being a little beautiful, that fish was nothing. Mr. Qin, I want this fish. We can transfer the money immediately, Boss Zhuang said anxiously after admiring it for a moment. This fish was top grade. It was natural and wild, and it was very well taken care of. It could be one of the final pieces of his aquarium exhibition. Furthermore, for some reason, when he saw this fish, he had a strong desire to buy it. He knew that he would definitely regret not buying it. Qin Lin naturally had no objections, but he really did not understand these fish farmers. This person who spent 650,000 yuan to buy fish was even more anxious than him who sold fish. It was as if he had gotten a big beauty and was preparing to get a room. Perhaps this was the effect of desire to buy plus 2. Not long after, Boss Zhuang left with the fish with a flushed face. Naturally, Qin Lin's card also received a huge sum of money. Your last number, income is 650,000 yuan. Your balance is 1,035,779 yuan and 60 fen. In an instant, he had become a millionaire? What could 1 million yuan do? For Qin Lin, he could completely pay off the debt at home and even pay the down payment for a house to bring Zhao Moqing home. Of course, if it were someone else with ambition, they would definitely think of using these 1 million yuan to do something big. They might even have already constructed various plans in their minds to earn 1 million yuan next. However, he was not ambitious. Before he had a goal, he still chose to be lighthearted and let Zhao Moqing know that he had not misjudged her. After receiving the 650,000 yuan transfer, Qin Lin decisively transferred the 13,000 yuan to Lin Sheng. He had earned so much in one go, so he did not want the middleman to wait too long. Both sides' happiness was the foundation of their next cooperation. Perhaps that dwarf in the game, Arnie, would come looking for him to compete in fishing again and give him another fish? That would still require Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng also saw that it was Qin Lin's first time selling this ornamental fish. He smiled and reminded him when he received the money, "Mr. Qin, remember to report and pay taxes within a month." Although there's no specific tax on the ornamental fish business, it's currently included in the special tax on agricultural products. Previously, someone forgot to declare that he had sold an ornamental fish for 500,000 yuan because he had not experienced it before. Soon, he was reported. Not only was he fined double, but he also went to jail for a period of time. "Thank you for your reminder, Boss Lin." Qin Lin nodded in gratitude. He naturally would not forget to pay taxes. He was actually more afraid of being investigated if he forgot to pay taxes. After all, he did not want his secrets to be known. After bidding farewell to Lin Sheng, Qin Lin logged into the tax bureau's website as soon as he returned to the shop on the market and reported the tax on the transaction. Although ornamental fish was included in the agricultural product entry, it was a special value-added transaction. The tax rate was 9% and the value-added tax was 3%. In other words, he had sold it for 650,000 yuan and had to pay 78,000 yuan in taxes. After registering and paying taxes online, Millionaire -1 only had 953,000 yuan on his card. In the evening, the strawberries and okra matured. Qin Lin picked them immediately and planted new seeds. Then, he sent the ripe strawberries to the RT Mart and earned 42,390 yuan. In addition, he took out 10 caddies of quality 2 okra for Manager Chen. One caddy was 400 yuan. Manager Chen paid 4,000 yuan happily and even instructed him to deliver all the goods to him. He had earned a total of 46,390 yuan today. After receiving it, his bank account had exceeded 1 million yuan. Millionaire +1 again. At night, after dinner, Qin Lin went into the bathroom to take a shower. He even specially picked a shirt and blew his hair before going to pick Moqing up from work. When he arrived at the tax bureau, the people working overtime inside walked out one by one. Chen Hao was among them. It seemed like there were many people working overtime today. Chen Hao naturally saw Qin Lin again. This time, he walked toward his Audi expressionlessly. He did not want to see such a fellow pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Qin Lin. Zhao Moqing came out with a document and Li Jiawei. When she saw Qin Lin, she jogged forward happily and sat in the back seat. Li Jiawei could not help but feel envious when she saw this. How romantic. Which woman did not want a husband who rode an electric car like this to pick her up from work? Qin Lin turned on the small electric car and headed to the hotel. After getting his room card and going upstairs, he shook the room card in his hand. "I booked the best room in this hotel today. I heard the bathtub inside is super. Do you want to die? We're in public." Zhao Moqing reached out angrily and hit Qin Lin's waist hard. Qin Lin took out his room card proudly and opened the door. "I'll take a shower first." Zhao Moqing put down her bag and documents when she entered the room and ran to the bathroom. Qin Lin was not an ignorant person. He followed obediently. An hour later, Qin Lin watched as Zhao Moqing organized the information she had brought with a towel by the side and asked, "Moqing, what information is so important? You still brought it back to do it after work?" Zhao Moqing explained, "Wasn't there a problem with a township state-owned enterprise previously? The problem is still very serious. A few people went in, but some money couldn't be recovered, so we could only seal their assets and auction them in court. I worked overtime today for this. Uncle asked me to be in charge of checking these documents and then send them to the court to register for the auction tomorrow." Qin Lin nodded. Zhao Moqing's uncle was a section chief in the bureau. He was clearly taking care of Zhao Moqing and giving her some credit. He had also heard about the town enterprise. It had even spread on Yucheng County's WeChat moments. After all, everyone was most concerned about corruption now. He took the documents that Zhao Moqing had reviewed curiously. They were all cars, houses, stocks, and so on under those people's names. However, an auction item attracted his attention. This was an auction for a farmhouse. Could this be the farmhouse that Moqing had said those corrupt people were eating and bragging about? This farmhouse was called Fuhai Villa. It was not small and covered about 500 acres. It included a fish pond and the right to use the reservoir near the villa. However, most of the villa were not used well. It was all wasteland. Furthermore, in a small place like Yucheng County, which was a court auction, the starting price for the rental period and property rights transfer was not very expensive. It was only 600,000 yuan. As for the final price, it depended on the competitor. Moqing, this Fuhai Villa is also being auctioned? There won't be any follow-up problems, right? Qin Lin asked subconsciously. He was clearly thinking about it. He majored in tourism management at university. When he saw the information, he felt that Fuhai Villa and Shepherd's Field game in his mind seemed to be able to combine. He could not keep growing watermelons, strawberries, and okra to sell, right? Now that he had the system to guarantee his income, he was not a pedantic person who went to a dead end. With a ready-made goal, he could delay his debt repayment and purchase goal for a while. After all, many times, good opportunities did not wait for others. If any creditor really had something to do before returning it, it did not matter if it was a few days earlier or later. A debt of gratitude was for a lifetime, and it was not something to be rushed for the next few days. However, there were usually many follow-up troubles in court auctions. For example, there were people from the families of the parties involved who caused trouble and had potential debt risks. Zhao Moqing explained, "There are potential problems with a car and a house, but someone who dares to auction such a car and house will definitely have a way to resolve it. As for this Fuhai Villa, there's no problem. I've gone there to take a look. The environment is still not bad. They only cared about providing them with food and water and did not manage it well." Qin Lin was relieved to hear Zhao Moqing's words. The next morning, Qin Lin checked out with Zhao Moqing. He still had to send her back to change before sending her to work. After that, in less than a day, Qin Lin saw those auction items appear on the Yucheng County Justice Auction Network, including Fuhai Villa. Other than the starting price being 600,000 yuan, there was an additional auction item. The rental contract could be delayed to the longest period to be signed again. The rent would not increase during the delay. In addition, there was a priority lease. The land in this villa belonged to the Gov. RN meant, when the lease period came, it had to be rented again. At the same price, it had priority. However, this was not attractive enough. After all, it was only a villa in a small place. It was not certain if it could be done well. If it was not done well, there was no point in losing everything. What he had to consider now was whether there would be anyone competing. If he encountered someone he liked, it would definitely exceed the starting price of 600,000 yuan and might even exceed 1,000,000 yuan. He believed that he was not the only one with good taste. No matter what, Qin Lin decisively filled in the information and signed up for the auction. The auction date was a week later. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Over the past week, planting strawberries and okra had brought Qin Lin more than 270,000 yuan, which also made his funds reach more than 1.28 million yuan. When he woke up in the morning, Qin Lin had received a notice of a judicial auction early in the morning. The auction would officially start at 2 p.m. He had to pay 10% of the starting price to qualify for the auction. Qin Lin decisively paid 60,000 yuan before looking at the game screen to pick the ripe strawberries and okra and plant new seeds. This time, as soon as the seed was planted, the game received a notification. The game character had leveled up again. He could develop new land and upgrade a level 3 land. Qin Lin looked at the screen in his mind immediately. His game character leveled up again. The notification he received was that he could develop level 1 land again and upgrade one level 3 land. Level 3 land could grow more valuable crops. Of course, upgrading to level 3 required the gold coins in the game. He had sold all the crops in the game in reality, and there were no gold coins in the game. Fortunately, the fishes he caught every day were still there. He immediately sold all the fish. Naturally, he kept the wild bases, wild grass carps, and black carps of quality 2. These big items were all good things, so he naturally kept them. However, after selling all the fish he had caught during this period of time, there were already a lot of game gold coins. It was actually not enough to upgrade to level 3. It seemed like the higher the level of this land, the more game gold coins it required. Qin Lin simply controlled the game character to take out his tools and develop the newly opened land. Weeding, gravel, cutting wood. After spending some time developing the 6 plots of land, he planted new okra seeds. He did not plan to sell these 6 plots of okra in reality. He would sell them all in the game. He had to develop that grade 3 land first. Furthermore, a portion of the land that was opened up in the future had to be reserved for the game to be sold. In the future, character upgrades and development would always require game gold. Time passed. At 2 p.m., Qin Lin received the message that the judicial auction had begun. With the development of the online information society, there were fewer and fewer traditional judicial auctions now. The court had also begun online judicial auctions with the times. Qin Lin logged into the local judicial auction network and received an auction number backstage. The things sealed by the tax bureau had already begun to be auctioned. Soon, the Fuhai villa began to auction. Furthermore, as he had expected, someone else had taken a liking to this place. As soon as the auction began, 3 people took turns bidding. From the beginning of the auction to 600,000, 610,000, 620,000, 630,000, until 700,000 yuan. These 3 people had all bid 11,000 yuan, making them seem petty. It was obvious that they wanted to auction it at the lowest price. At the same time, their budget should be limited. This made Qin Lin think. He only had a budget of 1.28 million yuan. He did not know what the others' budget was. He could not grind it out with these 3 people. Such people actually had a mentality. That was, if he added another 10,000 yuan, they might give up and think that it was a fluke. Furthermore, 10,000 yuan was not that much pressure. 10 times was only 100,000 yuan. However, if it was an increase of 100,000 yuan at a time, the pressure would be completely different. It would even give off a determined aura. As he thought about this, Qin Lin wanted to add 100,000 yuan to the bid. However, before he could do anything, a 4th person joined and directly offered 800,000 yuan. Someone had thought of the same thing as him and added 100,000 yuan at once. Indeed, the 3 people with 10,000 coins stopped bidding. 100,000 yuan each time was indeed quite scary to the 3 of them. It also meant that the 3 of them did not have enough budget and were purely trying to take advantage of the situation. Qin Lin was vexed. He had met his match. He just did not know how much this person's budget was now. Forget it, let's just go with the flow. It depends on fate, Qin Lin muttered and directly placed a bid of 1.2 million. The starting price was doubled. Wasn't it just scaring people? Let's see who would scare who. Anyway, he had earned this money without any capital. If the other party continued to snatch with him, he would treat it as a lack of fate. At this moment, in a room, the 3 young men were already looking at the computer proudly. One of them smiled and said, "I knew it. Adding 100,000 yuan in one go. Must have frightened these 3 dilly-dallying fellows. If we grind with them for 11,000 yuan, we might even spend more than 100,000 yuan. When one was young, one had to have the spirit to work hard and start a business." The 3 young men were like this. They had worked as travel planners in the city previously. After accumulating a few years of experience, They wanted to return to their hometown to start a business. They also felt that Fuhai Villa had a lot of potentials, so they raised a sum of money and planned to bid for it. The three of them were in a good mood when they saw that the increase in price had frightened the other bidders. Q43 bids 1.2 million. The latest bid came from the computer. Damn, there's someone stirring up trouble? A young man said in frustration. 1.2 million? When they saw this price, the three of them were stunned. Did he increase the bid by 400,000? This person is crazy. How f*** king willful. The three of them complained. They did not know if this fellow was bluffing by adding 400,000 yuan, but they knew that their additional 100,000 yuan was definitely a bluff. Some people had been frightened, but someone else was even more ruthless. Are you still following? Someone asked. The other two were also conflicted. This was far beyond their budget. One of them sighed and said, "Why don't we forget it? We're still young anyway. We'll still have a chance. Wait a little longer," the other person said. Then let's wait a little longer, a third person said. Congratulations to Q43 for successfully bidding for Fuhai Villa. You can pay the money according to the information received backstage and go through the relevant procedures. Qin Lin heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. It seemed like the other party was also bluffing. His actions had frightened the other party. With the auction at the villa, Qin Lin did not want to delay it. He went straight to the court and planned to settle the procedures first and pay 1.2 million yuan. However, the procedures for such a large sum of money were very troublesome. Not only did he have to receive a ruling confirmation in the court, but he also had to get the relevant departments to cooperate with him. These procedures would take at least a few days to review. However, after paying 1.2 million yuan and receiving the verdict and receipt, these procedures could be slowly handled. After all, this auction was recovered by the tax bureau, and no department would interfere. If word got out, it would destroy their official credibility. In the evening, Qin Lin received the ripe strawberries and okra and sent them to RT Mart. After a day of income, his bank balance broke through from 80,000 yuan to 120,000 yuan. After that, he rode the electric scooter to the tax bureau to pick Zhao Moqing up from work again, wanting to tell her the good news about Fuhai Villa. Zhao Moqing quickly came out with a smile. "Moqing, something good seems to have happened today?" Qin Lin asked with a smile. Zhao Moqing smiled and said, "Of course, I'm happy that there will be more bonuses this month. The things our tax bureau sent to the auction today are very effective. They exceed the estimated value of the items. Especially Fuhai Villa. It seems like a tycoon has taken a liking to it and directly bid 1.2 million yuan. This is much more than what we expected. Everyone even said that the others were frightened. If there was anyone else who raised the price, this spendthrift who doesn't lack money would probably pay a higher price." Quote. Qin Lin. Rich? A spendthrift who did not lack money. Was she talking about him? He suddenly did not want to share this happy news with her. He had to make this villa popular and give her a huge surprise. Zhao Moqing continued, "However, if they can spend so much money to bid for Fuhai Villa, they must be serious about developing it, right? To be honest, there are so many wastelands in the villa. If we can plant a sea of gorgeous triangular plum blossom, it can attract a lot of people." Qin Lin silently remembered Zhao Moqing's words. The triangular sea of plum blossoms had to be arranged first. In the next 3 days, Qin Lin completed the procedures related to the court. However, the other relevant departments still needed 3 days to review and approve the documents. He was already fast. He had heard that it was common for some French auction houses to review and approve it for months or more than half a year. Over the past 3 days, other than harvesting 116,076 yuan, with the game in his mind, along with the game coins he had earned from fishing and planting the okra in the new 6 slots, he had finally upgraded the level 3 slot. Qin Lin immediately controlled his game character to go to the seed shop in Or Town. As the level 3 land upgraded, the level 3 seeds that could be bought also lit up. After a rough look, there were seeds such as multi-core 4-edged beans, yellow heart gourds, green-skinned kiwis, and milk strawberries. These were all light luxury goods among vegetables and fruits in the market. The plants outside often cost hundreds of kilograms. There was also a seed that surprised Qin Lin. There was a star in front of this seed, which was especially eye-catching. When one paid attention to the star's symbol, there was a note that represented a mysterious treasure. It was very rare, and it was a level 3 seed randomly refreshed in the shop. Seed of seedless watermelon, quality 2. A seed that has been specially cultivated. The watermelon planted tastes delicious. There is no planting season restriction, and the growth cycle is extremely short. This seed had a quality 2? This was the first time he saw it. The watermelons planted should all be quality 2. Furthermore, there was no planting season restriction and the cycle was extremely short. This was awesome. The moment he saw this seed, many thoughts surfaced in Qin Lin's mind. This thing was amazing. Other than that, level 3 land could also plant some higher level ornamental plants. When he saw a 7-colored flower bud, he immediately thought of Zhao Moqing's words, triangle plum blossom C. Qin Lin immediately took out his phone and searched online. He realized that this multicolored flower was a high-level seedling. Multicolored symbiosis was to graft the colors of the multicolored plum tree together, allowing a flower of several colors to grow. It was very beautiful and very ornamental. Naturally, the more colors there were, the more valuable they were. On the internet, after a 3-colored symbiotic ornamental seedling was cultivated, each one was no less than 3,000 yuan. A 5-colored symbiotic seedling could even reach 5,000 yuan. In the game, there was 7-colored symbiosis, but it was very rare. This was because 3-colored and 5-colored symbiosis were easy to nurture, but 7-colored symbiosis was very difficult. Qin Lin was planning to surprise Zhao Moqing with a triangular sea of plum blossoms. Wasn't this a coincidence? Furthermore, buying this villa was indeed a very good plan. The ordinary triangular sea of plum blossoms could attract many people. He had 7 colors and was even a game product with attribute bonuses. Was he afraid that no one would come? There was no triangular sea of plum blossoms in the vicinity of Yucheng County and Sand City. If he could use this kind of game to create a triangular sea of plum blossoms in the villa, it would definitely be a big highlight and a selling point. Furthermore, the temperature in the south was relatively high. The triangular plum blossom period would only start in mid-November, and it would still take 2 months. When the time came, the triangular plum blossom viewing ticket would be charged 50 yuan. With 100 people every day, there were 5,000 tickets alone. 200 people meant 10,000 yuan. If the publicity was good, there would be even more people. At that time, would the vegetables and fruits he planted in the game still need to be supplied? He could just find a place in the villa to build a natural fruit and vegetable supermarket. The things produced by the game are even more delicious. Wasn't he afraid that no one would buy them? Why did he need to let others earn the difference? Wasn't this wonderful? After buying the villa, he naturally wanted to develop his career. Qin Lin did as he thought and immediately clicked on the colorful ornamental triangular plum plant to buy it. 7-color ornamental triangular plum blossoms, group. A special kind of seedling. After it matures, you can obtain beautiful ornamental triangular plum blossom plants. A group of seedings can randomly obtain 20 to 30 mature plants. Maturity. 3 days. Qin Lin immediately controlled the game character to plant the group of seedlings he had bought into the grade 3 land. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. Qin Lin finally completed the relevant procedures of Fuhai Villa. When he changed its name at the Industry and Commerce Bureau and obtained a business license, health permit, and all other relevant documents, he completely heaved a sigh of relief. From today onwards, Fuhai Villa belonged to him, but he had changed its name to Qin Lin Villa. Spring was dense and secluded. He naturally wanted to fly around and not do anything. How poetic was that? Of course, this was nonsense. He was just combining his and Zhao Moqing's name. Over the past 3 days, he had earned 120,146 yuan from sending strawberries and okra to RT Mart. His savings had reached 353,419 yuan. After taking all kinds of procedures home, Qin Lin rode the electric scooter out of the county city and headed for Fuhai Villa. Fuhai Villa was less than 30 minutes away from the county city. It was very close. Furthermore, it was at the intersection of Sand City, the city, and Yucheng County. There were many cars coming and going. This position was excellent, but the previous person in charge did not know how to operate it. It had to be known that even a lousy place like East Lake was located in a remote area. It could be done well with fishing and farming. This place was much better and had better potential. It had been forcefully turned into a place for a few corrupt people to eat. More importantly, they were still bragging here. They had been recorded and posted online. What era was this? Qin Lin had been to Fuhai Villa once in the past, but this time, his mentality and feeling were always different. This was already his own industry. When Qin Lin arrived, he parked the small electric car in the parking lot and chose to walk into the villa to observe carefully. How big were 500 acres? It was probably 47 large football fields. Of course, he had only spent 1.2 million yuan. There was no need to think about how much these 500 acres had been developed. Most of them were wastelands. The most important thing was the main building. Other than a decent reception hall and a few dormitories, there were only a few simple construction areas. They were all half-open-air private rooms. These private rooms were provided to tourists. There was also a kitchen and a barbecue table outside the private rooms. Most tourists who came to this kind of villa to play didn't want to cook themselves. That kind of fun cooking was completely different from cooking at home. Of course, the villa also had its own kitchen. There were always some people who would not cook or did not want to cook. They could order dishes for the chef. Not far away, there was a vegetable garden in an area that tourists could pick themselves. There was also a fish pond that could not be seen. What made Qin Lin happy was that there were also fun settings like swings and jungle adventures behind. There was also a grass slide project. These settings did not cost much. The gameplay was simple, but at least the guests could play. Furthermore, there were some potted plants around these facilities. They were considered dispensable highlights. Not far from the main building, he saw two tall trees that were dozens of meters tall. The branches had withered, and the atmosphere was heavy. However, these two withered trees were especially surrounded by stones. There were also traces of fertilizer. They should be trying to live. There was a sign on it, 500-year-old ancient ginkgo. Was this still two ginkgo trees? It reminded him of the 1,000-year-old ginkgo planted by Li Shimin. It was still an internet-famous celebrity tree. However, it was obvious that not all ginkgo was as lucky as that one. They had received the best care in 1,000 years and were still in their prime. These two were already about to die. Not only was birth important, but so were trees. Other than that, the rest of the villa was a bare wasteland, especially the reservoir. It was probably randomly circled in back then and no one had ever thought to use it. How should he evaluate it? With his vision as a tourism management major, he could only say that he had just passed in a place like Yucheng County. If he was in the vicinity of the city, he would not even have passed. Simply put, there was nothing eye-catching that could attract customers. Therefore, if he wanted to develop the villa, he had to come up with an attractive highlight. The triangular sea of plum blossoms had to be carried out. As Qin Lin was thinking, a notification appeared on the game screen in his mind. It was that the level 3 7-colored symbiotic flower stalk had finally formed. Calculating the time, it should take 3 days for a batch to form. The time was 6 times that of the strawberries and okra. Qin Lin controlled the game character to harvest the colorful triangular plum plants. Obtained 25 stalks of 7-colored symbiotic ornamental triangular plum. This time, the triangles were not stored in the storage room. Instead, they were stored in a yard behind the ranch. Then, he controlled the game character to buy a new 7-colored symbiotic flower seedling, group, and replant it. After that, Qin Lin walked to the toilet in the hall and entered a cubicle. Then, he entered the game. In the game, he went straight to the courtyard where the colorful triangular plum trees were stored. As soon as he entered the courtyard, his eyes lit up. At first glance, he saw 25 triangular plums lined up together. The 7 colors intertwined, giving him a very beautiful and stunning feeling. It was a very comfortable and pleasing sight. His gaze could not help but be attracted. This was much more beautiful than the 5,005 colored symbiotic triangular plum trees on the internet. When he controlled the game character to pick them, he easily brought these triangular plums to the courtyard. However, when he came closer, these triangular plums were actually taller than him. The roots were even wrapped in transplanted soil. Then, he touched a triangular plum and saw the notification. Perpetual flower type triangular plum plant. Quality 2. This is a special species of ornamental triangular plum. It's 2.5 meters tall, 2 meters tall, and 12 centimeters tall. It's very beautiful and has an extremely high ornamental value. Furthermore, it's easy to transplant. It blossoms all year. Game product. Gorgeous +2, viewability +2, attraction +2, feeling good +2, entering the mirror +2, transplantation life rate +2. Qin Lin was surprised. No wonder it could attract people at a glance. It actually had so many attributes. What did it mean to have flowers all year round? The temperature in the south was special. The triangular plum blossom period was about November to June, and the triangular plum blossom period in the north was about the same. However, there were definitely very few flowers in bloom all year. Some ornamental triangular plums might be able to last for an entire year, but it was impossible for them to reach a scale. The sea of flowers made from this 7-colored ornamental triangular plum plant could bloom all year round. Furthermore, the game had additional attributes. That would be terrifying. It was also equivalent to collecting money all year long. Qin Lin knew very well the attraction of the 7-colored, symbiotic, and ornamental triangular plum planted in this level 3 land. Gorgeous +2, ornamental +2, attraction +2. He was attracted the moment he entered. The camera +2 should have an additional effect like taking photos or videos. Needless to say, this was the most useful to him. If he wanted to build a triangular sea of plum blossoms in Qin Lin Villa, he had to bring these triangular plum blossoms out to play and transplant them into reality. These 7-colored, symbiotic, and ornamental triangular plum plants were easy to transplant to begin with. Furthermore, they had a +2 survival rate. This was not a problem. Qin Lin came out of the game and planned to find a place to move a 7-colored symbiotic flower. However, as soon as he came out of the toilet, he saw a pure girl wearing a white shirt and jeans looking at him warily. "Who are you? Why are you here?" The girl still looked like a high school girl. She might even be a minor. Qin Lin was stunned and asked, "I'm the boss here. Why can't I be here?" "Who are you? You're the new boss?" The girl looked surprised. "Then will you fire the previous employees? Are you an employee here?" Qin Lin asked subconsciously. This pure girl looked a little young. He did not know if she was an adult. The pure girl's guard seemed to have dropped after knowing that he was the boss. She jogged forward and introduced herself. "Boss, I'm Gao Yaoyao. I was in charge of jungle exploration and rainbow grass ticketing. Do you still want your original employee?" She was really an employee of the villa. Qin Lin looked at Gao Yaoyao and subconsciously asked, You're an adult?" Gao Yaoyao hurriedly said, "Boss, I've already graduated from a junior high school. I'm 19 years old. I can show you my identity card." Qin Lin was relieved that she was not underage. He thought about it and asked, how many employees did this villa originally have? He did need employees. If the original employees were not bad, he could keep them. The pure girl in front of him was very suitable for the tourism industry. If she had some talent, she might be able to do well in those famous scenic spots. It was a waste to be a small ticket seller in this small villa. However, this was also because she was young and had not seen much of the world. She had not been polluted by all kinds of comparisons in university. Otherwise, her heart would definitely be floating and she would not care about this kind of job. Gao Yaoyao explained, "Other than me, there's also a security guard, a registrar, a cashier, 4 chefs, and..." "Wait, 4 chefs?" Qin Lin was stunned. This villa still needed 4 chefs? Most of the people who came here to play cooked themselves. Okay. Gao Yaoyao nodded and said, "I think only Master Lin cooks. The other 3 are the head chef and the deputy head chef." Huh? Qin Lin was stunned. He roughly understood what was going on. This villa was originally a place for a few corrupt people to eat and drink. The person in charge was White Gloves. Perhaps this head chef and deputy head chef were also here to earn a salary. Qin Lin asked again, "Gao Yaoyao, do any of the original employees know woodworking?" "Master Lin knows," Gao Yaoyao replied. "Other than cooking, he also knows how to fix tables. Many of the broken shelves were fixed by Master Lin." Qin Lin asked again, "Then is there anyone else who knows how to garden? For example, those who have some experience in transplanting and taking care of plants. I think the villa has many potted plants. Someone should be in charge, right?" Gao Yaoyao replied, "Master Lin, he's also in charge of the vegetable garden." He's also in charge of transplanting those potted plants. Yes, we also help water them sometimes. By the way, Master Lin has always wanted to save those 2 ginkgo trees, but he never succeeded. Qin Lin was stunned. Why did he feel that Master Lin was like an animal? He did everything. Inviting one employee felt like it was worth a few. Qin Lin thought about it and asked, Gao Yaoyao, do you have the contact number of your previous employee? We have a WeChat group, Gao Yaoyao replied. Qin Lin said decisively, other than the head chef and sous chef, help me ask if the others are willing to continue, especially Master Lin. Anyway, he had to hire employees. Instead of using strangers, he might as well use those who were familiar with this place. He would see if they suited him later. If not, he could just hire someone else to replace him. Boss, Master Lin will definitely be willing, but he should make a request related to those 2 ginkgo trees. I'll ask the others. Gao Yaoyao immediately looked happy and took out her phone to open WeChat. The reason Qin Lin asked this was also because he wanted to create a triangular plum blossom sea. When he transplanted it, he also asked the construction team to build some fences, stone roads, swings, pavilions, and so on. They had to be watched. After a while, Gao Yaoyao said, Boss, I've asked. Other than the cashier who has already found a new job, the others are willing to continue working. They'll all come over tomorrow morning. Okay, then you can go back first. Come back tomorrow. Qin Lin planned to send Gao Yaoyao away and get one of the triangular plums in the game first. Boss, I'm actually staying in the villa's dormitory. I didn't rent a house in the county, Gao Yaoyao said immediately. If you still want to see the villa, I can introduce you. There was no other way. Gao Yaoyao could not take out the triangular plum in the villa. Qin Lin could only give up and leave the villa. He did not want his secret to be discovered. When he returned to the county, the first thing he did was to find a studio with a custom signboard and customize a retro signboard. When the time came, he would change the signboard of Fuhai Villa. Then, he planned the placement of the triangular plum sea. The triangular sea of plum blossoms was distributed and dense, and the dense natural cost was higher. The effect was more shocking and beautiful. If a dense triangular sea of plum blossoms was shocking enough, it had to be at least 20 acres. Other than the stone path, swing, stone chair, pavilion, and special photo stands, there had to be at least 10,000 triangular plum blossoms. Of course, it was impossible for all 10,000 of these to be level 3 7-colored symbiotic triangular plums. After all, there were only 25 stalks in 3 days. 5,000 stalks meant 600 days. Wasn't this a joke? This 7-colored ornamental triangular plum was only suitable for the main body, so other triangular plums were needed to decorate it. If he spent a month, it would be enough to have 252.5 meter tall, 2 meter long crowns, and 12 centimeter tall 7-colored symbiotic triangular plums as the main body. Qin Lin remembered that there were also lower-level ornamental triangular plum seedlings in the game. He immediately looked at the screen in his mind and controlled the game character to go to the seed shop in Ortown to search. Indeed, he found ordinary ornamental triangular plum seedlings in the level 2 land. There were also several colors. He went online and checked. This kind of ornamental plant was also not cheap. It was about 400 yuan each and could grow to dozens of centimeters tall. This was very good. The game would definitely have attribute bonuses, and its value would far exceed 400. However, there was a problem. Game coins were needed to buy both 7-colored symbiotic and ordinary ornamental seedlings. Qin Lin thought about it and planned to stop growing strawberries in level 2 lands. He would use them all to plant ordinary ornamental triangular plums and tell manager Chen that the strawberries were out of stock. The newly planted okra continued to be sold in the game to buy seedlings. However, he could still get 25 ordinary triangular plums in a day in a level 2 land. The maturity period was 1 day. This way, he could get more than 4,500 ordinary triangular plums in a month. Even so, there were still less than 10,000 stalks. There were still more than 5,000 stalks. However, with the foundation of these game-produced triangular plums, it should not be a problem to decorate the periphery with ordinary triangular plums in reality. Therefore, he could buy more than 5,000 ordinary triangular plums. This way, he could hide it a little to prevent others from suspecting the origins of those triangular plums. Qin Lin went online to check. Although ordinary triangular plums were far inferior to those produced by games, they were beautiful and there were many types of beautiful ones. He chose a cultivation base in the city. One stalk was 30 yuan, and more than 5,000 stalks were only 150,000 yuan. Furthermore, he could just pay 20% of the deposit in the beginning. He simply placed an order for 10,000 stalks. Since he wanted to do it, he would get 10 more acres. He would make the sea of flowers bigger and use these 10,000 stalks to decorate the nearly 5,000 stalks produced by the game. Normally, it would cost at least a few million yuan to get a triangular sea of plum blossoms of this scale, but he only needed to spend 300,000 yuan. Furthermore, others could not get so many 7-colored triangular plums, let alone have the game attribute bonus. As long as this sea of flowers was publicized well, it would definitely become a popular attraction in Yucheng County and Sand City. As long as enough people were attracted, the things planted in the game could be produced and sold at the villa. The next day, when Qin Lin woke up, Wang Kai was squatting outside the door, as usual, stretching his head in anticipation of his rub. Lin Fen had already prepared breakfast for him. "Xiao Lin, why are you being so mysterious these days? I went to the shop yesterday and it was closed." "Mom, didn't I earn some money from doing wholesale previously? I recently established a villa and am handling the procedures. I'll be even busier from tomorrow onwards." Qin Lin did not hide anything. His mother would find out about this sooner or later. "Xiao Lin, I'll support you in whatever you want to do. If you don't do well in the villa, the shop can continue to open. If it really doesn't work, I think the shop can still do it." Lin Fen knew that her son was ambitious. His family was already a burden to him, so she could only support her son's wishes. The villa her son was talking about probably cost 30,000 to 40,000 yuan to rent a place to decorate the farm, right? After all, his son did not have many funds. This was also what she was worried about. This was because many people did this, but it would not last long. "Mom, rest well. Don't worry about me." Qin Lin was very confident now. He believed that he would make the villa popular. After breakfast, Wang Kai took the opportunity to follow him out. Qin Lin picked the ripe okra in the morning and sent it to the RT Mart. He waited until the afternoon before the game scene in his mind reminded him that the 6 plots of triangular plum were ripe. Qin Lin immediately controlled the game character to arrive in front of the 6 plots of land. Indeed, there was a notification that it could be plucked. He chose different colors for 6 plots, so the color of the triangular plums in each plot was different. There were about 25 stalks. He controlled the game character to pick them and finally obtained a total of 153 ordinary ornamental triangular plums. Then, Qin Lin controlled the game character to enter the seed shop in Ortown to buy a new ordinary triangular plum seedling, group, and plant it again. After that, he headed to the warehouse again. When Qin Lin arrived at the warehouse, he instructed Wang Kai, who had jumped out of the car, "Wang Kai, watch outside." "Woof." Wang Kai responded to the order and wandered back and forth at the door as if it was patrolling. Qin Lin then closed the warehouse door and entered the game. After entering the courtyard where the triangular plums were stored, other than the 25 ornamental type triangular plums, there were 153 ordinary ornamental type triangular plums in the courtyard. When these triangular plums were placed together, they seemed to be a sea of flowers. They were beautiful, fragrant, and abnormally dazzling. Qin Lin went forward and touched an ordinary-looking triangular plum plant. He saw the note. Yellow flower type ornamental triangular plum plant. Quality 1. This is a special species of ornamental triangular plum. It's 60 centimeters tall, 70 centimeters in the crown, and 4 centimeters on top of its head. It's a game product and is very beautiful. It has a higher ornamental value than ordinary plants of the same type. Furthermore, it's easy to transplant. It blossoms all year. Game product. Gorgeous +2, viewability +2, attraction +2, feeling good +2, entering the mirror +2, transplantation life rate +2. He looked at the others. Other than the different colors, the notes were the same. This ordinary ornamental triangular plum was clearly much worse than the 7-colored symbiosis. Not only was it in appearance, but it was also only of quality 1. However, a game product was still more entertaining than a similar plant. That +1 increase was not a joke. In addition, it was easy to transplant and bloom all year round. It was the same as the 7-colored symbiotic flower. Then, Qin Lin went forward and touched these triangular plum plants. With a thought, a triangular plum followed him into reality. After repeatedly entering and exiting the game, he spent some time moving all these plants out of the game. However, now that this thing had been moved out of the game, how to transport it to the villa was a problem. His lousy car could not transport this thing. He could not carry the 7-colored, symbiotic, and ornamental triangular plum stalk of quality 2. Qin Lin could only take out his phone to contact a special transport team. There was a special transport company in the logistics park. He had memorized phone numbers in the past. He was transporting them for a short distance. He had to call a special transport team for these 178 triangular plums. The starting price of each car was 85 yuan, and then it was calculated at 5 yuan per kilometer. After Qin Lin contacted the transport team, he added them on WeChat and sent them a deposit and location. Soon, a convoy arrived. The area in front of the warehouse was not big. Coupled with the transportation tools, the trucks could only be loaded one by one. Is Mr. Qin transporting these triangular plums? The supervisor leading the team was called Zhao Liyuan. When he looked at the triangular plums in the warehouse, he revealed a surprised expression. These triangular plums were too beautiful and mesmerizing. It was not that he had not seen the triangular plum blossoms before. He had even been to the triangular plum blossoms sea in Shaw City. However, compared to the ones in front of him, it seemed like the ones in Shaw City were far inferior. He was attracted the moment he came in. Furthermore, these triangular plums were very comforting to look at. This was naturally the effect of the game's attributes. Mr. Qin, is your villa going to have a triangular plum blossom sea? Zhao Liyuan said as he subconsciously took out his phone to take a photo. However, he realized that the triangular plum blossom was surprisingly beautiful on camera. The feeling of taking a photo was different. This was naturally the effect of the entry attribute. That's right, I want to make a triangular plum blossom sea. Qin Lin nodded. Then I'll definitely bring my wife to take a look. Zhao Liyuan immediately made a decision. Just this alone gave people this feeling. If it really formed a sea of flowers, how beautiful would it be? Just thinking about it made one know that it was beautiful scenery to enjoy. His wife would definitely like that beautiful scenery too. The transport team also began to move. They had special starting tools to move those triangular plums to the car. Zhao Liyuan put down his phone and lit a cigarette for himself. He asked, Mr. Qin, these triangular plums are very beautiful, especially those with many colors. They shouldn't be cheap, right? Qin Lin nodded and said, yes, just look at the color. A 3-colored one is more than 3,000 yuan, and a 5-colored one is more than 5,000 yuan. My 7-colored one is very rare. It's difficult to determine the price. Ahem. Zhao Liyuan had just taken a puff when he heard the price. He hurriedly said to the employees, be careful. Be gentle. Don't hit these triangular plums. No kidding. A 5-colored one was more than 5,000 yuan. How expensive was a 7-colored one? Just the 25 stalks were astronomical. Those short ones should not be cheap. How much was their transportation fee? If they accidentally broke one, their transportation fees would not be enough to compensate. After spending some time loading all these triangular plums into the car, the convoy set off for the villa. Qin Lin also set off with the transport car. He was in a good mood and began to look forward to the triangular sea of flowers he was about to build. However, there was something he had to settle. His family still owed a lot of foreign debts. The online contract he had signed for 10,000 ordinary triangular plums had only paid a deposit. The money on his card was still enough to repay his debts. Soon, the convoy arrived at the villa. However, such a big car could only be parked in the parking lot of the villa. There was no way to drive it inside. Qin Lin parked his tricycle. Wang Kai jumped out of the car and followed closely beside him. Mr. Qin, are we going to unload it in this parking lot? Zhao Liyuan went forward and asked. Yes, we'll unload here. Qin Lin nodded. This was the only place where they could unload. Zhao Liyuan began to bring people to unload the goods. The money for unloading was calculated separately. The electronic contract had been signed before they came. Qin Lin also walked into the villa. Wang Kai cried twice and hurriedly followed. Along the way, it looked around and barked, very curious about the new environment. When Qin Lin saw this, he smiled and said, "Wang Kai, this will be your territory from now on. Are you happy?" Wang Kai seemed to understand its master's words. It barked twice and suddenly ran. Along the way, it would stretch its nose in front of some plants and smell them. Then, it would raise its legs in satisfaction and pee. Qin Lin looked at the dog's behavior with a stunned expression. It was marking its territory just like that? In the villa, other than Gao Yaoyao, there were already a few more people. They were all original employees. When they received Gao Yaoyao's notice yesterday, they had already been waiting. It was not easy to find a job in modern society. The salary of the villa was not bad in Yucheng County, where everyone had a salary of 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. No one wanted to lose their job. It's the new boss. When Gao Yaoyao saw Qin Lin arrive, she immediately introduced him to the others. The others also looked at this new boss curiously. He was very young and even came with a dog. This was their first impression of Qin Lin. "Boss." Gao Yaoyao ran to Qin Lin and greeted him. Qin Lin asked, "Gao Yaoyao, which one is Master Lin?" "Master Lin. Boss is looking for you." Gao Yaoyao immediately shouted at a dark-skinned man in his 50s. Master Lin went forward and said before Qin Lin could speak, "Boss, I can work for you, but you have to let me save those 2 ginkgo trees. You can't cut them down." This request stunned Qin Lin. Other people's requests for their boss were more wages. This was the first time he heard someone make such a request. Gao Yaoyao immediately explained, "Boss, wasn't there a special period in the past? Master Lin's house was targeted. Because this place was still very remote, Master Lin's grandfather brought his family here to escape. The family lived under 2 ginkgo trees for a long time. Master Lin's grandfather also died under these ginkgo trees. After that, Master Lin's father brought his family back. Previously, Master Lin did all kinds of tiring work because of this. Master Lin, I agree to your request. We'll sign the employment contract later. Come to the parking lot with me first. There's something I want you to be responsible for." Qin Lin did not want to cut the 2 withered trees. Furthermore, he finally understood why Master Lin had done everything in the villa previously. It was to protect the trees. This was an unforgettable emotion for the older generation. This kind of person usually valued feelings and was trustworthy. Qin Lin brought Master Lin to the parking lot. Gao Yaoyao and the other employees followed curiously. When they arrived at the parking lot, Zhao Liyuan had already brought people to unload a portion of the triangular plum plants. "Boss, is this the triangular plum you bought? It's so beautiful," Gao Yaoyao exclaimed. She was clearly attracted to the triangular plum. The other employees were the same. They could not help but go forward to take a look. These triangular plums were really too beautiful. Master Lin was attracted to those triangular plums as well. He liked beautiful things regardless of age. He asked, "Boss, are you going to get a triangular plum blossom in the villa?" Qin Lin nodded and sighed. That's right. I plan to build a triangular plum blossom. I'll probably build 30 acres. More than 15,000 triangular plums will be sent over one after another. Master Lin, Gao Yaoyao said that you know how to plant flowers. I plan to let you be in charge of this. Master Lin was immediately shocked and said, "Boss, do you think I'm an animal? 30 acres, 15,000 stalks. I can't do it. I want more people." Qin Lin naturally knew that there were more than 15,000 triangular plums in 30 acres. Master Lin could not do it alone. He definitely had to hire a landscaper or an experienced farmer to transplant the triangular plums. Master Lin had clearly misunderstood. Was he being exploited by the person in charge of the villa? He did not want Master Lin to transplant the triangular plum alone. It was just that he had experience in this aspect and he wanted him to supervise. "Master Lin, I'll get more people to help with the transplant," Qin Lin explained. "When the time comes, just keep an eye on them. When the sea of flowers is done, I'll hire 2 long-term gardeners for daily maintenance." When Master Lin heard this, he nodded and promised to keep an eye on the plants. The 178 triangular plums were quickly unloaded. Qin Lin paid the rest happily and did not forget to say, "Supervisor Zhao, I still need you to come over tomorrow." Besides, I might have to trouble you every day for the next month. Boss Qin, just contact me, Zhao Liyuan said readily. Transportation was not easy now, and it was not easy for him as the fleet's supervisor either. He definitely would accept this job that was delivered to his mouth. Although he was puzzled as to why Boss Qin did not directly transport the items to that warehouse, it was none of his business as long as he could earn money. After all, some rich people had many hobbies. For example, his boss had a strange habit. He clearly had a house, but he insisted on buying another one secretly. He had a wife at home, but he did not sleep with her. Instead, he often used the excuse of going on a business trip to sleep alone in another house. Wasn't he rich and free? After Zhao Liyuan left with the convoy, Qin Lin also interviewed a few of the original employees in the villa. It gave off a good first impression and did not disgust anyone at first sight. As for later, he would take his time to see. On the other hand, the labor contract was a problem. He had no experience in this aspect. In the end, he could only find the original contract sample of the villa. He planned to go back and print it out with this original contract before signing it with Gao Yaoyao and the others tomorrow. After that, he followed Master Lin around the 500 acres of land in the villa. If he wanted to build this 30 acres of triangular plum blossom sea, he had to choose a suitable place. After more than an hour, they finally decided to place the triangular sea of flowers on the ground north of the villa's hall. Since he wanted to build a sea of flowers, the 30 acres of land naturally had to be wide open. The geographical difference could not be too great. If the difference in location was too great, there would be a gap, and the effect of the dense sea of flowers would not be displayed. After deciding, Qin Lin returned to the county city and contacted a construction company with the best reputation. A company like Yucheng County had mixed business. It was also covered by gardeners and experienced farmers who knew how to transplant flowers. However, the labor fee reached 400 yuan a day. After signing the contract and paying the deposit, the company's people immediately entered the villa to start the initial inspection. It only ended in the evening. However, after dark, the triangular plums in the parking lot became a problem. These triangular plums were not cheap. He could only get the previous security guard, Chen Debei, to guard them at night. It was a good opportunity to see how their character was. After arranging everything, Qin Lin planned to go back to the county city. The triangular plum blossom sea had begun to be built, and it was time to settle the debts at home. Sooner or later, the people he knew would know about him doing this villa, especially those to whom he was indebted. Before the debt was settled, there might be people who thought he had money to settle the villa but still refused to repay his debt. The creditors were all his parents' relatives and friends. If they could lend his family money, they had a connection with his family. Even if they did not think so, the people around them would always fan the flames. Even if later on, he returned the money, some relationships would deteriorate. Humans were complicated creatures after all. Therefore, the debt had to be repaid. Even if others knew later on that he had built this villa, it would give them a different feeling. As he thought about this, Qin Lin picked up his phone and opened his contact list. He had recorded the names of all the debtors in his family on his phone. Other than Qin Ren's father's 50,000 yuan, and some that he had returned every month for the past year, he still had more than 330,000 yuan of debt. Qin Lin called the first number. As soon as the call was picked up, he said, "Uncle Ergen, have you eaten?" "You've already eaten? Can I invite you over tonight?" "Yes, I earned some money. I'll pay you back the money my father owes you first." After hanging up, he called the next number until he called all the creditors. They were all elders from the same village. Actually, it was better for him to take the initiative to return the money. However, he wanted to resolve his mother's worries. His mother still had his father's photo. She nagged every day, feeling that if she did not repay the money at home and could not see him marry and have children, his father would not be able to rest in peace. After putting down the phone, he went to the warehouse and took out some ordinary wild fish from the game to put in the bucket of the tricycle. Then, he covered it with a cloth and drove back to his district. At this moment, Uncle Ergen and the others had already finished their meal. Qin Lin had to prepare some gifts as a courtesy of inviting them to his house. These ordinary wild fish were not light and were also very good gifts. When she returned home, Lin Fen had already prepared dinner and was waiting. "You can eat now," Lin Fen shouted. After Qin Lin sat down, she asked, Xiao Lin, why are you so late today? How's your farmhouse? I'm already on the right track. I'll be a little busy recently, Qin Lin replied. Lin Fen reminded, Xiao Lin, don't neglect Mo Qing. She's such a good girl. Lin Fen did not say anything else. She was naturally worried that if such a good girl became someone else's daughter-in-law, he would never be able to find another one. However, she was even more helpless because she was useless. Her family was in a mess, and she owed so much money. Her son did not have a house or a car, so why would Zhao Moqing's parents agree to marry him? Lin Fen sighed and did not forget to remind Qin Lin, remember to let me go when it opens. I'll help you greet the guests. Qin Lin immediately said, Mom, how can I let you serve the guests? Lin Fen snorted unhappily. I'm not in good health, but I'm happy to have my son open for business. Mom, I'll wash the dishes later. When Qin Lin heard Lin Fen's words, he smiled. It was good to have his mother. After dinner, Qin Lin packed the dishes and went to the kitchen to wash them. Lin Fen looked at her busy son and sighed again. Her son had been sensible since he was young. He was too worry-free compared to his peers. It was their fault as parents. After washing the dishes, Qin Lin remembered about the creditors and did not forget to remind her, Mom, I invited Uncle Ergen and the others over. They should be here soon. Lin Fen was stunned. She was about to say something when the doorbell rang. She hurriedly opened the door and looked at the person outside with a bitter expression. Ergen, you're here? The other party was the family's creditor. The family owed him 30,000 yuan. What she was most afraid of now was to see these creditors. Her family really did not have the money to repay them. Sister-in-law Lin Fen. Qin Ergen greeted Lin Fen and asked, Is Lin Zi back? Xiao Lin, your Uncle Ergen is here. No matter how bitter Lin Fen felt, she could only invite him in. Back then, she had borrowed money to treat her husband. Although she had not saved him, she could not hide from her creditors. One had to have a conscience. As soon as she welcomed Qin Ergen in, Lin Fen heard a surprised voice. Ergen, you're here too? Qin Ergen greeted the person and smiled. Dallin, you're here too? Your snack bar opened? It's still being renovated, Qin Dallin said with a smile. As the two of them conversed, someone else came from behind. Ergen, Dallin, you're here too. You guys are here too. Lin Fen sighed silently. These were all the people who had lent her family money back then. Her son had really invited these people. People were afraid of creditors coming to their door, but if they owed a debt, they had to welcome them warmly. She forced a smile and led these people in. She took out a cup and poured water for Qin Ergen and the others. Qin Ergen and the others filled the small living room. Wang Kai was shocked to see so many people. He quickly got up and ran to the kitchen to look for Qin Lin. When Qin Lin came out and saw Qin Ergen and the others, he immediately came out to welcome them. Uncle Ergen, Uncle Dallin. He was grateful to these creditors. After all, when his father was diagnosed with cancer, they could still borrow money because they knew that their family might be left with an orphan and a widow. However, Uncle Ergen and the others still lent them money. This was a huge favor. The key was that he had graduated more than a year. Everyone knew that it was not easy for them, an orphan and a widow. No one had come to rush for the debt. Sometimes, he was quite envious of his father. Not everyone could gain such affection. Or rather, the feelings of the older generation were not present in the new generation. Modern young people had already been eroded by the pressure of life and exaggerated social values and did not have the spare energy to manage such feelings. When Qin Ergen saw Qin Lin, he praised him from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Lin, you're really capable. You're even more powerful than those juniors from the village. Qin Dallin nodded and said, Xiao Lin has been sensible since he was young. His results are good too. I'll be relieved if our good-for-nothing son is half as sensible as him. These words were agreed by the others. Qin Lin was the only child in the village who had entered a key university. The others were all playful. It was just that Qin Lin was unlucky and his family was in a mess. Lin Fen was naturally happy to hear others praise her son, but then she sighed. Her son was being dragged down by Hi's family. Qin Ergen praised Qin Lin and took out an IOU to hand to Lin Fen. Sister-in-law Lin Fen, look. This is my IOU. Qin Dallin also took out his IOU. This is mine. The others took out the IOUs they had brought and placed them on the table. Since Qin Lin said he wanted to pay them back, they naturally had to bring the IOU. If the debt was settled, according to ancient logic, the IOU had to be destroyed in person. Qin Lin was afraid that his mother would be worried, so he hurriedly said, "Mom, I asked Uncle Ergen and the others to come. I earned some money and can pay them back. After all, a creditor would not be in a good mood if he came knocking." He immediately sat beside his mother and grabbed her hand to comfort her. Then, he generously picked up the IOUs and said, "Uncle Ergen, Uncle Dallin, you brought your phones, right? I'll transfer the money to your bank." These words stunned Lin Fen. She looked at her son in disbelief. At this moment, Qin Ergen and the others also took out their phones. Xiao Lin. Yes, yes. Who doesn't have a phone now? Yes, but can you really return it all once? Qin Lin did not hesitate. He took the IOUs and checked them one by one. Then, he transferred the money through the bank on his phone. In the blink of an eye, more than 300,000 yuan was transferred. The balance on his card was in danger again. However, after paying off the money, he was more relaxed. He would treat Uncle Ergen and the others to a meal in a few days. As for this favor, he would slowly repay it in the future. When Qin Ergen and the others received the transfer message, they all smiled. Although they had not thought of urging Qin Lin and his mother to return the money, they were still very happy that Qin Lin had returned the money in one go. Every family had its own difficulties. With this sum of money, it was better to have more money. Qin Ergen and the others looked at Lin Fen with envy. Although her family was in a mess, she had a good son. It was really enviable. Qin Lin was amazing. Not only did he not have his parents' help, but he also helped his parents repay hundreds of thousands of debts so quickly. Which parent did not want their son to have this ability? Lin Fen clearly felt this gaze and felt mixed emotions. Qin Ergen and the others did not disturb them any longer. After praising Qin Lin, they bade farewell. Qin Lin sent them downstairs and opened the bucket covered in cloth on the tricycle. He gave each of them one of the wild fish he had brought home as a small token of appreciation. Xiao Lin, are these wild fish? Qin Ergen and the others were clearly a little surprised. It's a small token. This wild fish is nutritious. Uncles, go back and make some wine to drink. Xiao Lin, why are you being so polite? Quote. Qin Ergen and the others were clearly very happy. This wild fish was not small and was usually very rare. After Qin Lin sent Qin Ergen and the others away, he picked up the IOUs again. His mother had signed them. He had been there at that time. Now that he had taken them back, he felt a little emotional. When he arrived at his father's portrait, he burned all these IOUs to ashes in one go. These debts had once been a mountain that pressed down on him, making him unable to breathe. Because of the game in his mind, he could finally escape from the quagmire of planting bitterness. Lin Fen was a little anxious. She asked Qin Lin immediately, "Xiao Lin, tell me honestly, where did you get so much money? Did you do something illegal?" This was also what she was most worried about. It did not matter if her son was rich or not. She did not want her son to take the wrong path. Qin Lin guessed that his mother would be worried and had already made up a reason. "Mom, how could I do something illegal? Actually, I caught a wild ornamental fish and sold it for more than 600,000 yuan. After that, I used this money to do wholesale. Previously, I either brought back watermelons or wholesale those watermelons. I earned another sum. Other than investing in the villa, I used the rest of the money to repay my debts." This excuse was actually flawed. He had mixed up the order of fish and wholesale. What fish is worth so much? Lin Fen could not believe it. Qin Lin explained, "It's a wild albino tiger. I don't know what's good about this fish, but rich people like it and spend a lot of money to buy it." With that, Qin Lin took out his phone and showed his mother the tax record of his wild ornamental fish. Lin Fen had no choice but to believe it now. Her face was filled with disbelief. "There's such an expensive fish? Your father must have blessed you to catch this fish." A long-lost smile appeared on Lin Fen's face as if she had relaxed a lot. Qin Lin saw the change in his mother and could not help but smile. "Xiao Lin, then the villa you're busy with isn't a farmhouse that costs 30,000 to 40,000 yuan? Lin Fen reacted and asked. "Yes, the villa is not small," Qin Lin said with a nod. Lin Fen was anxious now and said, Then hurry up and explain to Moqing. When she came to see me previously, she saw that you didn't tell her about the farmhouse. I thought you had 30,000 to 40,000 yuan farm goods and weren't confident, so I told her to wait for you. Moqing is such a good girl. You have to give her something to look forward to. Don't let anyone snatch her away. I only acknowledge her as my daughter-in-law. Huh? Qin Lin was stunned. He had not said anything because he wanted to give Zhao Moqing a surprise after building the triangular sea of plum blossoms. Qin Lin explained, Mom, I want to surprise Moqing when the villa is done. Don't let Moqing know. You young people like to have surprises. Lin Fen shook her head. That night, after Qin Lin finished paying, he felt light and slept especially well. The next day, he moved the mature okra out of the game early in the morning and sent it to RT Mart. Then, he printed the labor contract and headed to the villa. When he arrived at the parking lot of the villa, he saw Chen Debei, who was wearing a security guard's uniform, sitting in front of a tent and yawning. His face was filled with exhaustion, and it was obvious that he had been looking at triangular plums for the entire night. The tent belonged to the villa. There were always some couples who wanted to camp at night to prove that they were very bold. Boss, you're here. Chen Debei immediately stood up to greet Qin Lin. You've worked hard. Come with me to the hall to sign the labor contract and go back to rest. Qin Lin nodded at the other party. Okay, boss. Chen Debei nodded and followed. When they arrived at the hall, Qin Lin asked Gao Yaoyao to call everyone over to sign the contract. The salary of the contract was written according to these people's original salary. For example, Gao Yaoyao received a commission of 3,500 plus yuan. Previously, the more people played Jungle Adventure and Slippery Grass, the higher her salary. Among them, Master Lin had the highest salary. He had a fixed 6,000 yuan because he was originally a chef and had several jobs. The other employees were similar to Gao Yaoyao. This salary was nothing in a big city. In Yucheng County, where everyone had a salary of 3,000 to 4,000 yuan, it was considered a normal salary. Furthermore, the villa was covered. If they were willing, they could stay in the few dormitories in the villa like Gao Yaoyao. This was also the reason why Gao Yaoyao and the others would come back after the villa was sealed and the boss change. After all, it was not easy to find a job now. Qin Lin also declared, the salary is the same as before, but it's also temporary. I naturally have to develop after buying this villa. When the villa develops well and you guys do well, your salary will naturally increase. I'll also hire more people. At that time, I'll raise your management and give you a higher salary. These words were actually just a sketch, but his sketch was good. After all, he had seen those beautiful triangular plums and attracted them at a glance. If this new boss said he wanted to build 30 acres of a sea of flowers, it would definitely be popular. Then, their salary increase would definitely be confirmed. Therefore, Gao Yaoyao and the others were looking forward to it. Qin Lin was in a good mood as he held the signed labor contract. He was now a boss with industry and employees. Not long after, the contract company made from the Sea of Flowers was here too. Qin Lin handed the materials he had been looking at for the entire night to her. The high-level Sea of Flowers he wanted to build required materials to build stone roads, swings, wooden benches, and pavilions. He chose the price and color as a tourism manager. The specific contract company would contact the price and let him make the final decision. Once everything was in place, they could start work. In the afternoon, the ordinary ornamental triangular plum in level 2 land was harvested again. This time, there were 156 stalks. Qin Lin arrived at the warehouse and moved all these ornamental triangular plums out of the game. He then contacted Zhao Liyuan from the transportation company to transport these triangular plums to the villa. After 2 days, the employees of the villa were on the right track. The triangular sea of flowers had also been built. On the 3rd day, the 7-colored symbiotic flower in the game matured again. Qin Lin controlled the game character to pick and plant the new seedlings, group, before heading to the warehouse to enter the game again. How? Veer, when he came to the Miao Zoo storage yard again, he was shocked. Among the more than 22.5 meter tall 7-colored ornamental triangular plums, one stood out. It was taller, more beautiful, and more attractive. The moment he entered, his eyes were attracted uncontrollably. Qin Lin thought of something and immediately walked over to check the information of this triangular plum. Diligent flower 7-colored symbiotic triangular plum plant. Quality 3. This is a special breed of symbiotic triangular plum. It has a total of 7 colors and is expensive. It is 4 meters tall, 3.5 meters in length, and 36 centimeters above the head. It is extremely beautiful and has an attractive view. Furthermore, it is easy to transplant. It will last for the entire year. Game product. Gorgeous +3, viewability +3, attraction +3, entering the mirror +3, life transfer +3, ecological harmony +3. This was a higher quality 7-colored symbiotic flower. All its attributes increased by +3. No wonder it surpassed the other triangular plums. This triangular plum with a quality of 3 had an additional ecological harmony +3 attribute. However, he did not know what use this attribute had for the time being. Furthermore, if he wanted to move this one out of the game, the warehouse could not even accommodate it. He could only exit the game and leave the warehouse. After observing that there was no one around, he entered the game as quickly as possible and moved this triangular plum out of the game. However, if this plant was to be transported back to the villa, Zhao Liyuan would probably have to bring a larger truck over. When Zhao Liyuan brought the convoy over and saw this 7-colored symbiotic triangular plum of quality 3, he was speechless. He quickly got his subordinates to be more careful. This one was clearly more expensive. After being busy for a long time, they finally loaded it into the car. The villa was bustling with construction. The gardeners and farmers they had hired had already begun to transplant the triangular plums over. The 7-colored ornamental triangular plums would gather in the center, followed by the ordinary ornamental ones. Finally, the periphery was filled with ordinary triangular plums, forming radiation. This way, the tourists would feel even more surprised as they went deeper. Naturally, in order to make the outer area not too monotonous, some games 7-colored symbiotic ornamental type and ordinary ornamental type would be separated to match the triangular plum bought outside. Chen Debei looked at the triangular plum flowers in the parking lot very responsibly and saw a convoy driving over. It seemed to be from the city. The convoy stopped outside. Chen Debei walked out in confusion. A middle-aged man got out of the car and asked, "Is this Boss Qin's villa?" Chen Debei said, "Yes, why?" The middle-aged man said, "My name is Marco. I'm the instructor of the city's triangular plum cultivation base. I'll give Boss Qin the triangular plum and guide you in planting it." Sending an instructor was an additional service to the cultivation base. After all, it was an order of 10,000 stalks. They also knew that it was to create a sea of flowers. If the other party became popular, it would also be their living signboard. Chen Debei immediately pointed at the parking lot and said, "Boss has instructed you to unload the car in the parking lot if you come." Marco nodded and got someone to unload the triangular plums in the car and send them inside. He instructed them to follow him into the parking lot. When he entered the parking lot, Marco was stunned. He looked at the triangular plums in the parking lot in disbelief. 7 colors? Marco was surprised to see those 7-colored ornamental triangular plum plants. He was not like Gao Yaoyao and the others. He was a professional trainer, so he naturally knew what the 7-colored symbiotic triangular plum represented. There were many triangular plum symbiotic flowers. But they were usually 3-colored symbiotic flowers. 5-colored ones were already considered noble. It was definitely rare to have 7-colored symbiotic flowers that were more than 2 meters tall. The key was that these 7 colors were surprisingly perfect. As a professional trainer, he was so attracted to them that he could not take his eyes off them. Furthermore, he felt a little comfort when he saw it. How awesome was this trainer? Even their cultivation base had not nurtured such a top-grade creature. From the looks of it, there were quite a number of such top-grade triangular plum plants. This sea of flowers was definitely going to be popular. As Marco was thinking, he heard the sound of a car outside. Then, he heard the exclamations of the employees from the cultivation base who had come with him. This triangular plum is really tall. Those more than 2 meters tall are already very beautiful. This one is really unbelievable. It's 4 meters long, right? When Marco came out, he was also shocked. The 4-meter tall, messy-haired, and extremely gorgeous 7-colored symbiotic flower immediately attracted his gaze. This is considered an old plant, right? Mark went forward anxiously to observe. As someone in this line of work, he knew the value of this triangular plum very well. It was a 7-colored symbiotic plant and had been nurtured to such a perfect level. This was definitely an old collectible level plant. It was not an exaggeration to say that the tourist areas in the country with large triangular seas of plum blossoms were willing to buy this one for more than 200,000 yuan. Not only was the sea of flowers in this villa going to be popular, but it might also be famous worldwide. Compared to these triangular plums, the triangular plums sent by their cultivation base were just small green leaves. When Qin Lin got out of the car, Chen Debei came over and introduced him. "Boss, this is Mr. Marco from the cultivation base who came to deliver the triangular plum." "Hello." Qin Lin shook hands with Marco. After shaking hands, Marco could not help but ask curiously, "Boss Qin, this old triangular plum tree cost a lot, right? It's difficult to buy a triangular plum blossom of this grade even if you spend 200,000 yuan. "A friend gave me a friendly price," Qin Lin said casually. However, he did not expect this 7-colored symbiotic triangular plum of quality 3 to be considered an old plant. The old plant was a collector-level plant among the triangular plums. It was given an expensive price by some rich people. He had seen a piece of news previously. Someone had a 2-colored umbrella-shaped triangular plum tree. The owner had sold it for a starting price of 300,000 yuan. Furthermore, the value of this 3-colored triangular plum tree should far exceed the price Marco had mentioned. After all, the other party did not know that his 7-colored triangular plum tree had many attributes all year round. When Marco saw these triangular plums, he was too embarrassed to say anything about staying behind to help guide the planting. He was too ashamed to show off in front of an expert. Marco had sent 3,000 triangular plums this time. Because Qin Lin had ordered several varieties of triangular plums, the color was different. Coupled with the problem of his transplant speed, it was impossible to deal with them at the same time. Qin Lin also asked Master Lin to bring people over. Suddenly, a quality 3 7-colored, symbiotic ornamental triangular plum appeared. Then, the center area had to change a little. Naturally, it was to transplant this quality 3 triangular plum. Furthermore, after knowing the price of this old plant, Chen Debei was so frightened that he suggested to Qin Lin, "Boss, are you going to hire a few more security guards?" He was afraid that others would want to steal such a valuable triangular plum seed. Although Master Lin had discussed with him about taking turns to keep watch, if there were really any ideas, he and Master Lin were useless. "Yes, I'll handle this." Qin Lin nodded. He had originally wanted to hire more security guards. The triangular plum blossom seed was valuable. How could Chen Debei alone be enough? When Master Lin brought people over and saw this quality 3 plum, they clearly looked surprised. It took a lot of effort to move this triangular plum to the flower field. It took half a day to transplant this plant. Gao Yaoyao and the 2 female employees were also attracted when they saw this triangular plum. They thought that the previous triangular plum was already the most beautiful, but they did not expect this one to be even more beautiful. The next day, when Qin Lin arrived at the villa, he saw Gao Yaoyao running to him. "Boss, come with me to see the triangular plum plant from yesterday." "What's wrong?" Qin Lin was a little puzzled. He only knew the reason when he followed Gao Yaoyao to the 7-colored flower. There were actually many butterflies dancing on the triangular plum tree. Some birds were even chirping crisply. What surprised him, even more, was that there were 2 squirrels sticking their heads out of the tree. If the fragrance of flowers had butterflies, it was not strange that this sea of flowers could attract butterflies. There were also birds and squirrels. It must be a special reason. Gao Yaoyao explained excitedly, "Boss, isn't it magical? I came up at noon to take a photo and post it on my social media, and I saw them. They're not afraid even when I approach them." With that, she approached and stood under the triangular plum tree. The squirrels on the tree did not run. The 2 squirrels even stood on the branch above Gao Yaoyao's head, as if they were looking at her curiously. Under normal circumstances, when a person approached, the bird and squirrel would definitely run away in fear. Qin Lin roughly understood what was going on. This quality 3 triangular plum had the attribute of ecological harmony +3. This scene must be related to ecological harmony +3. For this reason, the butterflies, birds, and squirrels nearby were attracted. Gao Yao Yao, maybe we'll make a sign that forbids us from harming animals, Qin Lin said when he saw this. This seemed to be a huge selling point. In the following time, the entire villa was in full swing. The villa was also temporarily closed for business. Qin Lin would bring out ordinary ornamental triangular plums from the game every day. Furthermore, the quality 3/7 colored ornamental triangular plums actually appeared twice in the next month. 3 of these triangular plums were planted in the middle of the sea of flowers. A flower bed and fence were specially built around it, and a sign that said, "Don't hurt small animals," was hung on it. Around the 3 triangular plums, there were more butterflies fluttering. It was the same for the birds. Their pleasant cries were like music. Occasionally, squirrels could be seen darting between the trees. This beautiful scenery and such a harmonious scene were definitely intoxicating. As time passed, October arrived. In the evening, as usual, Qin Lin picked up the 24 boxes of ripe okra and planted new seeds. Then, he sent this batch of ripe okra to RT Mart and provided manager Chen with 10 caddies of quality 2 okra. Your tail number, income is 19,653 yuan. Your balance is 139,876 yuan. In the past month or so, he had earned more than 650,000 yuan from sending the okra to RT Mart. After deducting the taxes, the balance paid to the triangular plum cultivation base, and the fees for the construction company, he was only left with less than 140,000 yuan. Now that the triangular plum blossom sea had been completed, the villa was also preparing to open for business. Qin Lin rode the old farm tricycle to the warehouse. There were 2 big buckets in the car. He entered the game with a small bucket and went straight to the pool. Over the past month, there were already more than 1,000 wild fish in the pool. He immediately used a small bucket to scoop up these wild fish and bring them out of the game. He placed them into 2 large buckets. After moving dozens of them, the 2 large buckets were filled. There were also 6 big shots. These were what he wanted to put into the fish pond in the villa. He started cycling and headed to the villa. When he arrived at the entrance of the villa, he could see a special wooden artistic sign, Qin Lin Villa. At the entrance, there was a colorful and outstanding triangular sea of flowers not far away. This made him feel proud. After all, this was a sea of flowers he had created. The sea of flowers was completed. Not far from the reception hall, there was a pure retro wooden building. This was naturally the sales center he planned to use to sell things. If the crops planted in the game earned a difference for RT Mart, he might as well sell them himself. As long as the villa had enough traffic, he could completely consume them himself. He could even sell them at more expensive attractions. When the time came, he could also wholesale other things as a cover. Qin Lin rode the tricycle out of the hall. Gao Yao Yao was cleaning with 4 girls. These girls were all wearing custom-made blue uniforms with the words, Qin Lin Villa, printed on them. 3 of the girls were newly recruited a few days ago. From now on, one of the new girls would be in charge of the tickets for the adventure and grass skimming project. The other girl was in charge of the ticket sales for the triangular plum blossom sea. The other 2 girls were in charge of the hall. As for Gao Yao Yao, she had performed well this month and was promoted to a foreman. The young lady was also very motivated now. She was already a manager and her pay was even raised by 1,000 yuan. "Boss, what do you need us to do?" When Chen Debei saw Qin Lin arrive, he also walked up with 2 uniformed security guards. He was very proactive. After the sea of flowers was built, security personnel were indispensable. Other than the 2 people behind Chen Debei, there was another person watching the surveillance cameras in the monitoring room. At night, there were also 2 people on night patrol. They were all recruited through the veterans designated area in the same city online. The villa had some surveillance cameras. This was also what many scenic areas had no choice but to do. After all, there were too many fish that had escaped the net of quality education. Naturally, Chen Debei had been actively performing this month, so he was promoted to the captain of the security team. His salary had also increased by 1,000 yuan. Other than that, the villa had also recruited a chef to help Master Lin, a cashier, and 3 professional landscapers to nurse the triangular sea of flowers. Coupled with the original front desk registrar and the cleaning auntie, There were almost 20 employees in the villa. Qin Lin looked at Chen Debei, who had brought people forward to help, and instructed, "Pour these fish into the fish pond." The villa originally had a fishing project. It was rented to tourists to fish with a fishing rod. After the fish were weighed, the tourists would kill them themselves. They would either steam them or barbecue them. Anyone who could come to the villa to play was also a form of fun. However, when he auctioned to this farm, there was no longer a fish in the fish pond. Therefore, he had to replenish the fish in the fish pond. He had to move a few more fish. Furthermore, this wild fish was also a selling point. Other than fishing, tourists could naturally buy fish directly from the hall and cook them themselves. This had to be arranged separately. However, those who came to the farmhouse to play, regardless of whether they knew how to fish or not, would usually rent a fishing pole to experience it. It was also very likely that they could not catch a single fish. Chen Debei did not say anything else and immediately climbed into the car. Then, he personally instructed 2 security guards to carry the buckets out of the car. "What a big fish," a security guard exclaimed. He had clearly seen a big item. "This one is more than 30 pounds, right? There's more than one." The other security guard was also surprised. Master Lin, who was wearing a chef's suit, was attracted. He went to the bucket and looked at it in surprise. "Boss, are these fish wild?" "Master Lin, you have good taste," Qin Lin said with a smile. "Impressive, impressive." Master Lin knew his stuff and exclaimed, "There are so many wild fish. They're not small, especially this big fish. I'm afraid each one is worth more than 2,000 yuan. Furthermore, you might not be able to buy them even if you have the money." "Boss, you paid a lot to get these fish, right?" "I did pay a small price," Qin Lin said with a smile. "Wasn't it a small price? Fishing in the game took some time, and moving out of the game took some time. It was just a small price. I knew it. You can't buy this fish without paying a price." Master Lin thought that he had guessed correctly. He had a smile on his face and suggested, "Boss, put these big fish in the pool in the hall. Such big wild fish can attract people just by looking at them." "Okay," Qin Lin nodded. When the time came, he would move some big goods over and place them in the fish pond. However, he planned to strictly control the number of this big shot. There were only a few of such large goods in the market every year. It was not suitable to take out too many. Furthermore, the price was not something an ordinary person could afford. Other than eating for himself, it would be more dignified to serve others another one. After handing 2 large buckets of wild fish to Chen Debei and Master Lin, he called Gao Yaoyao over. "Boss, what can I do for you?" Gao Yaoyao jogged over. Qin Lin instructed, "I'll get someone to shoot the promotional video for the Triangular Plum Blossom Sea tomorrow. Dress up nicely and cooperate with the filming of a set of promotional videos and photos. I'll give you 2,000 yuan. After the Triangular Plum Blossom Sea was built, if he wanted to let people know and attract them, he had to let people know about this sea of flowers first. It was inevitable to take promotional videos and promotional photos. He had to print promotional photos. Of course, this model was also indispensable. Gao Yaoyao was a pure girl with passable looks. With her in mind, he naturally did not waste time looking for someone. "Thank you, boss." Gao Yaoyao immediately agreed sweetly when she heard that. Then, Qin Lin walked toward the Triangular Plum Blossom Sea. From the hall, a specially made stone road led to the Sea of Flowers. The entrance to the Sea of Flowers was a ticket booth. Ordinary Sea of Flowers tickets were around 30 to 70 yuan. He directly set it as 100 yuan. To his Sea of Flowers, this price was not expensive, but to a T-tracked people, it could not be too expensive. As long as there were people, the accompanying profit plan could be arranged. For example, he could produce and sell the game crops. The periphery of the Sea of Flowers was arranged neatly into a flower wall with dense triangular plum trees, preventing anyone from entering. They could only enter from the ticket office. The 30-acre Sea of Flowers was a little spectacular. Just the dense ordinary triangular plums on the outside made this trip worthwhile. The deeper they went, the more pleasing it was to the eyes when they reached the triangular plum area produced by the game. On the other hand, the quality 3-7-colored, symbiotic, ornamental triangular plums planted had the attributes of gorgeous +2, ornamental +2, and attractive +2. In particular, the 3 stalks stood out from the crowd. They were more than 4 meters tall quality 3 triangular plums. They were gorgeous +3, ornamental +3, attractive +3, photogenic +3, and ecological harmony +3. This sea of flowers was definitely shocking. One could not tear their eyes away from it. Qin Lin knew very well that as the creator of this sea of flowers, he would be shocked to see these flowers every day, let alone tourists. When he arrived at the center, Qin Lin stopped. He saw butterflies dancing around the quality 3 triangular plums. There were a few squirrels scurrying in the trees. In the surroundings of the quality 3 triangular plums, there was an ecological harmony +3 attribute. These squirrels were not afraid of people. Qin Lin reached out to touch a squirrel that had landed on the fence. It did not run. He took out a few pine nuts and placed them on the ground. The squirrels immediately jumped down and hugged the pine nuts. He deliberately left one in his hand. As if they knew, the squirrels kept staring at his hand. Qin Lin smiled and put down the last pine nut. A squirrel immediately went forward and hugged it. Then, they scurried up the tree and hid the pine nut. During this period of time, he had gotten Gao Yao to deliver some pine nuts to these squirrels every day. They were also used to it. At night, they would take all the pine nuts they had harvested and rush into the forest. Then, they would appear on time the next day. These butterflies and squirrels, as well as the pleasant bird cries, would add characteristics to the sea of flowers. The next day, after sending Shu Kui to RT Mart, Qin Lin headed to Qin Ren's advertising and planning studio. Qin Ren was one of the partners. He had shares in the studio and was also a photographer. His skills were not bad. He naturally wanted to invite Qin Ren, his childhood friend, to take a set of promotional videos and photos. Since he was going to hire someone anyway, he might as well let his childhood friend earn the money. When Qin Lin came in, other than Qin Ren, there were a few others. Qin Ren's fiancée, Liao Li, and another woman he had seen at Qin Ren's house were also there. Lin Zi, why are you here? When Qin Ren saw Qin Lin, he greeted him enthusiastically. Da Ren, I want to invite you to take a set of videos and photos. Qin Lin smiled and explained his intentions. Come with me to the venue first. I'll place an order then? The 30-acre triangular plum blossom sea had a lot of promotional videos and photos. A team would definitely have to be deployed for ground filming, aviation filming, post-production, and so on. He had asked online. His publicity video and photos cost tens of thousands. What order? Qin Ren placed his hand on Qin Lin's shoulder unhappily. It doesn't take much time to help you take a fruit shop video and photo. Do you treat me as your brother? With that, Qin Ren did not forget to say to the others, I'm going out with my brother, Qin Lin. This was also considered an explanation to the other partners. It was not considered a private job, but it was considered helping a brother. Everyone had a situation. Lin Zi, let's go. Qin Ren called. Qin Lin smiled. Qin Ren was doing this out of goodwill and not letting him spend money. He had helped him take a photo of the fruit shop once, but this time, his promotional video and photos were really not something Qin Ren could handle alone. Liao Li and her cousin, Shu Na, watched this scene. Liao Li had no objections. What she liked was her fiancé's loyalty. Shu Na had a lot of objections. Liao Li, you have to talk about Qin Ren. You can't be too loyal. Others will get used to it. Was that Qin Lin from last time? I thought he was a good person previously, but now, it's obvious that he doesn't know the ways of the world. When Qin Ren said that he didn't want money, he didn't stand on ceremony at all. Let's go shopping. Liao Li clearly did not agree with her cousin, but she did not want to argue with her. Qin Lin and Qin Ren left the planning studio and rode on an electric scooter. Qin Ren sat in the backseat before starting the car and driving out. Soon, Qin Ren realized that something was wrong. Lin Zi, if we're not going to the fruit and vegetable market street, why are we walking out of the city? Where are we going? You'll know when we get there, Qin Lin said with a smile. Soon, the small electric car arrived at the entrance of Qin Lin Villa. Isn't this Fuhai Villa? Why did it change its name? Qin Ren was puzzled. He had been here with Qin Lin in the past. At that time, they had not graduated from university and had come to spend their summer vacation. When Qin Lin's small electric car stopped in front of the hall, Gao Yao, who was gorgeously dressed, went forward. Boss, Lin Zi, This girl is not bad. Wait, boss? Qin Ren was habitually paying attention to the beautiful girl when he suddenly reacted. Lin Zi, you're the boss of this villa? No wonder it's called Qin Lin Villa. Da Ren, let's go. Look at the filming location. Also, this girl is called Gao Yao Yao. She's acting as the model today. Qin Lin called out and brought Qin Ren into the triangular sea of flowers. Damn, Qin Ren was shocked when he saw the sea of flowers in front of him. Lin Zi, did you do this? Yes, I just finished it. Qin Lin nodded. Lin Zi, you're awesome. Qin Ren directly exclaimed. He knew the situation of this brother's family very well. It was obvious how shocked he was when he suddenly did this. How much did this sea of flowers cost? However, he did not ask further. It would change if he probed further. After all, everyone had fortuitous encounters. Perhaps his brother had won the lottery or someone had invested. Qin Lin smiled and said, Da Ren, I just want to invite your studio to take a set of promotional videos and photos for this sea of flowers. Ah, Qin Ren instantly felt bitter when he heard this. I can't do this alone. Qin Lin naturally knew and smiled. I'll place an order for your studio. Remember to give me a discount. Not only will I give you a discount, but I'll also give you the best service. Remember to give me a 5-star rating. Qin Ren did not waste any time. He took his phone and called back. He really could not do this alone. He also knew that Qin Lin was taking care of his business, so he definitely had to do it well. Qin Lin saw Gao Yao Yao smiling foolishly at her phone behind him. He asked curiously, why are you smiling so happily? When Gao Yao Yao heard Qin Lin's words, she came back to her senses and asked, Boss, I registered the trademark of the meat pie in Yucheng County. Then can I eat the meat pie at the shops in Yucheng County without paying? They used my trademark. Qin Lin asked in surprise, what are you thinking about? Aren't you afraid of being beaten up? Gao Yao Yao shrunk her head and said, am I joking? I just saw a video. Someone registered the trademark of a meat pie and sued hundreds of meat pie shops in the country, asking for 99,800 yuan each. What? Qin Lin revealed an incredulous expression. How much money would he earn if he won? In the blink of an eye, it would be tens of millions. It was even easier than his business. It was not scary to be a hooligan, but it was even scarier if it was a cultured hooligan. He had the urge to register the Yucheng County meat pie trademark and register all the noodles and pig head meat at the city pass. However, this was just a thought. He would really be beaten up. Furthermore, the officials would definitely handle it. Perhaps someone would have to pay the legal price. Otherwise, the people in society would follow suit. It would be strange if it was not chaotic. After Qin Ren called, 3 partners from the studio quickly arrived. When the 3 of them arrived at the villa and saw the triangular sea of plum blossoms, they were also very surprised. He originally thought that Qin Ren was just helping his brother out privately. Unexpectedly, the other party's brother was so awesome and gave him a big deal. Why didn't they have such brothers? However, after helping Qin Lin film the triangular sea of plum blossoms, Qin Ren and his partner was even more shocked. If one were to say that this sea of flowers gave off a fascinating beauty from the outer area, then entering it and reaching the middle was even more unbelievable. Especially when they arrived at the central area, with the cooperation of the model at the villa, they realized that the videos and photos were actually poetic. The scene was so beautiful that it seemed to be art. A partner said in surprise, Qin Ren, not bad. I feel like your filming skills have improved. You're already acting like a master. It's because this place is too beautiful. Qin Ren was also smiling. It was the first time he had taken such a perfect promotional video and photo. Especially the 3 most beautiful triangular plums. The videos and photos that came out were not inferior to those top masters. Naturally, he did not know that this was because these triangular plums had game attributes. The 3 triangular plums had +3 attributes. Lin Zi, we'll work overtime tonight to help you get the promotional video and advertisement photos. You can use them tomorrow, Qin Ren promised Qin Lin when he left. When he returned to the studio, Qin Ren said to his partners, everyone, work overtime tonight. Don't embarrass me in front of my brothers. The others smiled and agreed. Actually, they were not stupid. When they were filming, they had a feeling that the triangular sea of plum blossoms was going to be popular. Then, the promotional video and advertisement photos they took were also publicity for themselves. It had to be perfect. In the evening, Liao Li brought her cousin Chu Na over again. When she arrived behind her fiancé, she could not help but be surprised when she saw the video he had edited. "Hubby, where did you take this? It's so beautiful." Even Chu Na asked curiously, "Is there such a beautiful place in our Yucheng County? If the video alone was so stunning, how beautiful would it be at the scene?" When Qin Ren saw his fiancé ask, he said proudly, "Xiao Li, let me tell you. Qin Lin hid very well. He built a villa and built this triangular plum blossom sea. Those triangular plums don't look like ordinary quality. The 30 acres should be at least a few million yuan. This kid can do it." Her words were filled with surprise and joy for her brother, making Liao Li feel incredulous. She knew her fiancé's family situation. However, Chu Na felt that something was wrong. Did she make a mistake? Liao Li did not disturb her fiancé's work and pulled her cousin to the side to play by herself. Chu Na said anxiously, Li, send me Qin Lin's WeChat." Liao Li said playfully, "Cousin, didn't you say you were joking last time?" Chu Na did not care. "I didn't know his conditions. As a woman, who doesn't want to find someone with good conditions?" Liao Li was helpless and could only send Qin Lin's WeChat profile to her cousin. Chu Na immediately added him on WeChat. On the other hand, Qin Lin quickly received a WeChat friend request with a notification. "I'm Liao Li's cousin, can we be friends?" This made him frown. Why did Liao Li's cousin add him for no reason? He opened her profile and saw that although the photo was seriously photoshopped, he could still vaguely tell that it was the girl beside Liao Li. It was just that she looked too different in the photo. However, he also understood something. After all, she had not added him on WeChat during their 2 meetings. Why did she suddenly add him? After having Moqing, unless there were special circumstances, he would never add a woman on WeChat. This was his respect for Zhao Moqing, so he decisively wanted to reject her. However, when he thought about it, she was Liao Li's cousin, so he still replied tactfully, "I'm sorry. My wife doesn't allow me to add someone of the opposite sex." On the other end, Liao Li's cousin was stunned. Li, why didn't you say that Qin Lin is married?" Quote. Liao Li was stunned. Qin Ren would definitely know that Qin Lin was married. They were not married at all. However, she also understood that Qin Lin had guessed her cousin's motive and rejected her tactfully. She could not help but shake her head and did not remind her Su Sin. Her cousin was just a little country bumpkin without her feet on the ground. She had photoshopped a picture of herself to beautify herself and thought that she was a catch when men she was not familiar with praised her. She was already a leftover woman. She still wanted to find a young, handsome, and rich man, but a young, handsome, and rich man did not like her at all. The next day, Qin Lin received a call from Qin Ren, telling him that the promotional video and promotional photos had been completed. He went to Qin Ren's studio immediately. "Lin Z, watch it yourself. We'll change it if you're dissatisfied." Qin Ren played the promotional video for Qin Lin. Qin Lin was still very satisfied with the promotional video. Qin Ren's studio had clearly put in a lot of effort. He had also decisively paid the studio to not make things difficult for Qin Ren in front of his partners. After leaving, he had to consider publicity. Firstly, he had to attract the locals of Yucheng County before thinking of a way to attract more tourists. Therefore, he went straight to RT Mart. In Yucheng County, advertising was not done at the television station. Almost no one watched Yucheng County TV. Or rather, no one watched satellite TV that was not popular in this era. However, there was a place in Yucheng County that most people could see. It was the open-air screen of the Eastern Business Square. This screen had been rented by the big hair salon on the square's first floor for many years and was used to repeatedly play the merchandise introduction and big hair advertisements. The Eastern Mountain Commercial Square was the center of Yucheng County. It was where they ate, drank, and ate. If he could upload the promotional video of his Sea of Flowers, most people in Yucheng County would be able to see it. When he arrived, Qin Lin went straight to Manager Chen's office, wanting to settle this matter through Manager Chen's connections. At this moment, Manager Chen also handed tea to a middle-aged man respectfully in the office. "President Xu, I have no choice. The other party only gave me 2.5 kilograms of this special quality okra. I've already distributed 3 caddies to you. Of course, Manager Chen did not dare to say that it was 10 caddies. President Chu was the person in charge of Yucheng County and Sand City's RT Mart. He had the final say. The other party was also the brother-in-law of a director in the headquarters. As soon as he said it, the other party would definitely want it. He could not refuse to give it to him. This was a sacred item for men. It concerned their sexual happiness. Can you beg him to think of a way? President Chu asked with a frown. At his age, a man wanted to play with little white rabbits outside and had to take good care of his family. He really did not have the strength to do so, and that special okra was really awesome. The effect was obvious. Manager Chen said helplessly, President Chu, I've been urging him to, but this is not a matter of money. The other party said that it's really little. When President Chu heard this, he could not help but feel frustrated. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Manager Chen got up and opened the door. When he saw that it was Qin Lin, his face was filled with enthusiasm. President Qin, why are you here so early today? Qin Lin smiled and said, Manager Chen, I want to ask you a favor today. Isn't the open-air video at the Eastern Business Square always rented by your RT Mart? I want to advertise. Can you help me ask if RT Mart can rent some time to me every day? President Chu, he is. Manager Chen immediately looked at President Chu and wanted to introduce Qin Lin. President Chu could also make the decision on this matter. President Chu was in a bad mood now. He interrupted Manager Chen and said unhappily, Manager Chen, do you think our company lacks that little money and needs to rent a company during the advertisement time? We can't possibly rent it. When Manager Chen heard this, he knew that he was in trouble. The okra was still counting on someone else. He hurriedly said, President Chu, President Qin is the one who provided the okra. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. President Chu was stunned for a moment. What the F asterisk CK? The next moment, he smiled and went forward to hold Qin Lin's hand. President Qin, hello, hello. We can't sublet during the advert. I cement time. We're not short of that money, but as happy friends, we can give you some free time every day. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Manager Chen had learned something. Qin Lin was a little surprised to hear this. When he came, he was still thinking about how much money he needed to rent some outdoor videos in the commercial square. He did not expect the other party to give them away for free. However, he also knew that others would not suddenly give him benefits for no reason. They must have a request. At this moment, President Chu asked, President Qin, what advertisement are you going to broadcast? I want to plan a suitable time for you. Clearly, this was a thoughtful service. Qin Lin explained, President Chu, I recently built a villa and a triangular plum blossom sea. I want to advertise it. President Chu immediately said, President Qin, then from 7:30 to 8:30, this is one of the most crowded times. For the next week, I'll give you this hour for free. Thank you, President Chu. Qin Lin immediately thanked him. He also knew that President Chu must have a motive and was waiting for him to speak. President Chu smiled and said, President Qin, the okra you sold to Manager Chen previously is really good. I want to buy some too. Qin Lin knew President Chu's motive now. No wonder. Qin Lin immediately smiled and said, President Chu, how can I let you buy this? I'll deliver 10 caddies to you in the evening. Thank you so much, President Qin. President Chu smiled in satisfaction. Then, he suddenly asked, President Qin, actually, I'm also in charge of the big RT Mart in Sand City. It's even on the first floor of the Wanda Plaza over there. There's also a big advertising screen. If you need it, I can also send President Qin some time to advertise. President Qin, remember me as a friend if you have such special okra in the future. Qin Lin's eyes lit up as he said, President Chu, I can think of another way regarding the okra. When the time comes, I'll send 10 caddies to you. Actually, he had already left a lot of quality 2 okra in his space over the past month. It would not rot in the game, and he was not in a hurry to deal with it. However, he still understood the logic of being a rare commodity. Then I'll have to trouble you, President Qin. President Chu was instantly filled with a smile. After all, It was really difficult to go home and satisfy his wife after he was done playing outside. His body could not handle it. Manager Chen looked at the two of them chatting happily and felt a little bitter. This special quality okra had been sold to President Chu. What should he do? When Qin Lin left, he handed the promotional video to President Chu. The other party would arrange it. In the evening, when he sent the mature okra to the RT Mart, he also sent 10 caddies of quality 2 okra over. President Chu had been waiting for a long time. When he received the okra, he even treated Qin Lin to dinner very enthusiastically. Clearly, he was more tactful than Manager Chen. President Chu had mentioned many times that the advertisement video would be released on time at 7:30. Qin Lin had promised many times that he would get the okra as soon as possible. This made President Chu very happy. When Qin Lin returned home, it was already past 7. Now that everything was settled, he was just waiting for the villa to open. After taking a shower, Qin Lin took out his phone and called Zhao Moqing. It was time to tell Zhao Moqing about the surprise at the villa. The call went through quickly. Qin Lin said immediately, "Moqing, I want to tell you something." "Didn't I tell you that I built a villa?" Zhao Moqing snorted. "Qin Lin, you're finally willing to tell me? Auntie told me long ago. I was waiting to see how long you would hide it from me." Qin Lin said awkwardly, "Moqing, well, I didn't mean to hide it from you. I just wanted to give you a surprise." "Surprise? You didn't even discuss it with me." Zhao Moqing expressed her dissatisfaction again and asked, "Are you afraid that I won't support your entrepreneurship? Am I such an unreasonable person?" Qin Lin immediately apologized. "Of course not. I'll apologize, okay?" Zhao Moqing then said in satisfaction, "That's more like it. Qin Lin, don't hide anything from me in the future. Also, what can you do with your tens of thousands? I still have 50,000 yuan here. If you need me to transfer it to you, I'll support you if you want to start a business." These words made Qin Lin's heart feel a warm current. However, Zhao Moqing was clearly misled by his mother's previous words. Qin Lin Villa was not a farmhouse that cost tens of thousands. Qin Lin smiled and said, "The villa will open tomorrow. Then I'll take a leave tomorrow." Zhao Moqing immediately said, "As the lady boss, even if Qin Lin's farmhouse was small, she had to be there." After saying this, she said, "All right, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm shopping with sister-in-law." On the other hand, Zhao Moqing hung up the phone and walked toward the Eastern Business Square with Li Jiwen. Li Jiwen looked at her sister-in-law and sighed. "I've never seen a girl as silly as you. You even want to use your money to start a business for your boyfriend?" "Sister-in-law, help me keep it a secret," Zhao Moqing said hurriedly. Was she giving it to her boyfriend? It was for her husband. She and Qin Lin had already secretly registered their marriage. "You," Li Jiwen shook her head. At this moment, the two women suddenly heard a few exclamations. "Look at the outdoor video in the square. It's so beautiful. Where is this sea of flowers?" More and more people in the square looked up and were stunned when they saw the sea of flowers. The gorgeous and poetic video was too attractive. The sea of flowers was so beautiful. Many people looked at the outdoor video in the square. The sudden sea of flowers video on it seemed to be naturally attractive. The enhancement on the screen made the video seem to have a natural artistic halo. When the video camera zoomed in, the 7-colored symbiotic triangular plums looked even more charming. More and more people in the square were attracted by the sea of flowers in the open-air video and could not help but stop to watch. Soon, Gao Yaoyao, the model, appeared. She was wearing beautiful clothes and walked to the middle of the sea of flowers from a tourist's point of view. She stood under the quality 3 7-colored flowers. Around her, under the ecological harmony +3 attribute, butterflies danced around her. The sound of birds was pleasant. Gao Yaoyao was still feeding a few squirrels with pine nuts. The harmonious scene was eye-catching. Surprise sounded again. There are also many butterflies flying around the triangular plum. Butterflies in October are rare. There are actually so many of them gathered here. It's really beautiful. That squirrel is actually not afraid of people. It's so cute. Where is this sea of flowers? I want to go so much. Clearly, the people who saw the video were attracted and wanted to see the sea of flowers. Zhao Moqing and Li Jiwen were also attracted by the video. It was not that they had not seen a sea of flowers before. They had also been to the triangular plum blossom sea, but no sea of flowers could give them such a feeling with just a video. Moching, when did Yucheng County have such a sea of flowers? I really want to go. Li Jiwen sighed. I've decided. I must let your brother see this sea of flowers when I have the time. Zhao Moching nodded and said, yes, I want to go too, but I don't want to be a third wheel. Li Jiwen smiled and said, let Qin Lin bring you there. You're already going to give him your money to start a business. If he doesn't bring you there, he won't know what's good for him. Zhao Moching shook her head and said, Qin Lin has been very busy with his entrepreneurship recently. I don't want him to be distracted by this kind of thing. Let's talk about it in the future. Li Jiwen really had no choice. This sea of flowers actually belongs to Yucheng County? It's not far. It's at the original Fuhai Villa. I've been there before. I've been to that villa before. I didn't expect to see such a sea of flowers. It's only 30 minutes away. I got my boyfriend to bring me there this weekend. Quote. At the end of the Sea of Flowers video, an address appeared. It was the Qin Lin Villa. This address instantly made many people remember it. Zhao Moching was surprised. She knew about Fuhai Villa. A tycoon had bought this villa previously. At that time, she still felt that it was a pity that the 500 acres of land in the villa were so deserted. She even told Qin Lin that it would definitely be popular if he could build a triangular plum blossom sea. She did not expect the tycoon who filmed this villa to really create a sea of flowers. It seemed like this sea of flowers had cost a lot. Li Jiwen looked at the address and said thoughtfully, Moching, why does the name Qin Lin Villa sound like a combination of your and Qin Lin's names? Zhao Moching had seen this name earlier and teased, sister-in-law, do you think Qin Lin and I own this villa? Li Jiwen smiled and flicked Zhao Moching's forehead. It's nighttime. It's not time to daydream. The two women did not continue to pay attention to the name of this villa. After all, they knew Qin Lin's family's situation. How could he open such a villa? The Sea of Flowers video began to play from the beginning again for an hour. On this night, many people who had been to the Eastern Business Square were attracted by the Sea of Flowers. This 1-hour broadcast also made the other shop owners in the Eastern Business Square very depressed. This was because they had once wanted to look for the advertising time for this open-air video. However, this person did not bother about them at all and simply said, is RT Mart a company that rents advertising time? Now, this RT Mart had actually begun to rent advertising time to a villa. This also made many people want to ask how the villa's boss succeeded. They all wanted to imitate him. At this moment, Qin Lin was already looking at the game on the screen in his mind. He controlled his game character to water the crops, remove insects, and remove weeds. Other than the 24 plots of level 1 land that continued to plant okra, the level 2 plot of land continued to plant strawberries, and the level 3 plot of land planted watermelons. This watermelon was not an ordinary new watermelon, but the quality of the game, quality 2 watermelon seeds. Other than the large number of okra, he did not plan to give these strawberries and watermelons to RT Mart. Now that the villa was open, he could try a new plan. The next day, Qin Lin woke up early. The okra, strawberries, and watermelons in the game had already ripened. He looked at the watermelon fields in level 3. Number 25. The amount of production was similar to before. After picking all the mature crops, Qin Lin entered the game. He picked one up and saw the notification. Seedless watermelon. Quality 2. Remarks. A high-quality watermelon produced by the game. Be it the taste, or fragrance. It's far better than a watermelon of quality 1. It can make you unable to control your taste buds. Delicious +2, sweet +2, taste +2, aftertaste +2. He put it down and picked up another. Seedless watermelon. Quality 2. After looking at all the watermelons, Qin Lin could confirm that the watermelons planted with watermelon seeds were indeed of quality 2. Furthermore, every watermelon was big and weighed more than 10 caddies. Previously, he had thought about the price of specially imported watermelons if he could mass-produce watermelons of quality 2. However, looking at this quality 2 watermelon seed, it seemed like there was hope for mass production of 2 watermelons. Furthermore, he had also understood the price of imported special watermelons. For example, a square watermelon from Japan was sold for 70 yuan per caddy. There was also a black watermelon that could be sold for 120 yuan per caddy. There was also an Italian crispy watermelon that could be sold for 100 yuan per caddy. There were many special imported fruits like this. Putting aside the taste, if it could be sold at this price and someone accepted it, the taste and texture would definitely not be bad. However, no matter how good the taste and texture were, they definitely could not compare to his watermelon with a quality of 2. Why couldn't his watermelon be sold for 100 yuan a caddy? After Qin Lin went to the warehouse, he sent the okra to RT Mart. However, this time, he reserved 200 caddies for himself. After sending the goods to RT Mart, he went to the warehouse again. Then, he moved 200 caddies of okra and 310 caddies of ripe strawberries from the game and placed them in the car. Other than that, there were 5 watermelons of quality 2, 5 caddies of strawberries of quality 2, and 10 caddies of okra of quality 2. Then, he drove to the villa. He planned to sell these in the villa. Not only were the quality 2 watermelons sold for 100 yuan a caddy, but the quality 2 strawberries were also sold for 200 yuan a caddy according to the price of specially imported strawberries. His quality 2 strawberries were much more delicious than the 200 yuan per 500 grams of imported strawberries. The quality 2 okra would be sold according to the price given to manager Chen. 1 caddy was 400 yuan. If he could sell them well, these quality 2 items alone could earn him 28,000 yuan. The entrance of the villa was connected to the intersecting road between Sand City and the city. A sign was also erected at the entrance. On it was a triangular advertisement photo of the Plum Sea. Cars passing by could be seen at a glance. Because of the +3 entry attribute, the promotional photos produced by Qin Ren's studio seemed artistic and inexplicably attractive. When the villa opened, Qin Lin did not play any fancy tricks because he felt that there was no need. After entering the villa, Qin Lin drove the car to the hall. As it was opening today, Gao Yaoyao and the other employees were preparing. Master Lin was already wearing a chef's suit. After all, he was a chef, and the maintenance of the triangular plum had been handed to the 3 landscapers. Chen Debei, get someone to move the things in the car into the hall. I've written the price on it. Get Gao Yaoyao to mark the price, Qin Lin instructed Chen Debei after getting out of the car. Okay, boss. Chen Debei, the security captain, was already used to going forward to help when his boss arrived. After moving the okra, strawberries, and watermelons down, Gao Yaoyao brought the girls and waiters over. There were already a few shelves in the hall. They knew that the boss would transport things to place them and prepare to sell them to the tourists. However, when Gao Yaoyao saw the price, she was stunned. Boss, is this price wrong? The watermelon is 100 yuan per caddy. The other waiters were also surprised. Not only were there watermelons, but there was also a small box of strawberries and okra marked with 200 yuan and 400 yuan respectively. This must be a mistake. How could it be so expensive? There's no mistake. Sell it at this price, Qin Lin explained. Looking at Gao Yaoyao and the others' expressions, he instructed, Master Lin, cut a watermelon and let everyone taste it. Qin Lin's words made everyone a little incredulous. To be honest, commoners like them had never seen anyone dare to sell watermelons at such an expensive price. When Master Lin heard the instructions, he picked up a watermelon and went to the kitchen to cut it. Then, he took it out and distributed it to everyone present. Gao Yaoyao and the other girls picked up the watermelon and tasted it with mixed feelings. After all, this was a watermelon that was sold for 100 yuan per 500 grams. They did not know how it tasted. However, after taking a bite, Gao Yaoyao almost bit her tongue. It was too delicious. How can this melon be so delicious? A waiter exclaimed. Yes, it's so delicious. I almost bit my tongue. Gao Yaoyao nodded crazily. Deliciousness +2, sweetness +2, taste +2, and aftertaste +2 were no joke. After tasting this melon, Gao Yaoyao and the others only had one thought. It seemed like they could sell this melon for 100 yuan per 500 grams. Master Lin was already old, but he still ate like the other girls. He could not help but praise, Boss, I've never eaten such delicious melons in my life. These shouldn't be ordinary melons, right? Qin Lin nodded and said, this is a special watermelon that has just been cultivated. It's not available on the market now. I'm the only one selling it. This quality 2 watermelon was unique. If it was not a special breed, what was it? Gao Yaoyao thought of something after eating a piece of watermelon and asked, "Boss, aren't you selling ordinary watermelons? Although this melon is extremely delicious and has a price tag, others don't know." If a busybody takes a video and writes a title complaining about this astronomical price for watermelon, it'll be a little troublesome if it's posted online. These words reminded Qin Lin. That was indeed the case. Even if the price was clearly stated and the transaction was voluntary, busybodies could always complicate things. However, it was not a problem. If he used 2 boxes to plant some watermelons of quality 1, there would be a comparison between quality 1 watermelons and quality 2 watermelons. He could also add a batch of ordinary watermelons and raise the price of quality 1 watermelons to 10 yuan per 500 grams. There was also some ordinary okra. The quality was 15 yuan per catty. After all, it was common knowledge that the prices of different fruits were different. If there were doubts, they would cut the watermelon in public and let others try it. The difference would be obvious. Even if there were busybodies, they could shut up. Otherwise, it would be unreasonable. It was the same for strawberries. Some ordinary strawberries were sold for 25 yuan. Quality 1 strawberries were sold for 40 yuan, and quality 2 strawberries were sold for 200 yuan. At the thought of this, Qin Lin shoveled the 2 boxes of okra in his mind and planted watermelon seeds. Then, he drove the tricycle back to the county and went straight to the wholesale market to buy a batch of watermelons and strawberries. He would do that for the time being and adjust it according to the situation after opening. After settling everything, he went home to take a shower and went to a car rental shop to rent a car. He was going to bring his mother and Zhao Moqing to the villa today. The small electric car could not accommodate them. When he drove the rented car back to the district, Lin Fen was already waiting with Wang Kai. She had even dressed up meticulously today, which was rare. Furthermore, even Wang Kai had put on a pet shirt. Qin Lin had been busy these past few days, so Lin Fen brought Wang Kai out for a walk and bought one for the dog. This dog was very smart and knew how to please others. Lin Fen liked it very much. After paying off the debt at home, she felt much more relaxed. Her son's business was opening today, and she only had happiness and pride. Woof! When Wang Kai saw that Qin Lin had arrived, it cried out happily. As soon as the car door opened, it rushed in. After picking up his mother, Qin Lin went to Zhao Moqing's district. Zhao Moqing was already waiting outside the district. When she saw the car stop, she went forward. Qin Lin had already told her the car plate number. After she got into the car, she said to Lin Fen, "Auntie." When Lin Fen saw Zhao Moqing's smile, she was even happier. She was very satisfied with her son as her girlfriend. Now that the debt at home had been paid, her remaining wish was for her son to quickly marry Zhao Moqing. Woof! The dog also greeted her and rubbed its head against Zhao Moqing in a fawning manner. Wang Kai. Zhao Moqing also reached out and rubbed the dog's head. The car started and left the county city to head to Qin Lin Villa. Along the way, Lin Fen was fine. She was just looking forward to what her son's villa was like. However, as Zhao Moqing followed the car forward, a puzzled expression gradually appeared on her face. Because she was familiar with this road. Wasn't this the way to Fuhai Villa? As they got closer, Zhao Moqing was a little anxious. "Qin Lin, you got the farmhouse here? Don't you know that there's a Fuhai Villa here?" She was really anxious. It was not easy for her boyfriend to leave some money to start a career. Even if she gave all her money to Qin Lin, it would be a waste to start a farmhouse beside Fuhai Villa. After all, the new boss of Fuhai Villa had created such a beautiful sea of flowers. However, when the car stopped in the parking lot of Qin Lin Villa, Zhao Moqing was stunned. Qin Lin Villa? Why was it here? An unbelievable thought surfaced in her mind. Qin Lin, Zhao Moqing, Qin Lin? Was the tycoon who had bought Fuhai Villa really Qin Lin? This thought made Zhao Moqing feel a little surreal. She knew her husband's family. "Boss." The security guard guarding the parking lot greeted Qin Lin respectfully when he got out of the car. This confirmed Zhao Moqing's guess, and she could not help but open her beautiful mouth. "Qin Lin, what's going on?" After Lin Fen got out of the car, she looked at the villa in front of her happily. She clearly did not expect the villa her son had built to be so good. It far exceeded her imagination. Hearing Zhao Moqing's words, she helped her son explain. Moqing, Xiao Lin was lucky. He caught a wild ornamental fish and sold it for more than 600,000 yuan. Then, he sold it wholesale for a few days and opened this villa with the money he earned. Zhao Moqing frowned because something was wrong. She knew that this villa auction alone had cost 1.2 million yuan. It would definitely cost more to build a sea of flowers. However, looking at Lin Fen's happy expression, she did not express her confusion lest she worries. "Auntie, let's go in and take a look." Zhao Moqing held Lin Fen's hand and walked into the villa. Lin Fen also placed her hand on Zhao Moqing's arm happily. The two women were as intimate as mother and daughter, but Qin Lin suddenly seemed to be an outsider. A moment later, the two of them were attracted by the beautiful triangular sea of plum blossoms not far away. "Those are triangular plums? You planted so many?" Lin Fen said in surprise. Zhao Moqing looked at the sea of flowers with a strange expression. Previously, when she and her sister-in-law saw the promotional video, they were attracted by this sea of flowers. At that time, sister-in-law had even joked that Qin Lin was the one who opened Qin Lin Villa and named it after them. Sister-in-law definitely did not believe that this would happen, right? Her jaw would probably drop. Then, Zhao Moqing thought of something. She remembered that back in the hotel room, she had casually said that if Fuhai Villa got a triangular sea of plum blossoms, it would definitely be popular. Unexpectedly, Qin Lin actually remembered and really made a triangular sea of plum blossoms. This made her turn to look at Qin Lin. Her eyes were watery as if she was feeling touched. Qin Lin noticed Zhao Moqing's gaze. Her watery eyes were very charming. He considered eating some quality 2 okra tonight and then booking a room at the hotel in advance. The opening of the villa had to be celebrated in a special way. "Boss, you're here?" When Chen Debei saw Qin Lin bring Lin Fen and Zhao Moqing into the hall, he habitually went forward and waited for instructions. When Lin Fen saw that someone was calling her son boss, the smile on her face grew wider. In her eyes, this was her son becoming successful. She was elated. "Xiao Lin, hurry up and bring Moqing to the Sea of Flowers to take a look. I'll take a walk here myself." Lin Fen knew that young people liked romance, so she urged him in an irreversible manner. She only wanted her son and Zhao Moqing to be fine now as she pushed the two of them out. Qin Lin had no choice but to bring Zhao Moqing to the triangular plum blossom sea. In the ticket hall at the entrance, Gao Yaoyao was making arrangements with a waiter. It was opening today, and tourists would come at any time. "Boss." Gao Yaoyao immediately greeted the waiter when she saw Qin Lin. Qin Lin nodded at them and held Zhao Moqing's hand as they entered the Sea of Flowers. Soon, Zhao Moqing was mesmerized by the scenery of the Sea of Flowers. When she arrived at the scene personally, she saw that it was even more beautiful than in the promotional video. As she walked, she arrived at the center. Around the quality 3 triangular plums, the beautiful scene of butterflies dancing made her take out her phone and take photos. "How is it? Is this triangular plum blossom sea beautiful?" Qin Lin hugged Zhao Moqing from behind and praised me quickly. "That night, you said something about the triangular plum blossom in the hotel. I remembered it and specially made it for you." This should be the most touching love talk for Zhao Moqing. However, she did not forget one thing and immediately asked Qin Lin, what's going on? Even if you sell more than 600,000 fish, it's not enough to buy this villa and the triangular plum blossom sea. Where did you get the money?" Qin Lin knew that Zhao Moqing was not as easy to fool as his mother, so he continued to fabricate. "Didn't I sell fish to a big boss? That big boss isn't short of money. We got to know each other and I told him about the villa's plan and borrowed money from him." Zhao Moqing was puzzled. "Is there really someone who will lend you so much money without conditions?" Qin Lin continued to bluff. "There are conditions. The other party loves to fish as much as his life and wants me to help him catch fish again if I have the chance. Furthermore, I have to pay interest, so I have a few million more debts on me." Oh, Zhao Moqing was anxious when she heard this. She reached out and pinched Qin Lin's waist angrily. "Qin Lin, you're a jerk. You didn't even discuss such a big matter with me. Aren't you afraid of being unable to repay your debts?" Qin Lin was naturally not afraid. After all, it was all fake. Seeing that this excuse was useful, he struck while the iron was hot and said, I want to take a gamble to make a comeback as soon as possible and bring you home openly." When Zhao Moqing heard this, she did not probe further. She only snorted and said, "Then remember, from now on, you're not allowed to smoke or drink. You're not allowed to do dangerous things. Stay healthy and live without illness or pain because we've registered our marriage. If anything happens to you, how can I repay the millions for you? You know, I don't smoke or drink, and I never do dangerous things." Qin Lin leaned closer to Zhao Moqing and kissed her mouth. Zhao Moqing habitually hugged Qin Lin's waist. The two of them were a little lost in their thoughts. They only separated when they could not breathe. However, a squeaking sound attracted them. They looked up and saw a few squirrels sitting in a row, stretching their heads and looking at the two of them curiously. When Zhao Moqing saw this, she felt inexplicably shy. She felt like she and Qin Lin were being watched. Qin Lin Villa was outside Yucheng County. The entrance was connected to the intersection of Sand City and the city road. A Maybach 62S suddenly stopped at the intersection. The driver got out of the car and checked before saying respectfully to the person in the backseat, "Chairman, the right car's tire pressure is almost gone. It should have been pierced by an iron awl when we passed by the construction road previously. Now, we might have to find a nearby county to fix the tire. We'll have to stop at noon." The chairman looked at the promotional board of Qin Lin Villa in surprise. The promotional photo on it inexplicably attracted him. "This villa seems good. Send me there to take a look before you repair the car." This promotional photo was very beautiful. It was like a work of art and was very artistic. Was this the work of a master photographer? He had been to many villas, and even those of the highest grade, but he was not extravagant enough to use the works of a photography master as roadside publicity photos. "Okay, Chairman." The chauffeur nodded and drove into Qin Lin Villa. He had actually seen the sign of Qin Lin Villa and was also attracted. He also thought that the person who took this promotional photo must be a top-notch photographer. Qin Lin brought Zhao Moqing back to the hall and saw a man in a suit walking in. This was clearly a guest. Chen Shengfei was a little disappointed to enter the hall. The publicity photos of the triangular sea of flowers by the roadside were very artistic. He had not entered the triangular sea of flowers yet, but along the way, when he arrived at this hall building, it was clearly far from what he had expected. Or rather, it was worlds apart from what he had expected. The hall was not big. There were many dining tables and a fruit shelf in the middle. It looked empty. When Gao Yaoyao saw that a guest had arrived, she greeted him with a smile. "Sir, welcome. We have a triangular plum blossom sea to admire and jungle exploration and slippery grass to experience." Gao Yaoyao smiled and introduced herself professionally. At this moment, Chen Shengfei looked at the shelf that was selling. He was stunned because the price of it surprised him. The red strawberries were 25 yuan and 50 yuan a caddy. The watermelons were 2 yuan and 10 yuan a caddy. It was nothing, but the strawberries that were 200 yuan a caddy, the watermelons that were 100 yuan a caddy, and the okra that was 400 yuan a caddy made him feel incredulous. It was not that he had not eaten those special imported and specially cultivated high-quality products in the country, but such luxury goods at this price did not seem to appear in this villa. After all, this villa was clearly not at that level. "Huh?" Chen Shengfei suddenly looked at the fish pool beside him. "Are these all wild fish?" There were 6 big fish swimming in the fish pool. He recognized them. They were all wild bass, wild black carp, and wild grass carp. As he was a fishing enthusiast, he knew a little about wild fish. However, he knew better that it was very rare to see such a big item. He could buy it even if he had the money. He did not expect to see 6 big items here. Gao Yaoyao immediately said, "Sir, you have good eyes. These bass, black carp, and grass carp are all wild. Make me a fish," Chen Shengfei said immediately and did not ask how much it was. The price was meaningless. He could afford it. What was rare was this fish. Gao Yaoyao reminded him at the right time, "Sir, there are much wild fish in our fish pond. There are also some wild fish of this size inside. If you're interested, you can rent a fishing rod from us to enjoy fishing. You might be able to catch them too." "A lot of wild fish? There's such a big fish?" Chen Shengfei immediately asked. Was this young lady lying to him? He believed in there being much wild fish, but there were also some such big fish? Did she think he was a fool? Even the largest fisherman in the city did not dare to say such things. In his opinion, it was already very impressive that the boss here could get these 6 big goods. However, this young lady did not seem to be joking. Furthermore, there were indeed 6 big fishes in front of him, which piqued his interest. As a fishing enthusiast, who did not have the ambition to catch big fish? Young lady, then bring me to rent 2 fishing rods, Chen Shengfei said immediately. Then, he pointed at the quality 2 strawberries that cost 200 yuan a caddy and said, weigh that strawberry for me too. I want to eat it when I'm fishing. Let's see how this tastes compared to the ones in luxury stores. Okay, sir. Gao Yaoyao saw that the recommendation was successful and smiled brightly. She immediately got another waiter to weigh the strawberries while she rented a fishing rod for Chen Shengfei. It was not expensive. 1 rod was 20 yuan, 2 rods were only 40 yuan, and with the bait, it was only 45 yuan. However, Chen Shengfei was a little disappointed, because the fishing rod and bait were too lousy. If the driver had not driven the car to be repaired, he would have gotten the driver to bring his fishing rod from the car. Furthermore, the facilities at the scene were bad. There was only a small stool and table facing a muddy fish pond. This was worlds apart from the wild fishing grounds he had gone to previously. However, Chen Shengfei still played with the fishing rod skillfully. He placed it down and waited. When he saw the strawberries being brought over, he went to the side to wash his hands. He picked up the strawberries and placed them in his mouth, waiting for the fish to take the bait. However, when a strawberry was placed in his mouth, Chen Shengfei was surprised. The taste of this strawberry. Chen Shengfei was confident that he had eaten all kinds of imported and special strawberries, but at the price of 200 yuan a caddy, no strawberry could taste as good as what he was eating now. This 200 yuan a caddy seemed to be cheap. It was really delicious. With this in mind, he picked up another strawberry and ate it one by one. Suddenly, Chen Shengfei realized that a fishing rod was moving. He hurriedly picked up the fishing rod and pulled the line. Immediately, a fish was caught. It's really wild fish. Chen Shengfei recognized it and revealed a surprised expression. Soon, he caught a few more fish. They were all wild fish. This made him slowly believe the waiter's words. However, he put these fish back. He wanted to catch a big fish. As time passed, the villa slowly became lively. Several groups of people arrived one after another. They were all attracted by the promotional video in the Eastern Business Square. Gao Yaoyao had just received 2 waves of tourists with the waiter when 2 more waves of people came. Guests, Qin Lin Villa welcomes you. Gao Yaoyao welcomed the guests with a smile and brought them to the ticket office. The final price of the Sea of Flowers was set at 50 yuan. After all, the goal of the Sea of Flowers was to attract tourists. 100 yuan was still too high. In the hall, Lin Fen looked at the increasing number of tourists with a happy expression. She only knew that with so many guests, her son's business would definitely be good. There are already 37 people. Zhao Moqing was calculating and said to Qin Lin, each person paid 50 yuan for the Sea of Flowers tickets, so in total, we have earned 1,850 yuan. Some of these people will definitely eat here and buy some fruits. We can earn even more. Naturally, she did not know that it would be more than she had imagined. After all, with some seeds, the okra, strawberries, and other things Qin Lin brought out would be sold without cost. This is just the beginning. More people will come today. Qin Lin smiled and said, in the future, there will be people from Sand City coming over. We'll think of a way to advertise in the city and promote it online. There will be more people. Perhaps my Sea of Flowers will even become an internet celebrity attraction. HMPH, isn't it a good idea to build a triangular Sea of Flowers? Zhao Moqing looked at Qin Lin's confident expression and inexplicably wanted to be proud. Of course, I'll reward you with a kiss. Qin Lin smiled and kissed Zhao Moqing's mouth. Woof! The dog beside them barked and jumped at their feet. It watched the 2 of them flirt as if it wanted to participate. Gao Yaoyao had already brought the new group of people to the ticket office of the Sea of Flowers. Guests, you can queue in the ticket office to buy tickets and enter the Sea of Flowers to watch. When the tourists heard this, they lined up in front of the ticket hall. Chen Shui was a university student in the photography department. Her hobby was traveling around and filming some fun and interesting videos. This time, when she came back from work, she was attracted by the promotional video of Eastern Business Square. She did not expect such a beautiful sea of flowers to appear in her hometown, so she decisively came to investigate. When Chen Shui bought the tickets, she realized that there were pine nuts sold in the ticket hall. She thought of the squirrels in the promotional video and immediately bought a pack of pine nuts. There were not many of them, but the price was 10 yuan. However, when she thought of those squirrels, she still bought them. Chen Shui followed the others into the sea of flowers to check their tickets. The tickets were taken away by another waiter at the entrance. She was even reminded seriously not to hurt the small animals. The sea of flowers did not surprise her much in the beginning. The surrounding triangular plum varieties were not much different from the ones she had seen in the past. However, she was quickly surprised. The triangular plums around her began to give her a pleasant surprise. They were very beautiful and attractive, making her take out her phone to take photos. As she walked forward, she was filled with surprise. Chen Shui was quickly attracted by the colorful triangular plum in front of her. The pleasing feeling was even deeper. It gave people an extremely comfortable feeling and was difficult to describe with words. This was naturally the effect of being gorgeous +2, ornamental +2, attractive +2, and happy +2. The attributes of a large number of 7-colored symbiotic triangular plums would definitely make one unable to look away. The surrounding cries of surprise continued. It's so beautiful. It's even more beautiful than the ones outside. Yes, the triangular plum in this section is clearly more beautiful than the ones outside. Quote. Chen Shui agreed with the discussion beside her. This had already exceeded the triangular sea of plum blossoms she had seen in the past. She could not help but take out her phone and start taking photos. It's so beautiful. Chen Shui took her phone and adjusted it to the best angle to shoot. She was certain that the beautiful scenery in front of her definitely exceeded all the triangular plum blossoms in the country. Even those sea of flowers that were much larger than this could not compare to the scenery in front of her. Not only Chen Shui, but the group of tourists who came in with her and the tourists who had come in previously were also attracted. They took photos with their phones and got their companions to take photos. All of them were immersed in the sea of flowers. After taking 2 videos, Chen Shui was even more surprised to discover that the videos she took seemed to have improved a lot compared to before. There was actually a feeling of artistic conception. This was a technique that only the masters the teacher had mentioned had. Clearly, because of the +2 attribute enhancement, the shock effect in her phone video increased. She naturally knew her skills. The reason she was filming so beautifully now must be because the sea of flowers in front of her was really too beautiful. When the scenery was too perfect, one could take pleasing video photos without much technology. This was like a true beauty. Even if one took a photo of the beauty casually, she would still be extremely beautiful. There was no need to angle it or beautify her, let alone Photoshop her. Chen Shui could not help but send the video she had taken to a WeChat group and even sent a message. Sisters, let me share the beautiful scenery. It was her university dormitory group. Ah, Shui, what is this place? It's so beautiful. Wow, it's so beautiful. So you took a leave to see the scenery. Shui, you're a bad person. I want to go too. Quote. Chen Shui saw her roommates' reactions and understood. They must be attracted and shocked. However, when she reached the center, she was shocked. When she looked at the 3-4 meter tall triangular plums in the middle, she was completely attracted to them and could not look away. She could not describe that beauty and could only subconsciously take photos with her phone. Gorgeous +3, ornamental +3, and attractive +3 attributes were clearly more shocking. Chen Shui really could not believe it. It was not only the flowers in front of her, but also the butterflies dancing around the 3 triangular plums. There were also many birds chirping on the triangular plum. One could even see a few squirrels jumping on the branches and peeking out from time to time. The harmonious scene was really too beautiful. It was as if this was a paradise. Chen Shui thought of something and jogged to the 3 triangular plums. She took out the pine nuts she had bought previously and placed them on the flower bed. Immediately, a squirrel jumped down and picked up the pine nut. The key was that the squirrel did not leave and was still looking at the other pine nuts in her hand. She immediately picked up another one and placed it down. The squirrel immediately picked it up again. This really surprised her. This squirrel was not afraid of people. Chen Shui tried to put a pine nut on her shoulder again. To her shock, another squirrel jumped from the tree to her shoulder and grabbed the pine nut. She picked up a pine nut and placed it in front of the squirrel. The squirrel actually reached out and caught it. This scene almost melted her young girl's heart, and she even took the opportunity to film. This scene also attracted the other tourists. They could not help but take photos with their phones. Many people even regretted not buying pine nuts and immediately ran back to buy them. However, the tickets had been cut by the security guards. If they wanted to go in again, they had to buy more tickets. But at this moment, no one cared about the 50 yuan ticket. Chen Shui sent the video behind to the WeChat group again. The group immediately became lively again. Shui, you're getting more and more overboard. Tell me where we are now. Yes, I want to go too. I want to take a leave too. It's October, but there are still so many butterflies. And the squirrels are so cute. Shui, tell me quickly where you are. This is a sea of flowers in my hometown. Chen Shui sent a message proudly. After all, this sea of flowers was really too beautiful. In the future, she could proudly introduce it to her friends and invite them to play. These words aroused even more dissatisfaction. Shui, you're too much. I've known you for 2 years, but I didn't know your hometown had such a beautiful place. That's right, you actually haven't said that you'll bring us to see it. We can't be friends anymore. Quote. Chen Shui smiled when she saw this message. This sea of flowers did not exist in the past. She would bring her sisters over next time. Time passed very quickly. More tourists were attracted to the villa by the promotional video. There were already more than 100 of them, and they had earned more than 5,000 yuan just from selling tickets. Furthermore, these people had more or less bought strawberries of quality 1 or watermelons of quality 1. Ordinary people could not bear to buy watermelons worth 100 yuan a caddy and strawberries worth 200 yuan a caddy, but they could still afford watermelons worth 10 yuan a caddy and ordinary strawberries worth 40 yuan a caddy. On the contrary, it sold better than the ordinary watermelons and strawberries Qin Lin had wholesale. This was also a psychological problem for most people. When they came out to play, they could not afford the most expensive ones, but they could not possibly eat the cheapest ones, right? They had to get a medium grade one. Especially those young people who brought girls to play. They could not be stingy in front of girls. They usually bought some quality ones. The watermelon also provided a skinning and cutting service. It was cut and placed in a large transparent cup to be eaten with some toothpicks. This way, not only would it be easier to clean the villa, but it would also give tourists a better experience. Furthermore, the watermelons and strawberries with quality one would not disappoint the tourists. The tourists who had bought them would be completely impressed after tasting them. Therefore, just the quality one strawberries alone sold 210 caddies, and the watermelon also sold 165 caddies. This was 10,050 yuan. At noon, many people chose to cook lunch at the villa and rented a stove and grill. There were already tourists picking vegetables in the vegetable field. The quality 1 okra that cost 10 yuan a caddy also sold 65 caddies, earning 975 yuan. Of course, many people also rented fishing rods to fish. Just the rental of the fishing rod, stove, and grill cost 1,600 yuan. Beside the fish pond, the girls who were not interested in fishing were also accompanying their male companions with interest, looking forward to the harvest. This was the atmosphere they came to such a villa to play. Furthermore, the fish pond was filled with wild fish. The introduction was that it was nutritious and attractive. To be honest, most ordinary people had rarely eaten wild fish. Suddenly, everyone by the pond was attracted by the man in a suit. Because he had raised his fishing rod, the water on the surface was splashing loudly. Everyone looked over. How big of a fish had he caught with such a big splash? Chen Shengfei looked happy. After fishing for so long, he had finally caught a big fish. From this strength alone, this fish was definitely not small. The fish struggled to escape, while Chen Shengfei pulled the fishing rod. It actually felt like a stalemate. Crack! The fishing rod suddenly broke, attracting everyone's attention. The fish had broken the fishing rod. Chen Shengfei was shocked. Was this a joke? Fortunately, he was fast enough to grab the other end of the broken fish. The fish seemed to be tired of struggling and was pulled out of the water. At this moment, everyone looked at the size of the fish in surprise. The fish he caught is so big. It's more than 30 catties, right? It's taller than our dodo. This fish is also wild. Many people took out their phones and took photos while Chen Shengfei struggled with the fish. This seemed to be a common habit among many people, who did not share their moments when they came out to play. Furthermore, this scene was very rare. Anyone would want to show it off on their moments. Chen Shengfei looked at this wild grass carp and felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. It seemed to weigh more than 30 catties. He had never caught such a big wild fish. This also meant that the waitress was not lying to him. There were really wild goods in this fish pond. When Chen Shengfei caught such a big fish, it also increased the enthusiasm of the other tourists. Many girls even urged their male companions to catch one too. However, some people muttered and discussed. This kind of big item seems very expensive. Yes, it's very expensive. There's a sign over there. Didn't you see it? That big grass carp cost 250 yuan per catty. The big black carp and bass are even more expensive. This price frightened many people. One catty was 250 yuan. Wouldn't more than 30 catties cost 70,000 yuan? He should just catch a small wild fish and barbecue it. Chen Shengfei, on the other hand, was satisfied as he used the fish rope to pass through the fish gills. He definitely had to pay for the broken fishing rod, but he did not care at all. When he carried the fish back, the fish was still struggling. He was holding it tightly. He was really happier catching this big fish than negotiating a big deal. Beside the villa's hall, many tourists were already busy building fires on the stoves and grills in front of the half-exposed private rooms. Chen Shengfei did not want to cook himself. His wife was very good at cooking. If his wife was here, she could cook for him. Now, he could only find a chef in the villa to cook. After entering the hall, he found Gao Yaoyao. Gao Yaoyao had an impression of this first guest. She looked at the 30-pound grass carp and said in surprise, "Sir, you're really lucky. You actually caught a big fish." Chen Shengfei said in a good mood, "Young lady, help me weigh it and cook this fish." Gao Yaoyao quickly reminded him, "Sir, we have a price for such a big item at the fish pond. It's more expensive than ordinary wild fish. 250 yuan per catty. This will probably cost a lot. Are you sure you want to cook it?" Chen Shengfei did not care about money at all. Instead, he smiled and said, "Let the chef cook. Also, get me 2 catties of okra that costs 400 yuan a catty. Cut 1 watermelon for 100 yuan a catty. Arrange a few other dishes." He had eaten the taste of the strawberries earlier, so he was looking forward to eating all these expensive things. "Okay, sir." Gao Yaoyao remembered the menu and immediately ordered for Master Lin in the kitchen. "Sir, you're so lucky." Master Lin came out and was surprised to see the 30-pound grass carp Chen Shengfei had caught. Someone had really caught it with those lousy fishing rods in the villa. How unlucky was this fish? That lousy fishing rod should not be able to withstand this weight. After Gao Yaoyao finished writing the list, she welcomed Chen Shengfei to a table and sat down. A moment later, a cut quality 2 watermelon was delivered to Chen Shengfei. Chen Shengfei picked up a piece of melon and ate it. Then, he asked Gao Yaoyao in surprise, "Young lady, your melon is a special breed, right?" The melon tasted surprisingly good, just like the strawberry. It was even more delicious than what he had eaten before. Gao Yaoyao quickly replied, "Sir, you guessed right. Our boss said that these are special watermelons. There are only 20 or so a day. This kind of melon is good." Chen Shengfei nodded. Soon, Chen Shengfei's fish, okra, and a few vegetables were brought out of the kitchen. Master Lin said, "Sir, you can't finish this fish at once. I only got you a fish head and a piece of meat. You can bring the rest back." "Okay." Chen Shengfei nodded and did not dwell on this. He picked up his chopsticks and ate. However, not long after, his eyes shone again. This smell, even the dishes made by top chefs did not taste like this. Chen Shengfei was really surprised. He was a foodie, to begin with. He had eaten all the delicacies domestically and internationally. The taste of this fish was definitely the best in the world. Was the chef of this small villa so powerful? It was really too surprising. Of course, he did not know that this was a game attribute bonus. Delicious +2, taste +2. Chen Shengfei began to taste it slowly. He also ate the 400 yuan a caddy of okra. The taste of the okra was not special, but as he ate, he was surprised to find a warm feeling his waist. There was even a warm current in his body, making him feel very comfortable. Chen Shengfei really felt that it was unbelievable. This feeling was like eating a top food therapy that cost more than 100,000 yuan. Chen Shengfei felt that comfortable feeling and could not help but pick up the okra to eat. Food therapy was a food treatment method that had been passed down since ancient times. Naturally, the food therapy he was talking about was not those useless items among the commoners. Instead, it was a true food therapy passed down from a family of traditional Chinese medicine. Now, they still had to take the English test to get a Chinese medicine license. They also had to learn Western medicine. There were also rules that many prescriptions needed to be prescribed Western medicine. Many times, those who tested if they were compatible or not would still learn Western medicine. On the other hand, some true Chinese medicine heritage families were ambitious. The capable old Chinese medicine doctors naturally did not take this lying down. They simply did not take the exam and only used their medical skills to show it to their family or familiar people. They did not show it to outsiders at all. Some people simply changed careers and used the secret techniques they had passed down to start a private food therapy business. This did not require any verification. This was true food therapy. It was really effective, but ordinary people could not even find a way. Top-grade food therapy was something only people of a certain status could afford. Every meal was calculated at 100,000 yuan. Chen Shengfei was also a famous person in Min province. He had naturally eaten top-notch food therapy, but the effect might not be as strong as what he was eating now. This kind of physical comfort was very strong. At this moment, among the others who stayed for lunch at the mountain villa, those who made quality 1 wild fish and quality 1 okra also noticed some abnormalities. Although the effect was not as good as quality 2, it was still effective. Honey, this fish is very delicious today. I haven't seen you cook so well at home. This taste is really good. The texture is also very good. I didn't expect you to be so good at cooking. Quote. However, there were clearly many people who were puzzled. The fish was better and tasted better, but the vegetables picked from the other vegetable fields seemed to be no different from the ones they had made in the past. Clearly, it was easy to distinguish between the game products and ordinary ones. On the first day of business, at noon, the villa was thriving. Qin Lin was naturally happy about this. Lin Fen and Zhao Moqing were even happier. The villa's good business made them sigh in relief. Master Lin also made a table of dishes for the three of them. The three of them ate in the hall and enjoyed the lively atmosphere. A quarrel suddenly sounded, attracting everyone's attention. It was a couple with a child arguing with a waitress. Something seemed to have happened. Ma'am, your child grabbed 200 yuan a caddy of red strawberries. The price has been clearly marked. Furthermore, he has been eating them secretly without being weighed. The waitress was clearly a little anxious. These strawberries were different. There were only a few kilograms of special strawberries that cost 200 yuan per caddy. This child had grabbed a lot of them at once. Furthermore, she had been eating them without even weighing them. The woman holding the child's hand said indignantly, "What do you mean? Are you saying that my child is a thief? You're the ones who placed these two kinds of strawberries so close to each other. Can you blame us? Also, why is your villa fussing over a child?" Amidst the argument, the child seemed to be very proud. He grabbed those strawberries and ate them with relish. Clearly, he was attracted by the deliciousness of the quality 2 strawberries. Qin Lin frowned as he watched this scene. From the conversation, he could roughly guess what had happened. It was just that a brat had done something wrong again. The parents did not want to discipline him and instead pushed the responsibility. They blamed their villa for placing the 2 types of strawberries so close. Wasn't this strange? But there were really many such strange people in society nowadays. The key was that tourists seemed to be able to take advantage of such matters. When the couple saw the waiter's anxious look, they became even more domineering. Qin Lin was about to go over and resolve it when Gao Yaoyao had already jogged forward. "Sir, madam, our fruits are clearly priced. Besides, this 200 yuan per caddy strawberry is marked very clearly. It's completely separated from the other strawberries. If you think we've wronged your child, we have surveillance cameras in the hall. Gao Yaoyao's words clearly made the couple's expressions change. However, they did not want to pay for this mistake. After all, their child was still young. It was true that the other party had placed the two types of strawberries too close to each other. Furthermore, they had placed them somewhere their child could reach. The people around clearly saw through the entire matter. They all looked at the couple in shock. As long as they were reasonable people, such immoral people were usually the most annoying. Especially when the brat made a mistake, it was even more annoying for a parent to be so confident. Square dance elders who squeezed people on the bus, a naughty child's parents, and a woman with many men. These people were almost the same as the scammer profession. They crazily destroyed the social atmosphere. Faced with the crowd, the man still wanted to save face. He pulled his wife away, but the woman refused. Instead, she took out her phone with a dark expression and took photos of Gao Yaoyao. She even shouted self-righteously, "Everyone, take a look. The price of the fruits here is sky high. 500 yuan for a caddy of strawberries. This Qin Lin villa still wants to force tourists to buy them. This is a forced sale." The woman was clearly going all out. She wanted to fight for this and did not care about the child watching from the side. Wasn't this a society where whoever took out the phone to film would be in the right? Gao Yaoyao was speechless. Qin Lin revealed a stunned expression. Previously, Gao Yaoyao had said that a busybody might complain about the sky-high price of fruits, making him guard against this matter. He did not expect other strange things to appear. Some things were really impossible to guard against. Chen Shengfei was eating happily when he saw this scene. He could not stand it anymore and walked forward. He said to Gao Yaoyao, "Pack these watermelons, strawberries, and okra for me. Not everyone knows what this special breed is. Some people have never seen a real sky-high price." Gao Yaoyao said in surprise, "Sir, you said to pack it all?" Qin Lin, who was watching from the side, looked at Chen Shengfei in surprise. Although these watermelons, strawberries, and okra of quality too were not much, they cost about 25,000 yuan in total. "Pack them all. I want them all." Chen Shengfei could not stand it when someone made a scene. He did not forget to say to the woman, in front of the child, "Remember that you're a mother. Don't let the child imitate you." These words made the woman's face turn green and white. However, the stubbornness of such a person clearly exceeded Chen Shengfei's imagination. The woman aimed her phone at Chen Shengfei and took a photo. "Look, not only is this Qin Lin villa selling fruits at an astronomical price, but they also especially found a backer to mock us, tourists, for not being able to afford fruits." Chen Shengfei was stunned. The surrounding tourists were stunned by this. Finally, someone could not stand it anymore. "You're already the child's mother. Can't you be a role model for the child? How ridiculous. This gentleman is wearing a custom-made Kion Western suit. The basic price starts from 50,000 yuan. This gentleman's watch is, Clearly, there were still many discerning people. Furthermore, everyone saw all of this. At this moment, the man could not hold it in anymore. He knew that his wife had lost face and pulled her out. "Sir, you haven't paid yet." Gao Yaoyao did not forget to shout at the man. "If you want to skip the bill, we can choose to call the police." Her husband was frustrated and could only return under the disdainful gazes of the surroundings. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'm sorry. How much is it? We'll settle the bill here." Gao Yaoyao said unhappily to such a person. The woman watched all of this angrily. She was clearly about to explode from anger. She did not notice that a young man had arrived beside her child. "Little kid, well done. In the future, no matter where you are, you have to secretly catch and eat good food. You'll get a reward that way." The young man praised the child and even handed the strawberry he had bought to him. "Look, this is the reward you got this time." "Okay." The child nodded happily with the strawberry. The woman beside him seemed to be the young man's companion. She could not stand it anymore and kicked the young man silently. A moment later, the man paid and pulled his cursing wife away. However, the woman could not take this lying down at all. In the hall, Chen Shengfei did not care about the gazes around him and continued eating. This fish was really too delicious. He did not want to waste it at all. Qin Lin called Gao Yaoyao over and praised her. "You did well earlier. Work hard. He was quite satisfied with Gao Yaoyao's performance earlier. Although she still had some shortcomings, at least she would not be at a loss like the other waiter. Qin Lin looked at Chen Shengfei with interest. This person was clearly a true tycoon and did not seem to be from Yucheng County. He was curious why he was here. In the afternoon, Chen Shengfei's chauffeur drove over. Chen Shengfei also got the chauffeur to help him move his packed things into the car. Gao Yaoyao also reported to Qin Lin, "Boss, Mr. Chen spent 31,432 yuan here." "I understand." Qin Lin nodded and grabbed a quality 2 grass carp and a quality 2 black carp from the fish pool in the hall. He was naturally going to give it to Mr. Chen. Firstly, he wanted to thank him for his help. Secondly, this was a high-end customer source. It cost more than 30,000 yuan per person. If he could develop more customers through him, it would be much better than ordinary customers. Other than attracting ordinary tourists, the villa naturally had to try to develop such a high-end customer source. Qin Lin carried the quality 2 grass carp and quality 2 black carp to the parking lot. When he saw the Maybach 62S, he knew that Mr. Chen was definitely richer than he had imagined. This car seemed to be worth tens of millions and was very famous because this was Jack Ma's car. Furthermore, many famous and wealthy people drove this car. "Mr. Chen, I'm the boss of the villa. My surname is Qin." Qin Lin carried 2 fish and handed them to the driver. "Thank you for speaking up for me earlier, Mr. Chen. I don't have anything to thank you for, so take these 2 fish as a thank you." "So it's Boss Qin." Chen Shengfei looked at the 2 fish in surprise. "Boss Qin, you're really generous with these 2 wild fish." To him, no matter how expensive a gift others gave him, it would not surprise him. After all, he was very rich. There were not many people who were richer than him. If others could buy it, he could naturally buy it too. He could even buy more. However, he was really surprised by these 2 wild big goods. These big goods were rare, and he could not buy them even if he had money. Furthermore, he had already eaten this fish. The meal earlier made him feel comfortable. Qin Lin smiled and said confidently, "Mr. Chen, I don't have anything else, just this kind of wild fish. Please, come anytime. I can provide it at any time." "Boss Qin, this is your ability. Just from your words, I'll come again when I have time," Chen Shengfei said sincerely. He did not doubt Qin Lin's words. After all, he had casually given 2 wild goods. There were a few in the hall, and there were still some in the fish pond. If he was not capable, how could he bear to do this? With Chen Shengfei's words, Qin Lin's goal was achieved. "Then I'll wait for you, Mr. Chen." After Chen Shengfei left, Qin Lin returned to the hall. Then, he curiously took out his phone and went online to check on Chen Shengfei. What he did not expect was that when he checked, he really found it. A lot of information popped up on the homepage. What was even more unbelievable was that the other party had a company called the Blue Ocean Corporation. One had to know that this company was very famous and awesome in Min Province. Many of the photos found were photos of Chen Shengfei and the official leader. He was really awesome. He did not expect such a person to be attracted on the first day of business. He instantly felt that the value of his 2 big gifts was huge. In the afternoon, the number of guests attracted to the villa was no less than in the morning. The villa was still lively. From 4 p.m. onwards, smoke rose from the stove again. The people who stayed in the villa to cook had already begun to cook together. There were many people who did not know how to cook. Qin Lin also pulled the ripe quality 2 strawberry pick to the villa. As for the ripe okra, he sent it to RT Mart. After all, the game could produce 3,000 caddies of okra a day. The villa could not consume it at all. It was not until dark that all the tourists left one after another. Only 1 or 2 crazy people rented tents and camped in the villa. On the first day, the villa welcomed a good start. Gao Yaoyao and the other employees were exhausted, but everyone had a smile on their faces. They could not wait to be so tired all day because their boss had already promised that they were not getting a dead salary now. There was also a commission. The more tired they were, the better their business would be, and the higher the commission would be. Zhao Moqing was also typing on her laptop at the counter. She was calculating the villa's income today. She was in the tax industry and was familiar with this. "I've calculated it." Zhao Moqing handed the laptop to Qin Lin. When she saw the amount on it, she heaved a sigh of relief. After all, Qin Lin still owed millions of yuan outside this villa. Qin Lin took it and saw that the villa had actually received a total of 238 tourists today. In other words, 11,900 flowers had been sold. In addition, Chen Shengfei had packed all the quality 2 watermelons, strawberries, and okra. The 300 caddies of quality 1 okra that had been reserved were sold out. The 303 caddies of strawberries that had matured in the morning were all sold. The ripe ones in the afternoon were also sold for 190 caddies. This total income was 47,344 yuan. Also, the income of 1 quality 2 wild black carp and 45 quality 1 wild fish had reached 29,165 yuan. On the other hand, the other pine nuts, vegetables from the vegetable garden, fishing rod rent, jungle adventure, slippery grass, drinks, rented stove, grill. All of these only cost 18,813 yuan. Therefore, the total turnover of the villa today had reached 107,222 yuan. The turnover exceeded 100,000 yuan. Although this turnover was thanks to Chen Shengfei's takeaway, this was also the first day. Furthermore, it was not a weekend. More tourists would definitely be attracted next, especially on the weekend. Zhao Moqing did not know how much profit Qin Lin's villa had, but with a turnover of more than 100,000 yuan, in her opinion, after deducting the cost and labor salary, it should definitely be profitable. Qin Lin could at least repay the debt. This was good news. However, she did not know that in this 100,000 yuan turnover, other than vegetables, pine nuts, and drinks, there was almost nothing else. Coupled with the income of 15,673 yuan from the okra sent to RT Mart, even if he paid the stipulated 5.6% business tax and the additional 2% individual business tax, after deducting the salary and other fees of Gao Yaoyao and the other employees, his income today would definitely exceed 100,000 yuan. Of course, he could not tell anyone about this. It was best to make a fortune silently. Furthermore, as the business grew, the bills had to be done more secretly. No one could discover it, or they had to think of a better way in the future. After the guests left, Qin Lin got Master Lin to cook a table of dishes. He even killed a quality 2 black carp and a few quality 1 wild fish to reward everyone. When the dishes were served, Qin Lin got everyone to sit down and raised a cup of drink. Those who can drink, drink. Those who can't drink, drink juice. Let me toast everyone first. It's a good start today. Everyone has worked hard. Let's celebrate. I'll give everyone a 200 yuan red packet. The employees did not expect an unexpected surprise. Although 200 yuan was not a lot, they were happy to receive an unexpected reward. Gao Yaoyao and the other girls even shouted unscrupulously, "Long live boss." After that, they all got up enthusiastically and toasted Qin Lin. Lin Fen and Zhao Moqing were clearly very relieved to see this. One was for their son, and the other was for their husband. After the celebration party ended, Qin Lin drove his mother and Zhao Moqing back to the county city. When they arrived at Mingyuan district in the East City, Zhao Moqing got out of the car. After saying goodbye to Qin Lin and Lin Fen, she walked into the district happily. Today, the tense string in her heart inexplicably relaxed a little. After stealing the household register and secretly registering their marriage, she felt a little guilty about dealing with her parents. Although she always told Qin Lin that she wanted to lay her cards on the table, she was also afraid of doing so. She knew that what she had done was disrespectful to her parents and that she had let them down. Qin Lin had given her a huge surprise today. If this continued, she believed that Qin Lin would be able to repay the money and everything would develop in a good direction. However, Qin Lin still owed a few million yuan. She did not want to tell her parents for the time being. She was afraid that this would scare her parents even more. After all, a few million yuan was not a small sum. When she returned home, Zhao Moqing saw her sister-in-law looking at her phone. "Moqing, come and see quickly." When Li Jiwen saw that Zhao Moqing had returned, he pulled her back and said, "Qin Lin Villa posted on their moments today. A few of my WeChat friends posted on their moments. Furthermore, many people in Douyin also posted videos. The sea of flowers is really beautiful. When I have time, I must go with your brother and invite more people to form a group." Then I'll give you some tickets. Zhao Moqing smiled and took out a stack of tickets to the venue and shook them in front of Li Jiwen. When she returned, Qin Lin had given her a lot of tickets to give away. Moqing, where did you get so many tickets? Li Jiwen was instantly surprised. Give me a few more. My friends want to see that sea of flowers too. Zhao Moqing smiled and took out more than 10 tickets and handed them to her sister-in-law. Huh? Li Jiwen took the tickets with one hand and swiped Duyan with the other. Suddenly, she said in surprise, Moqing, look at this video. Something seems to have happened to Qin Lin Villa. Our Yucheng County has a media account criticizing Qin Lin Villa. Besides, how can this Qin Lin Villa be like this? Isn't it too much? Quote? Zhao Moqing frowned when she heard this. She immediately leaned forward and frowned. Everyone, look, Qin Lin Villa sells fruits at an astronomical price and even forced tourists to buy them. This is a forced sale. Not only does Qin Lin Villa sell fruits at an astronomical price, but they also found an actor who mocked us, tourists, for not being able to afford fruits. In the video, a woman's indignant voice was heard. Zhao Moqing was stunned. Wasn't this voice that unreasonable woman? This woman had left the villa in dejection today. She actually complained first and posted the video online? How could there be such a person in this world? The key was that there was actually a self-media number to help. Why didn't the other party investigate and understand the situation? Li Jiwen looked at the video and scolded, this is too much. Isn't this Qin Lin Villa bullying customers? I originally wanted to go, but I don't want to go now. Zhao Moqing looked at the video and realized that there were already a lot of likes for this video. In the video from the same city, many people even scolded it. Hee, this Qin Lin Villa must be crazy about money. I'm a mutt. I can't afford to eat 200 yuan a caddy of strawberries. Do you think I should go to this scenic area? I've seen people snatch money, but I've never seen someone snatch it openly. This Qin Lin Villa will be cold when it opens. At the relevant department, seal him directly. Zhao Moqing. She could not express the anger in her heart now. When Zhao Moqing saw these curses, she could not help but feel angry. They were all a group of keyboard warriors who typed on the keyboard without knowing the truth. This certain voice was really reasonable. However, this twisted fact was actually supported by so many keyboard warriors. The key was that even her sister-in-law had been affected and could not help but seek justice. She knew that her sister-in-law was not a keyboard warrior, but she followed the crowd. There were many keyboard warriors, and everyone's mouths were gold. Those who followed the crowd also this post. It was because of this that the logic on the internet sometimes allowed those who took videos with their phones to call the shots. Many people were forced to collapse because of such justice. It was also because the internet was so turbid that rational people were often not in a hurry to comment. If they let the bullet fly for a little longer, things would eventually become clear. This was to prevent the situation from turning around and embarrassing itself. Zhao Moqing immediately took out her phone and called Qin Lin. She wanted to tell Qin Lin this news. On the other side, when Qin Lin returned home, he took a shower and played with Wang Kai before entering his room to plan. Today, the villa had a good start and earned more than 100,000 yuan a day. It also filled him with confidence. The tourism management professional knowledge he had learned in university was finally useful. Other than the game in his mind, his biggest reliance now was naturally the 30 acres of triangular plum blossom sea. He was confident that, in terms of size, there was no one in China who could compare to his sea of flowers. As long as the publicity was good, it could attract more tourists. What was the point in receiving 238 tourists? Those top summer villas in the country could even receive 20,000 tourists a day. Of course, his small villa did not have the ability to receive so many guests, but it was still possible to increase the number of guests by 2 or 3 times. At that time, the villa could not only have a sea of flowers. It could not only have that small adventure in the forest and slippery grass. They lacked the ability to play and squeeze the tourists' wallets dry. Those who could come out to play did not care how much money they spent. Especially some young people. They brought girls out to play, but the villa only asked them to fork out less than 300 yuan. If they were embarrassed, the villa should be even more embarrassed. Therefore, he wanted to develop a new project. Not only did this project have to interest tourists attracted by the sea of flowers, but it also had to make them have fun and pay from their wallets. He had seen the terrain around the villa. Actually, there was a natural good project. There was a lake and a dam around the villa, naturally because there were many rivers. A river that crossed beside the villa led straight to the top of a mountain. It could completely build a 10-kilometer, 2-hour high mountain drift project. It was definitely possible to sell it for 150 yuan per person. Drifting was also a popular project in modern travel and fun. In many villas and scenic spots, it was a necessary project. Many people without river conditions had even created dry land rafting and glass slipstream rafting. However, to build a drifting project, the investment was not low. The most important thing was to build a floating river. With the river conditions, it was probably no less than 1 million yuan in 10 kilometers. There was also the construction of a tourist service center, warehouse, bathroom, cooling room, ticket office, drift supermarket, waiting long cables, starting and ending docks, and so on. Other than that, there were rubber candy, life jackets, helmets, inflatable equipment, boat carriers, tourist sightseeing vehicles, cisterns, and simple mountain roads. This would probably cost more than 5 million yuan. However, if there was this drifting project, the villa's level would increase greatly. Furthermore, according to the villa's current momentum, it could earn 100,000 yuan a day and at least 3 million yuan a month. It was completely capable of handling this project. If the publicity was good and the tourists increased, the floating investment could be earned in less than a month. Therefore, the key now was still publicity. He thought of a certain music platform. Those popular villas and hostels had become internet celebrities through a certain music platform. As long as the publicity was good, even an ordinary place could attract a sea of tourists. Qin Lin was making a plan when he received a call from Zhao Moqing. He picked up the call immediately. "You miss me so quickly? Why don't I book a room at the hotel and pick you up now?" Zhao Moqing said anxiously, "You still have time to be mischievous? Look at Duyan's video from the same city. That unreasonable woman is slandering the villa today." Qin Lin frowned and logged into Douyin after hanging up. He chose the same city and saw a woman's arrogant video. "Everyone, take a look. Qin Lin Villa is forcing tourists to buy. What the f***ck?" Qin Lin was speechless. Why were some people so pretentious? If not for the fact that there were too many such people, this world would probably be much more harmonious. The key was that this video was clearly a self-media account. It had 250,000 fans. Did the owner of this video not investigate? Was he brainless? Was he just trying to uphold justice? This video had already received a lot of likes. It was already the hottest topic in the city. He looked at the video comments. They were all scolding his villa. If this continued, his villa's business would definitely be affected. After all, a person's subjective consciousness was very strong. Once they decided that something was bad, they would have a very strong subconscious. However, he was not in a hurry. This woman seemed to have forgotten that there was a surveillance video in the villa. Furthermore, in order to prevent such a thing from happening, the villa's surveillance cameras had audio pickup devices that could clearly hear the live conversation. He did not expect it to really be used. However, did the other party not know that he would be held legally responsible for spreading slander and destroying someone else's reputation? It's just that these likes don't seem to meet the standards of a prison sentence. Qin Lin frowned and opened the video. Then, he chose Do Plus to help him become a trending topic. The price slid to the right. Feeling that one account was not enough, Qin Lin registered 2 more accounts and helped this video become a trending topic. The price slid to the right. Then, switching between his 3 accounts, he boosted the video to the hot search for the second time. After a few waves, it cost him 10,000 yuan. Naturally, this would help this video become a hot topic and let more people know about the video that was defaming him. After tonight, there might be countless people scolding him online. If he broke through the flow pool, the entire internet might scold him. After all, such incidents were what the netizens were most concerned about. It was also the favorite video of those keyboard warriors who had no sense of justice. However, this was his best chance to promote the villa. It might become an internet celebrity attraction. Because of reverse psychology, many incidents on the internet proved that the more grievances one suffered in the beginning, the more benefits the person who was smeared would receive when the situation was reversed. Those keyboard warriors would immediately delete their offensive comments. Then, they would once again act as if they had long known this and change their tune. Next, I'll wait for the video to spread before calling the police, Qin Lin muttered to himself. If others came to steal his job, he would not forgive them. At this moment, on the other side, a woman was also watching the video excitedly on her phone. Hubby, this villa is going to be unlucky, Lin Chunlin said to her husband with a smug expression. She did not forget to say to the young man beside her, cousin, thank you for helping me vent my anger this time. Beside him, Lin Chunlin's husband shook his head helplessly. Since they were already back, they should just let the matter pass. However, his wife insisted on fighting for this. Guo Wai was also smiling when he saw the likes notification backstage, but he still asked for confirmation. Cousin-in-law, you have to be sure that what you say is true. After all, I plan to make this hot. He had been working on this account for almost 3 years and only had 250,000 fans. Some of them were even bought with money and did not create any hot topics. This time, the matter of his cousin and sister-in-law being forced to purchase fruits in Qin Lin Villa was definitely a popular social event. This matter could definitely help him increase his fans. Therefore, he decided to invest 2,000 yuan in Dough Plus to increase the first wave of traffic to see the effect. Lin Chunlin said nonchalantly, cousin, didn't I show you the video? How can it be fake? Guo Wai nodded and decisively took out his phone to play Dough Plus. After all, they were all family. He did not suspect anything. His cousin had been very good to him since he was young. Guo Wai quickly threw out 2,000 yuan on Dough Plus and waited for the video to spread. Within a few minutes, he realized that the likes and comments had increased crazily. In particular, the number of likes had increased unexpectedly. The number of fans had also increased significantly. The effect seems to be surprisingly good. Guo Wai's face revealed excitement. This seemed to be the rhythm of spending 2,000 yuan to be on the hot search. Lin Chunlin was also paying attention to this video. When she saw that there were more and more likes, she could not help but look proud. The other party had made her look bad in front of so many people, and she was making it impossible for the other party to continue operating this villa. Who would go if their reputation was bad? On the other side, Qin Lin looked at the effect of the 10,000 yuan Dough Plus he had thrown in and revealed a smug expression. The more popular, the better. He still had one thing to do now, which was to ensure that after this matter became popular, there would be no accidents. However, as the video began to ferment, he also received 3 calls. They were from Gao Yaoyao, Master Lin, and Shen Debei. He had just comforted Gao Yaoyao and the other 2 when he saw Qin Ren's call. He was also planning to look for Qin Ren and immediately picked up. Lin Zi, why did Guo Wai call your villa? What happened? Qin Ren asked with concern. They were all in Yucheng County, so he naturally knew who the media account belonged to. The other party was one of the first self-media accounts in Yucheng County. This account had been in operation for 3 years and was still very famous in Yucheng County. Their studio had also created a self-media account, but they did not have many fans. Only the customers and acquaintances from the past paid attention. Qin Lin smiled and explained, I met an unreasonable person. By the way, Da Ren, you're in the advertising industry. Can you find a group of internet ghostwriters? Qin Ren replied, yes, you want to find internet ghostwriters to explain this? Qin Lin smiled and said, no, let them slander me, especially that person in the video. It's best if they scold me as badly as possible. Alright, I'll help you deal with it. Qin Ren did not refuse. However, after hanging up, he looked at Chen Shengfei in the video in confusion. There must be a reason why Lin Zi hired ghostwriters to slander him. Hu Fei, can you check who this person is? Qin Ren asked a partner beside him. The other party studied computer technology, so it was not difficult to find some information online. Hu Fei looked at the video and nodded. He had also seen this video and knew that Qin Ren definitely wanted to help his brother. If he could help, he would not reject him. After all, after filming the other party's promotional video, their company's media account had gained some fans. That promotional video could be their signature. After Hu Fei operated the computer for a while, he suddenly cursed. FCK, what's wrong? Qin Ren asked. Look for yourself. This kind of person is a shill? What's Guo Wai thinking? Hu Fei pointed at Chen Shengfei's photo on the computer and said, how can the chairman of the Blue Ocean Corporation be a shill? Is this Guo Wai brainless? With a word from him, his account might be in vain despite working hard for 3 years. Qin Ren now knew why Qin Lin had hired ghostwriters to defame himself and had even specially defamed Chen Shengfei. He immediately said to Guo Zhen, contact the ghostwriters and help defame Qin Lin, especially Chen Shengfei. By the way, tag the official account of the other party. Hu Fei looked at Qin Ren in surprise and said, FCK, are you trying to kill Guo Wai? But I like it. I've been unhappy with this guy for a long time. He keeps asking women out to show off. By the way, we can also ride on his popularity and advertise for our studio. Qin Ren nodded and said, after this video ferments for a night, we'll send a video tomorrow to reveal Chen Shengfei's true identity and help Lin Zi stand on the stage. At the same time, we'll freeload. A moment later, the ghostwriters flooded Guo Wai's video comment section. This also made Guo Wai's video more and more popular. More and more people started cursing. Under the guidance of the internet ghostwriters, most of the curses began to target Chen Shengfei in the video. FCK, is this person stupid? He's being a pawn for this seller. He looks like someone who can't earn any money, and his wife has even cheated on him. He's really doing anything to earn money. He's so good at pretending. He even bought everything. Who doesn't know that he's a shill? While being a shill, his wife is still at home fooling around with other men, right? Quote. It was as if everyone was wantonly promoting their own justice and sending comments that they thought were righteous and vicious to Chen Shengfei in the video. These people did not know that they had already become pawns led by others. Time passed. The next day came quickly. In a luxurious villa in the city, Chen Shengfei stretched comfortably. His wife, Tang Wan, had already gotten up to put on her clothes. When she saw him wake up, she said with a flushed face, hubby, did you eat something last night? You're even better than usual. Really? Chen Shengfei smiled and hugged his wife. Although she was already in her 30s, she had money and took good care of herself. She was at her most charming. Furthermore, he also realized that he felt comfortable all over today. He had always felt weak after being squeezed dry by his wife in the past. HMPH. Tang Wan pouted and said with satisfaction, didn't you count how many times we did it last night? This reminded him of something. The okra seemed to have this effect, right? Thinking of this, Chen Shengfei said to his wife, get the nanny to get me more of the okra I brought back. He guessed that the okra was not simple. Last night, he was only focused on eating the fish and did not notice it. Tang Wan was very satisfied last night. She would naturally satisfy Chen Shengfei's small request early in the morning. She actually helped him get the okra personally. Chen Shengfei went downstairs. After eating the okra he had brought back, he quickly revealed a surprised expression. The warm feeling at his waist appeared again. In other words, it was really related to the okra? This was good stuff. 400 yuan a caddy was completely worth it. He did not care about this effect. What was more important than making his wife look at him contentedly? Chen Shengfei went to the corporation happily, but as soon as he entered the office, his secretary rushed forward to report, Chairman, someone is defaming you. Quote. Chen Shengfei frowned. Which competitor was doing this under the table? However, when he took the video and looked at it, he was King dumbfounded. It was what happened at Boss Qin's villa. He was not in the mood to argue with such a small fry yesterday. However, this did not mean that the other party could jump around in front of him, especially when he saw some comments defaming his wife. How could he tolerate this? Get the company's legal team to send a lawyer's letter to Duyan. Chen Shengfei instructed calmly and then ignored it. This matter was actually nothing compared to the company's major matters. Okay. The secretary respectfully withdrew and went to the company's legal department. Yucheng County. Guo Wai woke up early and picked up his phone to log into Duyan. He checked his video and found that there were already more than 300,000 likes, and it was still increasing. This made him unusually excited. It was completely popular. Even his fans had increased a lot and were close to 300,000. At this rate, with some manipulation, it was possible to exceed 500,000 fans. Guo Wai knew very well what the premise of a media account's rapid increase in fans was. It was to create a popular video so that he could have a chance to enter the official traffic pool. Indeed, this kind of social problem was the most important. Guo Wai scrolled through some videos proudly and realized that other bloggers had already started to take advantage of this matter. This was a good thing. It meant that he had already entered the traffic pool, and his fans would increase. Suddenly, he saw a video from a studio. The person who sent the video was someone he knew. Wasn't the other party Hu Fei from Yucheng County? Previously, he had seen the other party at a Yucheng County media gathering. The other party's studio had also created a media advertising account, but it was nothing. He wanted to brag in front of a girl, but he was rejected. This guy is also trying to gain popularity. Guo Wai's face was filled with disdain, but as the video played, the content made his expression change instantly. The video released by Qin Lin's studio was a clarification video. Because of the popularity of Guo Wai's video, this video had a lot of attention. First of all, we have to make it clear that our studio was the one who made the promotional video for the Sea of Flowers in Qin Lin Villa. In addition, is the person who posted that defamatory video a fool? Shouldn't he investigate the other party's identity if he were to defame him? The man in the video is actually the chairman of Blue Ocean Corporation in the city, which is one of the top corporations in the entire Min province. Why would he need to be a shill? In addition, we've already understood that this matter was caused by a brat who was insensible and made a mistake. His unreasonable parents did not think about education and instead made a scene. Do they really think that it's reasonable to hold a phone and take a video? At the end of the video, there was also a surveillance video of the villa and the current conversation captured by the audio recorder. Qin Ren had specially taken this from Qin Lin. When this video was released, the same city had already exploded. When the promotional video of Qin Lin Villa hung up on the open-air video of the Eastern Business Square, it was already popular. Yesterday's incident made Qin Lin Villa even more popular. However, last night, it was popular for the wrong reason. Everyone was scolding Qin Lin Villa. No one expected things to turn around overnight. Qin Ren's studio was also willing to spend a lot of money and invested in Do Plus. Under the hot topic of Guo Wai's video, their video also became popular. Even Chen Shengfei became a little popular. Many videos introducing Chen Shengfei appeared. This was naturally because those in the city who knew about Chen Shengfei's media account were trying to gain popularity. In a short period of time, things had become another topic that society cared about. Now, there were too many naughty children making mistakes and their parents being unreasonable. Naturally, it was more dramatic for unreasonable parents to treat a person like Chen Shengfei as a shill. It made this parent seem ignorant and stupid. Therefore, the people who had seen the video yesterday were stunned. This reversal made them unable to react. Many people looked at their abusive comments and silently chose to delete them. Then, their sense of justice erupted again and they commented again, "Little brat." After watching the video, Guo Wai hurriedly took out his phone and went online to search for information about Blue Ocean Corporation. When he saw Chen Shengfei's information, his legs felt weak. "Damn it, you guys killed me." Guo Wai cursed angrily. He did not investigate seriously because he believed in his cousin and cousin-in-law and wanted to use this matter to gain more fans. Who knew that his cousin-in-law would actually cheat him? The shill he talked about actually had such an identity? He immediately wanted to delete this video, but he suddenly received a system notification. Your video is suspected of illegal dissemination. It has been banned. Immediately after, another official system notification appeared. Your account is suspected of illegal video transmission. The situation is serious. Your account has been permanently banned. No. Guo Wai was anxious. For 3 years, in order to get this self-media account, he had spent a lot of money on materials, filming, and spending money on Do Plus. He had only started to earn money this year. Furthermore, he had accepted 2 advertisements. If his account was gone, he would have to compensate double. Guo Wai anxiously took out his phone and contacted Duyan's official management, but he found that he had been blocked. He was stunned. The self-media account with more than 200,000 fans was clearly insignificant to Duyan, especially after it was sent a lawyer's letter by a lawyer team. How could they care about your life? It was fine if he did not continue to pursue the matter. If he continued to pursue it, he would be dead meat. It's over. Guo Wai was not stupid. He knew his situation. He called his cousin-in-law in frustration. Cousin-in-law, didn't you tell me that it was true? Why is this happening? I treat you like family, but you actually tricked me like this? You're worse than dogs. Lin Chunlin was clearly unhappy to be scolded. It's just a video, just delete it. I'm the one suffering, it's all been filmed. I don't know how I'll go to work. With that, Lin Chunlin hung up angrily. FCK. Guo Wai smashed his phone angrily. Could this be resolved by deleting the video? Wasn't it just a video? Not to mention that he was about to vomit blood. If the other party called the police and accused them of slandering and damaging their reputation, with hundreds of thousands of likes and so many videos to ride on their popularity, they would have to eat 3 free meals. He finally knew what it meant by the more you trusted someone, the more they might trap you to death. In the morning, Qin Lin left 300 caddies of ripe okra behind and sent the remaining okra to the villa. As soon as he arrived at the villa, he saw Gao Yaoyao running out excitedly. Boss, do you know who that Mr. Chen is? He's the chairman of a large corporation in the city. The media account that slandered you is in trouble. His video and account were blocked just now. She was also very worried about the villa being slandered. She had been paying attention to the development of the matter. Now that she saw Qin Lin, she could not help but report the good news. Qin Lin got Chen Debei to unload the things in the car with the security guard and took out his phone to look. As expected, he could not see the video from yesterday. Even his account had been blocked. This was within his expectations. Once Mr. Chen's identity was revealed, even if Mr. Chen did not speak, Duyin would probably not tolerate the person who sent the video. After all, it was Duyin who was in the wrong. They were also afraid that Mr. Chen would find trouble with them. However, he would not let it go if others criticized him. If it were another situation and he had no way to retaliate, his villa might be finished. All his efforts during this period of time would have been in vain. Furthermore, he knew very well that if he met such a tourist this time and did not deal with it, such an incident might occur again. Therefore, Qin Lin left the villa and went straight to the Yucheng police station. There was a criminal law called libel. Slandering someone's reputation, as long as it spread to a certain extent or caused serious mental damage to the victim, would constitute slander. According to the severity, it would be sentenced to less than 3 years in prison, criminal detention, control, or deprivation of political rights. However, this criminal law also left room for negotiation. Other than seriously endangering social order and the interests of the country, it was only dealt with when told. The so-called only deal with what you tell referred to the crime of defamation. The court would only accept it if the victim confessed. Otherwise, it meant that they would provide a private settlement. This also caused the cost of defamation to be too low. Many people on the internet were unscrupulous. Once such a thing happened, the victims would squeeze tears and admit their mistakes or push the blame on the young and ignorant. Many victims would forget about it. Some people would even take out money and sell it privately. When many victims saw that it had already happened, they wanted to get some benefits and accepted it. Of course, there were also people who did not like these two sets because they wanted to teach you a lesson. If the situation was serious, they could only go in and eat 3 free meals. Qin Lin wanted to make an example of him now, so he was determined to report the case first. It was the parent's fault for not educating the brat. If the parent knew that and still threw a tantrum, he would educate this parent on behalf of society and be a role model for this brat. Qin Lin entered the police station and registered the case. He also provided evidence. Actually, the video was so big that the police officers in Yucheng police station knew about it, so they accepted it easily. After that, the police station asked Qin Lin to go back first and start investigating the woman's identity in the video. On the other side, Guo Wai's expression turned even uglier when he received the message on his phone. Mr. Guo, your account has been blocked and you have failed to fulfill the advertisement contract. I hope you can compensate us as soon as possible. Otherwise, we will sue you. He had accepted 2 advertisements. If he compensated according to the contract, it would not be enough even if he sold his car. This made him angrier the more he thought about it. In order to help his cousin and cousin-in-law vent their anger, his career had been ruined, but this cousin-in-law actually acted as if nothing had happened. Guo Wai drove straight to his cousin's house. When he reached the door, he knocked fiercely. "Cousin, you're here?" His cousin said awkwardly. I know this has affected you, but the videos have been blocked. I'll treat you to a meal to apologize. Is that something that can be resolved with a meal? Guo Wai roared angrily. Do you know that my account has been blocked because I helped you? I spent more than 100,000 yuan on this number. 2 advertisements flew away. Now, I have to compensate more than 200,000 yuan. You have to pay this money. Otherwise, I won't let you off. When Lin Chunlin heard this, she walked out unhappily. Guo Wai, this is your fault. I just showed you the video and complained to you. Don't think I don't know that you want to use this video to increase your popularity. Now that something has happened, you're looking for us to make a scene. Guo Wai almost vomited blood when he heard this. He finally knew what kind of person his cousin-in-law was. No wonder she had done such an embarrassing thing in Qin Lin Villa. As they were arguing, they suddenly saw a few police officers going upstairs. When one of the police officers saw the 3 of them, he said, Ms. Lin Chunlin and Mr. Zhang Hang, I hope you can cooperate with us to investigate the defamation of Qin Lin Villa. Also, please tell us the owner of the account of Weiying Media in Yucheng County. When she heard this, Lin Chunlin was instantly dumbfounded. She thought it was just a small matter and did not expect the police to come looking for her. She was so frightened that her legs felt weak. Qin Lin Villa had really become famous these days. On the first day, the trending topic of the villa's forced sale caused an uproar. This was a social problem that attracted attention. The next day, the incident suddenly reversed and turned into a naughty child making a mistake. A parent's unreasonable social topic or such a naughty child making a mistake was more infuriating. After all, there were often brats on the internet who made mistakes and caused huge losses, but the parents wanted to use the excuse that he was only a child to brush it off. Some parents even said confidently that the law could not control their children and acted as if it was a matter of course. This also made Qin Lin Villa even more popular. Therefore, Qin Ren's studio's media account also gained a wave of fans. As a thank you, Qin Ren's studio also released the promotional video of the triangular plum blossom sea that had been filmed previously when it was at its most popular. It helped Qin Lin attract popularity to the triangular plum blossom sea. Instantly, the art-like Sea of Flowers promotional video attracted a huge wave of popularity. Everyone who saw the video was attracted by the Sea of Flowers in the video. Because it was really beautiful. Under the effect of the entry, every scene seemed to have been carefully carved by a great artist. Especially the video in the center. The Sea of Flowers was so charming that one could not take their eyes off it. The dancing butterflies, the pleasant birdsong, and the fearless squirrels were all so shocking. In a short period of time, countless people asked about the Sea of Flowers. It had become an internet celebrity attraction. This was also another goal that Qin Lin had carefully planned. Not only would he make the people who defamed him pay, but he would also publicize his villa. As a result, the number of tourists in the villa increased drastically. Not only were there many locals in Yucheng County, but many people in San City and the city were also attracted to clock in. Qin Lin Villa. Qin Lin was holding a hoe and rummaging through a piece of land in the large courtyard behind the hall. Beside him, the security captain, Chen Debei, was also busy with a hoe. He looked like he would do whatever his boss was doing. Lin Zi, what are you doing? Qin Ren asked curiously. This villa was already so popular. He did not understand why his brother was still in the mood to dig. He had been staying at the villa for the past 2 days to film the triangular plum video. His studio's account had also increased a lot in traffic. The studio's media account naturally had to continue to gain another wave of scenery traffic. The other partners were not familiar with Qin Lin, so they were sorry to leave this matter to Qin Ren. It could be considered a business trip to this villa. I plan to plant watermelons. Qin Lin explained and took out a bag of seeds to plant. Qin Lin naturally dug the ground because of this quality 2 watermelon seed. Seed of seedless watermelon, quality 2. A seed that has been specially cultivated. The watermelon planted tastes delicious. There is no planting season restriction, and the growth cycle is extremely short. The seeds outside could be obtained from the game. Then the seeds in the game should be able to be planted outside, right? It was also his way of trying. Although he knew very well that the ordinary watermelon seeds outside could be planted in the game to produce a quality 1 watermelon, it must be related to the game itself. Quality 2 watermelon seeds did not have a game level 3 land. It was very likely that he would not be able to plant quality 2 watermelons outside. But he had to try, right? After all, the reality was not a game. It was unpredictable. Everything was not static. Even if the quality 2 seed could not plant a quality 2 watermelon outside, if the quality deteriorated and a quality 1 watermelon could be planted, then cultivating new seeds could be considered an A.W. breed and was stronger than ordinary watermelons. What if the environment changed because of the difference? The plant seeds had an environment and climate adaptability. What if 1 or 2 of them adapted to this environment and could maintain their original quality? Wasn't that awesome? One had to know that the earliest rice research had also relied on such a difference to obtain seeds. Although the chances were low, they always hoped that it was possible. Furthermore, this quality 2 seed had another characteristic, which was that there were no seasonal restrictions. It could also be planted directly in winter. Plant watermelons? Lindsay? It's almost October. Are you joking? Qin Lin opened his mouth and felt that his brother was teasing him. Everyone knew that watermelons were planted in March. If he wanted to plant it in October, he had to get a big shed. Qin Lin did not explain and continued to plant the seeds in his hand on the ground. The greenhouse naturally had to be built. This was because, in order to nurture seeds, he had to turn these 2 quality seeds into multiples again. After many procedures, he still had to rely on ordinary watermelons to pollinate them before he could nurture seedless watermelon seeds from the 4-fold plant. The process was complicated and required a lot of effort. Other watermelon seeds needed a big shed in winter. This process was complicated. For the past 2 days, he had been studying the books and knowledge related to technology. After planting the seeds, he did not forget to instruct Chen Debei, remember to water them. Okay, boss. Chen Debei nodded. When Qin Lin saw this, he did not continue asking. Instead, he said, by the way, Lindsay, have you created the villa's official account? With this popularity now, it's time to attract traffic. It's estimated that the popularity will continue for the next few days. Who would have thought that the Sea of Flowers videos taken by those tourists can actually look so good? The more tourists there are, the more traffic you have. You might be able to blow up the flow pool. That would be awesome. Qin Lin nodded. I've already done it. Moching is helping me manage it. At this moment, Gao Yaoyao jogged in from outside and said, Boss, the 300 caddies of okra this morning has been sold out. Many tourists, especially the male tourists, want to buy it. As she spoke, her pretty face clearly turned slightly red because she knew the effect of the okra and why those male tourists wanted it. This was because the effect of the special quality 2 okra had been exposed by a tourist. After all, there were always tourists who were willing to try. There was no need for Qin Lin to publicize it. There was even a rich second-generation heir who was attracted online yesterday. He even brought 2 female companions and ate a meal of special quality 2 okra. Then, that rich second-generation heir spent the night in Yucheng County last night and was inexplicably discovered. This morning, he was even posted online. Under the popularity of the villa, this rich second-generation heir even became popular. This made Qin Lin a little confused. Quality 2 okra was famous, but there were only a few of them every day. Therefore, even quality 1 okra was very popular. Moreover, quality 1 okra was indeed effective. After all, it had the effect of kidney filling +1. Therefore, this okra suddenly became the most popular food in the villa. I'll handle it. Qin Lin nodded at Gao Yaoyao. After this batch of okra became inexplicably famous, he planned to stop supplying it. Apart from supplying the villa with okra, he could also use some land to plant other crops to provide for the villa and increase the diversity of food. However, Gao Yaoyao said, Boss, other than the special quality watermelons, the strawberries that cost 40 yuan a caddy have been sold out. The fish in the fish pond is almost gone. Before the morning passed, 261 people had already been served. Many people said there are too few things to spend on. We don't even have enough stove and grill to rent. Many people take turns using one. The tourists are complaining. Sigh. Qin Lin sighed helplessly when he heard this. Who could blame him? Initially, they only wanted to take the opportunity to promote it, but the popularity exceeded their imagination. Furthermore, his triangular sea of plum blossoms had attributes. The tourists who came would definitely be surprised and shocked. Later on, there would be more people. In the future, it would probably increase explosively. However, the result was that many things in his villa could not keep up. When tourists reached a certain level, the density would be too high, and it would affect the view of the sea of flowers. There would be many problems. At that time, he would probably have to limit the number of tickets every day. He was probably the only one who would worry about too many tourists, right? Gao Yaoyao continued, "Boss, there's one more thing. There are too many people. The 2 security guards in the Sea of Flowers can't keep up. Today, we discovered that a tourist threw a stone at S small squirrel." Qin Lin sighed. There were always some people who had slipped through the net of quality education. He could only instruct Chen Debei, in the afternoon, go to the veterans recruitment area in the same city online and post the information about recruiting security guards. After that, your security department will also take a commission. I'll take a look at how much you take next time. Okay, boss. Chen Debei immediately replied with a face full of joy. He was getting more and more satisfied as the security captain. He had more and more subordinates, which made him work harder. He immediately went to get a water bottle to water the watermelon seeds. When Qin Lin came out of the hall, he realized that the Quality 1 okra and Quality 1 strawberries had indeed been sold out. On the other hand, there were fewer people asking about the 20 Quality 2 watermelons. If they were sold as a whole, this watermelon would cost more than 1,000 yuan. If he played in a place and used a soft knife to cut the flesh, the tourists would not feel heartache if they spent 2,000 yuan slowly. Ordinary tourists really could not bear to spend 1,000 yuan at once. At noon, Qin Lin looked at the registration. In one morning, 321 people had already been served. Most of them had watched the video online and came to clock in. Just the tickets to the triangular Plum Blossom Sea had been sold for 16,050 yuan. Furthermore, the Quality 1 okra, Quality 1 strawberry, and 10 caddies of Quality 2 okra he had shipped over in the morning were all sold out. They were also worth 43,350 yuan. The other turnover added up to 21,476 yuan. The turnover this morning had already exceeded 80,000 yuan. Furthermore, most of it was done without any capital. This was still the reason why he did not completely squeeze out the spending power of these tourists. He had to get more things that could allow tourists to spend. There was a vegetable garden in the vegetable villa, so he could still handle it for the time being. On the other hand, he had to contact a fruit wholesaler to get more ordinary fruits to deal with the tourists who were about to explode. It was probably not enough to rely on the game. There was also the fish in the fish pond. The fish he caught every day in the game were far from enough. He had to contact wholesale seafood. Furthermore, the 30-acre triangular Plum Blossom Sea had a limited capacity for tourists. Before it exceeded the density limit, they had to do a diversion project. The planned rafting project was about to begin. Otherwise, when the number of tourists reached a certain number, it would be awkward if they had to queue for a long time to see the Sea of Flowers. The villa's hall was already very lively. The dining table was filled with people. There were still people waiting outside. There were not enough stoves and barbecue racks for the tourists, so many tourists chose to order food. This also made Qin Lin decide that other than the diversion project, the villa had to be expanded. Otherwise, the experience would be too bad. He walked to the back of the kitchen and placed 2 tables inside. Master Lin was already serving the dishes one by one. With more employees, this place had been transformed into an employee cafeteria. Naturally, the employees could only take turns eating. After all, there were too many tourists. Usually, the management ate first before taking over the important positions of the class and changing the employees to eat. Gao Yaoyao and Chen Debei were especially excited today and could not wait. This was because Qin Lin had given Master Lin 35 caddies of wild grass carp today for the chef to cook for everyone. They had never eaten such an expensive big item before. How could they not look forward to it? Lin Zi, where did you get so much stuff? Qin Ren followed behind and had already begun to rub his hands, his eyes shining. The last time Qin Lin sent one to his house, he still remembered the taste. Looking at the braised grass carp, he could not wait. Eat your food. Qin Lin did not answer. This kind of big goods was indeed very rare. For example, base. Only 1 or 2 big goods above 10 caddies were discovered all year round. Because of the game, he could have 1 or 2 a day. Therefore, he tried his best to control the number of large goods. Otherwise, the number would be too shocking. There was still a group in the game's pond. Others could not even eat it, but he could not even finish it. These things could be eaten privately or used to entertain people like Chen Shengfei who did not lack money. It would instead make these people feel proud. Qin Ren did not stand on ceremony. He took the bowl and attacked the plate of wild grass carp. "Boss, this fish is too delicious. I'm going to bite my tongue," Gao Yaoyao exclaimed as she ate. It was clearly the first time this girl had eaten such a delicious fish. Master Lin reminded her, "Young lady, why are you making a fuss when you're eating? Hurry up and eat. Let someone else eat. We're busy outside." "Got it." Gao Yaoyao stuck out her tongue mischievously. After lunch, Qin Lin instructed Chen Debei, "By the way, go to the wholesale market after dinner and post a message. Tell them that our villa wants to wholesale some fruits and seafood every day." There were already many tourists in his villa. It was considered a fixed channel. There was no need to go to wholesale personally. Those wholesale chambers of commerce rushed to deliver goods to his door at a low price, just like when he went to RT Mart previously. "Okay, boss." Chen Debei hurriedly swallowed a mouthful of fish and replied. As expected, just as Chen Debei went to the wholesale market to post the information, a fruit wholesaler and a seafood wholesaler came looking for him in the afternoon. Qin Lin also knew the fruit wholesaler. His name was Lin Feng. His previous fruit shop had been receiving goods from him. The seafood wholesaler was a middle-aged man. "So this villa belongs to President Qin." Lin Feng saw that Qin Lin was clearly smiling. "President Qin, we're old acquaintances. You have to continue taking care of my business." "President Lin, as long as the price is right, we will definitely continue to work together," Qin Lin said with a smile. He had a good impression of Lin Feng in the past. The middle-aged seafood wholesaler also said, "President Qin, hello. My name is Wang Wei. I have many seafood types available. Other than delivering them to your door, you can also lower the price." "President Wang, let's talk." Qin Lin shook hands with him. Although the wholesale items outside did not make him much money, he was not willing to spend more only if he could sell them at a cheap price. Next, Qin Lin discussed the details with the two of them. He had made fruits and vegetables in the past and was very clear about the wholesale price of fruits. He had also checked the wholesale price of seafood. The other party could not take advantage of him. They both gave him a lower price than the market. He accepted it and finally signed the contract. From tomorrow onwards, Lin Feng would send more than 10 kinds of fruits to Shanzhuan. As for the quantity, it depended on the demand in the future. Wang Wei would also send some cultivated fish, crabs, prawns, and other seafood to the villa every day. In the future, fishing in the fish pond would depend on luck. In the evening, the okra in the game had matured again. Qin Lin sent this batch of mature okra to RT Mart and brought 10 caddies of quality 2 okra to President Chu. He thanked the other party for the advertisement time in the open-air video. Then, he informed him that he would not be sending more okra in the future. After all, it was only 6 yuan a caddy for RT Mart. His villa was selling for 15 yuan a caddy. If it could be sold, he would definitely not give it to RT Mart. "President Qin, it seems like I have to go to your villa to eat this special quality okra in the future." President Chu hugged the 10 caddies of quality 2 okra like a treasure. Qin Lin smiled and said, "Then I'll welcome President Chu anytime." After leaving RT Mart, Qin Lin went straight to the seed shop and did not deliver goods to RT Mart. In the future, the okra planted would naturally be supplied to the villa. However, other than the 6 boxes that were sold in the game for a long time to earn game coins, the other 24 boxes could obtain more than 3,000 caddies of okra every day. No matter how popular the okra was, the villa did not need so much. Therefore, he planned to plant something else. For example, yams were not cheaper than okra in the market now. They had also reached 5 yuan a caddy. There was also broccoli. Broccoli was harvested from March to July. It was already considered an off-season vegetable. The market price had already begun to rise in the past 2 days, so it was slightly cheaper than okra. He planned to take out some land and especially plant broccoli and yams. When the time came, he would sell them at the villa for 15 yuan a caddy like the okra. When they returned to the villa, it was still lively until dark. According to the statistics today, there were more than 600 tourists. This was definitely an astonishing number of tourists for a villa. From this, one could also see the power of online publicity. Naturally, the triangular sea of plum blossoms he had built had game attributes. This was also the main reason. At night, when Qin Lin returned home, Lin Fen asked with concern when she saw him, "Xiao Lin, how has the villa been for the past 2 days?" Qin Lin smiled and said, "Mom, business is very good now." "Don't worry," Lin Fen suddenly suggested, "Xiao Lin, why don't I go to your villa to help? I've been eating the base you brought back. My body is much better." Qin Lin frowned and said, "Mom, there are employees in the villa. Why would I need your help?" "Xiao Lin, I'm bored cooped up at home all day," Lin Fen said stubbornly. After she recovered, she did not want to stay at home forever. Unless her son gave birth to a grandson for her to raise. When Qin Lin saw his mother's stubborn look, he was helpless. He could not be more stubborn than his mother. He knew that she was someone who could not stay idle. If he did not agree, she might run to the villa tomorrow and not let her go. She might even be in a bad mood. Qin Lin could only deal with his mother first. He was really vexed. The next day, he got up. Qin Lin looked at the screen in his mind immediately. The okra, yams, and broccoli were all ripe. He controlled the game character to pick and plant new seeds. Then, he entered the game and saw the harvest information in the storage room. Quality 1 to 900 caddies, quality 2 to 4 caddies. Quality 1 yam, 420 caddies. Quality 2 yam, 2 caddies. Quality 1 broccoli, 380 caddies. Quality 2 broccoli, 2 caddies. Qin Lin looked at the notes of the yams and broccoli. Yam. Quality 1. This is a special crop. It has a nourishing effect. It improves physique +1, improves the spleen and stomach +1, and nourishes the kidneys +1. Yam. Quality 2. This is a special crop. It has an extremely strong nourishing effect. It improves physique +2, improves the spleen and stomach +2, and nourishes the kidneys +2. Broccoli. Quality 1. This is a special crop. It has a nourishing effect. It purifies the blood vessels +1. It fights diabetes +1, catheterization +1, and kidney nourishment +1. Broccoli. Quality 2. This is a special crop. It has an extremely strong nutritional effect. It purifies the blood vessels +2. It fights diabetes +2, catheterization +2, and kidney nourishment +2. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Qin Lin had chosen these 2 vegetables according to the market price, but when he looked at the note, why did he feel that something was wrong? Kidney nourishment? Nourishing the kidney? Why did it have such an effect? It seemed like these 2 vegetables were not expensive for no reason. Qin Lin moved the okra, yams, and broccoli out of the game and placed them in the car before pulling them to the villa. As for the strawberries and watermelons, they would have to make another trip. A 3-wheeler could not pull so many. He felt that it was time to buy a blue truck. He could drive this C1 truck. He could also use the driver's license that Zhao Moqing had dragged him to get during the driving school event at university. At that time, because of his family's reasons, Zhao Moqing had helped pay the fees for his driver's license. It made him feel like he was living off a woman. It was really fragrant. When he arrived at the villa, he saw that there were already baskets filled with various fruits and aquariums filled with seafood in front of the hall. Lin Feng and Wang Wei had already brought the goods over. When they saw him, they went forward. "President Qin, you're here. I was waiting for you to check the goods. President Qin, come and take a look. I guarantee it's fresh." Qin Lin nodded and went up to check the fruits and seafood the 2 of them had sent over. The 2 of them did not treat him like a fool. The fruits and seafood looked good. He called Chen Debei over to bring people over to weigh and then calculate the number. The contract he signed with the 2 of them was a weekly settlement. After they were done, the 2 of them chatted with Qin Lin for a while before bidding farewell and leaving. They were still very busy at the market. This was the first time they came by themselves. After that, they would get their employees to deliver the goods. Qin Lin also went to the computer to register the number of wholesale goods. On the first day, more than 100 caddies of fruits were wholesale. Crab, prawns, and other seafood were also wholesale for 30 caddies. There were also ordinary black carp, grass carp, and bass. There were more than 100 caddies in total. As for the exact number, he would adjust the consumption of the mountain villa. However, he was not afraid that these would not be exhausted. He had received more than 600 tourists yesterday, and those who came to play would always buy some fruits. Furthermore, there were many people who had eaten yesterday. These people came to this villa to help themselves. Under such an atmosphere, no one would be stingy. These seafood were only 30 caddies each, so they were not afraid that they would not be consumed. The profits of these wholesale items were only at different prices. The profits would definitely not be as much as the items produced by the game. However, it could be considered a supplement. Furthermore, these wholesale items could also better conceal the things he had gotten from the game. Chen Debei, pour those fish into the fish pond, Qin Lin instructed Chen Debei. He then looked at Gao Yaoyao and said, Gao Yaoyao, bring people to put the things on the shelves. I'll give you the exact price later. Just stick it on. Some shelves had already been placed outside the hall, and a simple umbrella had been built to cover it. Now, there were no conditions. Before the special sales center was built, they could only make do. Okay, boss, Gao Yaoyao replied sweetly and got busy with the waiter. Chen Debei also brought 2 security guards to the fish pond. Qin Lin looked at the wholesale data recorded and had a flash of inspiration. If he really could not win against his mother, he would let her record the wholesale number every day. Anyway, the system software would automatically calculate it, so she did not need to think too much. She just needed to register the number. He would treat the rest of the time as her recuperating in the villa. He would let her take Wang Kai for a walk when she was free. Under the lively atmosphere, it was good for her body to be in a good mood. Gao Yaoyao quickly arranged the fruits and seafood with the waiter. Soon, tourists arrived and the villa started to get busy. It was almost noon. A Maybach 62S drove into the villa's parking lot again. When Chen Debei, who was patrolling, saw this car, he went up to guide it to park. Chen Shengfei got out of the car with a square-faced man. The square-faced man frowned as soon as he got out of the car and said, Old Chen, your taste is a little special. Why did you come to such a place this time? Clearly, he was disappointed. This parking lot was still muddy. It was too degrading. If he was not extremely familiar with Chen Shengfei, he would have felt that the other party was patronizing him. Chen Shengfei knew what the other party was thinking. He smiled and said, Old Ma, don't be fooled by appearances. We've worked together for so many years. How can I brush you off with something disappointing? Old Ma nodded and followed Chen Shengfei into the villa. When Chen Debei saw this, he immediately found 2 warning signs and placed them around the car. The warning signs signaled not to touch this car. Otherwise, it would be troublesome for the tourists in the villa. Old Ma and Chen Shengfei walked to the reception hall and felt even more disappointed. Old Chen, this facility seems a little backward. This was clearly a villa. Furthermore, one could tell at a glance that it was a small investment from a small place. It was not even at the level of a casual villa. He usually went to such top-notch vacation villas, and this one in front of him was really a little uncomfortable. If the person who brought him here was not Chen Shengfei, he would leave now. Old Ma, I told you not to look at the outside. You can eat wild goods here. Wild bass weighing more than 10 caddies and wild grass carp weighing more than 30 caddies. That smell will definitely whet your appetite. As Chen Shengfei spoke, he entered the hall and walked toward the fish pool. Old Chen, are you joking? Old Ma was clearly stunned. He naturally knew about wild bass and wild grass carp. He had eaten a lot of them. Most of them were about 2 caddies. When he ate 5 caddies of wild bass at the 100 Fragrance Pavilion, the boss of the 100 Fragrance Pavilion had bragged that he was the king of bass. Now, Chen Shengfei was telling him that there were still 10 caddies of wild bass here? As he was thinking, Old Ma followed him to the pool. Then, he was stunned and looked at the big fish inside in disbelief. These are all F*C King Wild? Old Ma was in disbelief. What did he see? Not only were there 10 caddies of bass, but there were also 2 other types of fish. They should be 20 to 30 caddies, right? Looking at the price again, The price was only 250, 280, and 300 yuan per catty. Chen Shengfei smiled and said, "It's indeed wild. It's still very different from artificial farming. Moreover, this isn't the only good thing here." With that, Chen Shengfei walked to the shelf with an inexplicable smile, as if he was looking for something, but he did not find the 400 yuan a catty okra he was looking for. He had brought old Ma here for this. "Mr. Chen, welcome again." Qin Lin recognized Chen Shengfei and immediately went forward to welcome him. When Chen Shengfei saw Qin Lin's happy expression, he immediately said, "Boss Qin, I brought a friend to support you. This is old Ma." "Hello, Mr. Ma." Qin Lin shook old Ma's hand politely. "Ma Liwen." Chairman Ma also introduced himself and asked, "Boss Qin, these fish of yours are amazing. This is the first time I've seen so many big fish. Boss Qin, give us a whole fish." Chen Shengfei said as he pulled Qin Lin to the side with a strange expression. He whispered, "Boss Qin, why is the 400 yuan a catty okra from before gone? Old Ma is my good friend and I especially brought him here. His wife is more than 10 years younger than him." Qin Lin immediately looked understanding. "Mr. Chen, I understand. I still have two things that are very effective. Do you want to buy it together? The price is the same. His wife was more than 10 years younger and needed to be nourished. Quality 2 okra, quality 2 yam, and quality 2 broccoli were too few. He did not plan to put them out now. These things were considered private in the future. They were usually placed in the game storage room. Anyway, they would not spoil inside the game. This thing could only be taken out at critical moments. Only the quality 1 ones were sold. Then all trouble, Boss Qin." Chen Shengfei nodded. "By the way, cut one of the special watermelons and 2 catties of strawberries. Let's start with the appetizer first. Then Mr. Chen, find a seat first," Qin Lin said and went inside to arrange. Chen Shengfei walked to the side and brought Ma Liwen to a table to sit. "Old Chen, to think that there's such a big item in such a place. I didn't come in vain." Ma Liwen's attitude had clearly changed greatly. Chen Shengfei smiled and said, "Old Ma, after eating this fish, you'll realize that it's more delicious than you think. Moreover, I said that this fish isn't the only good thing here. This time, I guarantee that you won't pay attention to the exterior of this villa again." "Is it that exaggerated?" Ma Liwen was stunned. Even if this wild fish was big, he had eaten too much good food. After eating it once, the novelty of eating it for the second time would decrease drastically. The delicacies that could make him forget to return could be counted on one hand. Ma Liwen and Chen Shengfei sat at a relatively quiet table in the corner for a moment. Gao Yaoyao sent the cut quality 2 watermelon and quality 2 strawberry over. "Mr. Chen, Mr. Ma, your watermelon and strawberries." Gao Yaoyao's face was filled with enthusiasm as she said sweetly, "The other things are already being made in the kitchen." "Yes." Chen Shengfei nodded and said to Marvin, "Old Ma, try this watermelon and strawberries. They taste very good." As he spoke, he had already picked up a piece of watermelon and placed it in his mouth to chew. When Ma Liwen saw this, he picked up a piece and took a bite. His eyes lit up. This melon is delicious. Watermelons were common fruits, and he had eaten many expensive ones. However, he had really never eaten such a delicious watermelon in his hand. It was as if his taste buds had been stimulated. When he took a bite, there was a sweet aftertaste in his mouth. Ma Liwen picked up another strawberry and placed it in his mouth. He could not help but praise, "Old Chen, you're right. Other than fish, there are indeed other good things. There's actually such a delicious watermelon and strawberry. I'm confident that I've eaten all kinds of fruits. I've also eaten a special watermelon that costs $100 a catty, but it's really nothing compared to this." Chen Shengfei smiled and said, "This means that it's not that there are no watermelons in our country that are better than others. It's just that they're not as good as others. Now, many people are only staring at the specially imported varieties outside, but they don't know that many of their things are better." "That's very philosophical." "I agree." Ma Liwen gave Chen Shengfei a thumbs up. A moment later, the kitchen helper brought the fish up. A wild base more than 10 catties were made into fish head soup, steamed, and braised base. "Old Ma, try it." As Chen Shengfei spoke, he had already picked up a bowl of fish soup and filled it for himself. After taking a sip, he revealed an intoxicated expression. Classic. Old Chen, you're exaggerating, Ma Liwen teased. Chen Shengfei smiled and said nothing. Ma Liwen also filled a bowl with fish soup and began to eat. Then, his face revealed disbelief. Old Chen, is this fish soup? The wild fish we saw just now? Chen Shengfei smiled and said, what else? It's such a big fish. FCK. Ma Liwen cursed. He was furious. Is this the taste of wild bass? Then does the boss of the Fragrance Pavilion think I'm a fool? The last time he got a 5-pound wild bass, he even bragged to me about how rare it was. He seemed to have given me a lot of face. The taste of the other party's 2.5 caddies of wild bass is too different from this, right? He even said that a famous chef cooked personally? He must have used artificial growth to fool me. Otherwise, since they're both wild, the taste wouldn't be so different. I'll be an idiot if I go to the Fragrant Pavilion again. I'll get my assistant to refund the membership card later. Eat more. Later, you will realize that this fish is not only delicious. Chen Shengfei was stunned and did not know how to explain. He had also eaten much wild fish, but they were really trash compared to Boss Chin's. Old Ma shouldn't be talking about the 100 Fragrance Pavilion. He suspected that Boss Qin had either added some materials and a special secret formula or some special breed that they didn't know about. Otherwise, how could it compare to those top-notch food therapies? As Ma Liwen ate, he quickly felt that something was wrong. A warm current began to surge in his meridians and blood vessels as if his entire body had become smooth. Old Chen, this food therapy? Ma Liwen was also knowledgeable and reacted now. The effect won't be worse than the Shui family's food therapy in the capital. Otherwise, why would I bring you here? Chen Shengfei smiled and winked. Besides, there's something better. This completely surprised Ma Liwen. From the beginning, he had completely looked down on this villa. It was too low class. But now, he knew that he was too superficial. He had completely changed his opinion of this villa. It was not only the delicious watermelon and strawberries. This fish was definitely a classic. The warm current in his body and the comfortable feeling all over his body was definitely not fake. According to Old Chen, it would not be inferior to the Shui family's food therapy in the capital. If the renovation was better and top-notch, this fish would probably have to be paid with tens of thousands of food therapy materials. More importantly, Old Chen actually said that there was something better in this villa? This inexplicably made him look forward to it. If those guys in the city knew about this, their jaws would probably drop, right? He, Ma Liwen, was actually looking forward to this small villa. He found it unbelievable. A moment later, a plate of yams, okra, and broccoli was served. Old Chen, these are the good things you're talking about? Ma Liwen looked at the 3 very common vegetables in confusion. Due to his previous experience, he did not immediately judge. Instead, he picked up his chopsticks and ate the 3 dishes. After a while, he felt something strange again. The warm feeling at his waist appeared again. Old Ma, do you feel it? Chen Shengfei also felt the warmth at his waist and asked with a strange smile, now do you know why my wife has been so gentle and in such a good mood these past few days? This effect is comparable to a small pill. The key is that the nourishment is not harmful and has a nourishing effect. FCK. Ma Liwen cursed again before remembering that ordinary okra and yams also had this effect, but it was not so obvious. He subconsciously picked up his chopsticks and kept eating. When he reached 40 years old, his wife was more than 10 years younger than him. It was very hurtful to his pride to always stew supplements for him. The more he ate, the more comfortable he felt. For this meal, Ma Liwen ate until he was full. Sister, come here for a while. Ma Liwen waved at Gao Yaoyao. Sir, what can I do for you? Gao Yaoyao asked immediately. Where's your boss? I want to see him, said Ma Liwen. Sir, please wait a moment, Gao Yaoyao said and took out her phone to call Qin Lin. Qin Lin came over immediately after receiving the call. When Ma Liwen saw Qin Lin again, he became very enthusiastic. Boss Qin, do you still have okra and yams? I want to buy some and bring them back. Qin Lin still had a lot of quality 2 okra. In the previous month, he had saved a lot in the game. He had more than 10 caddies a day and still had about 300 caddies. This thing was placed in the game storage room. Due to the special nature of the game, it would not spoil. He was not in a hurry to take it out. Wasn't this a very good favor? However, when he saw Ma Liwen, he pretended to be in a difficult position. Mr. Ma, it's not easy to obtain this kind of special quality okra. It's still in the cultivation stage, and the production is limited every day. My villa can't even supply it. It was still a rare commodity. After taking enough advantage of President Xu, he naturally understood this logic better. Boss Qin, if there's any, please get some, Chen Shengfei said. When Qin Lin heard Chen Shengfei speak, he took the opportunity to say, since Mr. Chen has asked, I'll get a few caddies of okra. However, the two of you will have to wait for a while. As for the yams and broccoli, they might not be available today. I can still get a few caddies tomorrow. It's fine. Old Ma and I can wait for a night. Chen Shengfei clearly felt proud when he heard Qin Lin's words. After all, Qin Lin had given him face. Right, we can wait all night. Ma Liwen nodded back. He and Chen Shengfei were talking about cooperation and renewing the contract to begin with. After working together for so long, it was just a matter of signing and discussing the details. It was the same wherever they were. It was just a matter of returning to the city to sign. However, he had to bring some of this good stuff back. After all, he was usually busy and could not come here every day. However, he thought of something. Boss Qin, do you accept reservations here? Get me a membership card first. I'll save 500,000 yuan first. Quote. Qin Lin suddenly could not understand such a sentence. He did not have a reservation service or a card service, let alone save 500,000 yuan. He had gone to so many shops in his life and applied for so many membership cards, but none of them had more than 1,000 yuan. Mr. Chen, Mr. Ma, we don't have a card and reservation business yet, Qin Lin could only say awkwardly. Wasn't it a joke to set up a card business in a tourist area? Unless he came up with a project for high-end clients someday. Ma Liwen could only suggest regretfully, Boss Qin, you're making me unable to spend money even if I want to. It'll affect the experience. Chen Shengfei gave a suggestion. Boss Qin, your villa is not very complete. I see that many places in the villa are deserted. You can completely solve the accommodation problem. There are quite a lot of tourists here now. Actually, Qin Lin had this plan long ago. When he was planning the rafting project, he also thought of building other facilities, including accommodation. This was also one of the necessary facilities in the scenic area. However, funds and procedures were a problem now. He had to take it step by step. He had to find a time to settle the relevant procedures first. Chen Shengfei and Ma Liwen had a very comfortable meal. Naturally, the cost was also high. One quality 2 watermelon was 1,300 yuan. 2 caddies of quality 2 strawberries were 400 yuan. 2 caddies of quality 2 okra were 800 yuan. 2 caddies of quality 2 yam were 800 yuan. And 2 caddies of quality 2 broccoli were 800 yuan. 111.5 caddies of quality 2 base cost 4,600 yuan. In total, they spent 10,700 yuan. It was unimaginable for ordinary tourists to eat more than 10,000 yuan. However, to Chen Shengfei and Ma Liwen, it seemed to be a common occurrence. After lunch, the two of them strolled around the villa as a form of digestion. The villa only had a triangular plum blossom sea project, so the two of them could only enter the sea of flowers. Unsurprisingly, the two of them were attracted by the sea of flowers. No one could resist the effect of the game's attribute enhancement. Chen Shengfei said in surprise, Old Ma, I have to say that this sea of flowers is really beautiful. Ma Liwen was stunned. Old Chen, didn't you come in to take a look last time? Chen Shengfei explained, I only cared about eating last time. Plus, I had something urgent to attend to, so I went back. The two of them had been to many places for a vacation and had also traveled to many places. They had seen all kinds of scenery, but their picky gazes really could not attract them the moment they entered. Furthermore, the feeling of being in a good mood when they saw the beautiful scenery was really strange. At this moment, Qin Lin's gaze was also attracted by a few tourists. They were all young ladies in Han clothes who were buying tickets to enter the Sea of Flowers. This was clearly a carefully taken video and photo of the Sea of Flowers. There were more people in the villa today than yesterday. The popularity of his villa on Douyin continued to rise. In Qin Ren's words, his triangular plum blossom sea had blown up Duyan's flow pool and become a real internet celebrity. Especially after the tourists were attracted to clock in, almost every tourist would take videos. Many of them also uploaded them to gain traffic. Most importantly, the videos taken by everyone were very good and artistic. They were easy to attract people. This was unbelievable. Therefore, his triangular sea of plum blossoms had condensed into traffic. In the future, the officials would continue to push the traffic and create a trending topics, just like the unyielding girl, Brother Pomegranate, and Ding Zhen. Now that the internet was reorganizing internet celebrities, it was important to be positive. Douyin did not dare to promote such internet celebrities to create hot searches with great fanfare. As for the Sea of Flowers, it naturally would not be reorganized. They could promote it without restraint. Therefore, there would be even more people attracted to Qin Lin Villa in the future. As for how long it could last, it actually depended on how his villa was maintained. It might only last a week or two, or it might last for a long time. For example, back then, Unyielding Girl's methods were not as good as Brother Pomegranate's. Unyielding Girl gained more than 1.5 million fans in the time it took to blow up the traffic. Brother Pomegranate was very smart and put on all kinds of down-to-earth persona. In front of those people who took videos, he showed off his foreign language to foreigners and used the excuse of helping farmers. The time it took to blow up the traffic was even longer and more popular, attracting more than 3 million fans. As for Ding Zhen, because a poor county needed him to attract attention, with the help of the Sichuan provincial government's tourism bureau, he directly increased to nearly 10 million fans. In this aspect, Qin Ren's suggestion was to first establish a villa media company in Douyin so that he could better transform this wave of popularity into his own traffic. In the internet era, as long as there were followers and fans, there was no need to be afraid of not having guests in the future. For example, Brother Pomegranate was now in a music competition, right? It was almost impossible to miss out on his videos, but he had so many fans, and he could easily earn a few million yuan every year. In the evening, Qin Lin picked the ripe quality 1 okra, yams, and broccoli and transported them to the villa again. When the sky turned dark, Chen Shengfei and Ma Liwen stayed at the villa for dinner again. In the evening, the two of them ordered another 20 caddies of wild grass carp. The two of them also ate a meal that cost 9,800 yuan. They ate 2 meals in this villa and spent 20,500 yuan. 2 meals cost more than 20,000 yuan. If it were someone else who did not know better, they would think that he was running an illegal shop. When the tourists left, Chen Shengfei also left with Ma Liwen. They entered the county city. After all, there was no place to stay in the villa. Chen Shengfei brought Ma Liwen to the largest hotel in Yucheng County. As soon as the two of them arrived at the front desk, a middle-aged man in the hall looked at them in surprise. "That looks like Chen Shengfei." Someone beside him asked in confusion, "Chief Chen, do you know him?" Director Chen explained, "It's the Qin Lin Villa that has been very popular these past few days. Chen Shengfei is the one who was mistaken as a shill. Who knows that he's the chairman of Blue Ocean Corporation? A villa that can attract such a person must be very attractive. Moreover, that triangular plum blossom sea is really not bad. You've seen the data of this Zhongchang hotel. Like the other 2 hotels, there are clearly many outsiders staying there. They should be attracted to see that sea of flowers." The person beside him said in surprise, "No wonder you especially pointed out Qin Lin Villa at the county meeting." In the villa, Gao Yaoyao also handed today's statistics to Qin Lin. As expected, with the popularity of the internet, there were even more tourists today. There were 923 people, and the ticket income alone reached 47,650 yuan. Other than Chen Shengfei and Ma Liwen's expenses, almost all the quality 1 okra, yam, and broccoli had been sold. He had gained another 36,000 yuan. There were also 610 caddies of quality 1 strawberry. Coupled with the quality 2 strawberries and a few quality 2 watermelons, it was a total of 36,800 yuan. Quality 1 wild fish, rented fishing rod, stove grill. A series of them added up to 28,800 yuan. In addition, there were wholesale fruits and seafood. The turnover of this batch was also more than 16,431 yuan. In other words, his turnover for the day had already reached 135,081 yuan. If he added in the expenses of Ma Liwen and Chen Shengfei, this had already exceeded 150,000 yuan. It was definitely unimaginable in Yucheng County. Furthermore, most of them were businesses without capital. However, there was also a troublesome problem now. The sudden increase in the number of people would soon reach the limit of the Sea of Flowers Passan. Gear density, which would affect the viewing pleasure. No matter how beautiful and good a place was, if too many people poured in at once, the beautiful scenery would be greatly reduced. After Qin Lin finished looking at the data, he looked to the side. Zhao Moqing was already sitting at a table and operating her phone seriously. Tomorrow was a weekend, so she was here to help again. Gao Yaoyao, cut a special quality watermelon and bring it up. Qin Lin instructed Gao Yaoyao before sitting opposite Zhao Moqing with a smile. What are you looking at? Why are you so serious? Zhao Moqing complained. It's all because of your villa's self-media account. I'm editing the information according to the accounts of other tourist attractions and then applying for certification. Qin Ren said that after the certification, the popularity of your triangular plum blossom sea will first push the official account of the villa. You've worked hard. When Qin Lin saw Gao Yaoyao bring the watermelon over, he personally took a piece and fed it to Zhao Moqing. HMPH. When Zhao Moqing saw Qin Lin's actions, she snorted arrogantly and took a bite of the watermelon. However, she was still very happy to be able to help Qin Lin. Then, she took out a piece of information and handed it to Qin Lin. Also, you need to apply for a lot of procedures to build a raft. First, you have to apply for approval from the Tourism Bureau. There's also a river contract, a river modification permit, and the relevant tourist project operating permit. The Land and Resources Bureau will show the usage permit. So many procedures. Qin Lin felt a headache when he heard Zhao Moqing say a bunch of requests. Some things looked like it was quite easy for others to do when they were outside the door. When it was time for him to do it, he realized that everything was very difficult. With so many procedures and permits, he would die if he applied. Zhao Moqing also knew how much the procedures were. She smiled and said, "Tomorrow is the weekend. I'll apply for leave on Monday to compensate you. You're the best," Qin Lin said. As the two of them were talking, Shen Debei suddenly ran in and said, "Boss, the couple who caused trouble earlier is here again. They're outside." Qin Lin frowned. Defamation was considered self-incrimination, but he had already called the police previously. The police had also collected evidence, so the police could report the case to the court. There should be some progress these days. A moment later, Lin Chunlin and Zhang Hang walked in. Qin Lin frowned slightly and roughly remembered why this couple was here. Before the official court session, as long as both parties settled privately and withdrew the report, everything would be calm. This was also the reason why so many people had slandered others but did not pay the legal price. They had all been resolved privately. The police would definitely give this opinion to the couple according to the procedures. The two of them must have wanted to reconcile in private. After Zhang Hang and Lin Chunlin came in, her husband, Zhang Hang, asked, "May I know who is boss Qin Lin?" "I am." Qin Lin frowned at the two of them. Zhang Hang hurriedly walked in front of Qin Lin and said, "Boss Qin, we're here to discuss what happened before. We were wrong in that video. I hope you can forgive us." With that, he pulled his wife and said, "Apologize to Boss Qin quickly." Lin Chunlin said very reluctantly, "I'm sorry. Can this matter pass?" Qin Lin felt that it was ridiculous when he saw this woman's perfunctory apology. "You think it's over just because you say so? If it's so simple, why do we need the law?" When Lin Chunlin heard this, she was dissatisfied. "What do you want? We've already lost 250,000 yuan to our cousin. We've suffered heavy losses and learned our lesson. What does that have to do with me?" Qin Lin really felt that this woman was here to joke. When Lin Chunlin saw that Qin Lin did not accept her apology, she said angrily, "What do you mean? Didn't you call the police just to extort money? How much do you want?" Zhang Hang was anxious when he heard his wife's words. "Boss Qin, that's not what she meant." He was really suffering. Previously, his legal consciousness was weak. He thought that it was just a small matter for his cousin to help vent anger for his wife. Who knew that it would cause such a thing? Even the account that his cousin had been working on for 3 years had been banned. Furthermore, their cousin had even recorded his conversation with them. When he asked if it was true, his wife casually said that it was true. Most of the responsibility for this matter fell on the couple. The key was that their cousin had even sued them and asked them to compensate for the losses. Under the adjustment of their family, the couple had accompanied their cousin for 250,000 yuan to withdraw the lawsuit, but they had also become enemies. He brought his wife over now because he wanted to reconcile with Boss Qin in private and let this matter pass. Unexpectedly, his wife was used to being unreasonable. She actually dared to say anything. Qin said unhappily, "That's what I mean. Zhang Hang, can't you tell that the other party just wants to extort a sum of money as your cousin did?" Clearly, she could not get over the fact that she had lost 250,000 yuan to her cousin. She was angry and exploded at Qin Lin. Qin Lin laughed in anger. "Then I'll tell you, I really don't want your money. I just want to see you pay legal responsibility. If a brat makes a mistake and as a mother, you don't care about education, then I'll educate you on behalf of society and let you be the best negative example for your child." What the hell? Chen Debei, chase them out. He had never thought of reconciling with the other party. How many people in society were depressed and even chose to commit suicide because of others spreading rumors and slander? These people could spread rumors and slander a person into the abyss with just a word. If it were under other circumstances, he would not be able to reverse the situation. Then, the sea of flowers he had just bought would be useless. He would even have another stain that could not be washed away. At that time, the other party would probably still show a smug expression. Now, this person who was spreading rumors and slandering others wanted to reconcile in private. How could it be so easy? When Chen Debei heard his boss's words, he did not hesitate and went forward with a few security guards to chase the couple away. However, Qin still said stubbornly, "Hey, stop pretending to be noble. How much do you want?" "Enough." Chen Debei could not help but shout, "Woman, you're smart, right? Do you know how much our boss spent building this sea of flowers? Our villa's turnover today is nearly 200,000 yuan. Does our boss care about your family's money? Our boss is unwilling to settle. Just wait for the court to sentence you. You really can't control your rotten mo. UTH. With that, Chen Debei instructed a few security guards, chase them out. If they don't leave, call the police and let them take them away. Chen Debei's words were very harsh, but it made the couple's expressions turn abnormally ugly, especially when they heard that the villa's turnover was nearly 200,000 yuan a day. It was almost comparable to what their family had compensated Qin Lin. Everyone knew that this kind of scenic spot was very profitable. Zhang Hang was really flustered. This meant that the other party was really unwilling to settle. The court would really sentence his wife. The key was that his wife had been sentenced and left a stain. Even his child would be affected in the future. Zhang Hang was anxious. He wanted to pull his wife in to look for Qin Lin, but he was stopped by the security guard. "I beg you, let me in to see Boss Qin. We were really wrong." Zhang Hang immediately pleaded with the security guards and wanted to barge in. Those security guards ignored the couple. They did not want to lose their jobs either. Seeing that the couple did not leave and wanted to barge in, a security guard faithfully carried out Chen Debei's orders and took out his phone to call the police. Soon, the police arrived and took the distraught couple away. In the hall, Zhao Moqing listened to the distant police siren and frowned slightly. "Qin Lin, what do you think this couple is thinking? They could have just apologized and settled the bill if the child made a mistake. Isn't it just a few hundred yuan?" Qin Lin smiled at Zhao Moqing and said, "This is the importance of a man marrying a good wife. If he marries the wrong wife, he won't be able to live peacefully at home. There will be endless trouble and it will even bring disaster. If he accidentally takes such an unreasonable wife, he will definitely be in trouble. Do you think everyone is as understanding, smart, and virtuous as you?" Zhao Moqing did not expect Qin Lin to praise her as he spoke. She pinched his arm shyly. Everyone is still watching. Beside him, Gao Yaoyao and the others immediately lowered their heads and pretended to clean seriously. Unexpectedly, the boss was caught off guard and started showing off. At this moment, Zhao Moqing suddenly said to Gao Yaoyao, "Yaoyao, the official Douyin account of the villa should be approved tomorrow. I'll rent a Han uniform tomorrow afternoon. Cooperate with me to film an ancient sea of flowers video to promote it." "Okay, Sister Moqing," Gao Yaoyao replied sweetly. These heavenly mountain villas were very popular. She was initially a model for promotional videos. Her private account was also followed by many people. Although she only had more than 2,000 fans, she was still very happy as an ordinary person who originally only had a single-digit number of fans. Moching, why don't you resign and help me? I happen to need a finance department. Qin Lin took the opportunity to suggest to Zhao Moching. The villa had grown bigger, and there were many management problems. This was especially so for the financial aspect. He had not recruited anyone officially yet. Firstly, there was no suitable person. Secondly, there was the problem of trust. Many of his profits were from buying and selling game items without capital. When he paid taxes, he had to do the accounts. If he recruited someone with ulterior motives, it would be troublesome. Zhao Moching was already working at the tax bureau, so she was the most suitable person. "Ah, is that good?" Zhao Moching frowned. Qin Lin said directly, "What's wrong with that? You're my wife. The villa is mine and yours. Isn't it only right for us to build a husband and wife shop together?" Gao Yaoyao and the others looked helpless. They were light bulbs again. They looked at each other and silently left the hall. The boss's show of love was never ending. When Zhao Moching saw Gao Yaoyao and the others' actions, she pinched Qin Lin again. "I'm not talking about this. I really want to help. You take care of our own business, but my current job is thanks to my uncle. I've only worked for a year. Isn't it bad to leave directly? There is a chance of mutation." Qin Lin smiled. It can adapt to a change in the environment. Our villa will definitely pay a lot of taxes next month. Mature time. We'll also have a lot of contact with the tax bureau in the future. Qin Lin was really surprised. Your uncle will be unhappy? Although ordinary rice was only 2 to 4 yuan about your resignation. The price of some top-notch rice was unimaginable for ordinary people. You're being stupid again. For example, when Zhao Moching heard the last sentence, she was clearly dissatisfied. She pinched Qin Lin was 6,900 yuan per caddy. She naturally understood what Qin Lin meant per caddy. After she left, there was another seat. In the northern wilderness, she told her uncle in advance that if he wanted to make arrangements, he could do a favor. Zafong rice was 499 based on the villa's current situation. Feng Shui County cold red rice was 368 just based on the current situation. The price of this rice was shocking. In Yucheng County. It was purely something from a tycoon's table. Then I'll go back and greet uncle ordinary first. People would find it unbelievable, after thinking let alone read it. The Shangshui tribute she had to work hard with her husband, fight together, and support him fully. Only then could she lead a good life. The night slowly deepened. Other than some romantic couples who had rented tents to camp in the villa, there were no more guests in Qin Lin Villa. Qin Lin also rode a small electric scooter and brought Zhao Moching out of the villa. Slowly, it was mid-October. It was already a little cold riding an electric scooter at night. Zhao Moching felt the cold and hugged Qin Lin tightly, leaning against his back. "Moching, let's buy a car first. What brand do you like?" Qin Lin also felt a little cold. After a while, it would really be a little cold. It would be torture to ride a small electric car out. In the past, there were no conditions. Now that there were, he could not let Zhao Moching suffer again. "You haven't paid off your villa's debt yet, and you're planning to start a rafting project. Do you have enough money? Why don't you buy it after you finish paying? We don't need a car to support our reputation," Zhao Moching said. She knew that Qin Lin owed a few million yuan to start the villa, and now that he was doing a rafting project, it also cost a lot. Qin Lin's villa had just improved, so she naturally hoped that money would be used. Naturally, she did not know that Qin Lin had earned money from buying and selling without any capital, nor did she know that Qin Lin did not owe money at all. However, these sincere words filled Qin Lin with happiness. Compared to that troublesome woman, Zhao Moching was simply the best gift from the heavens. After sending Zhao Moching to Mingyuan district in the East City, Qin Lin watched her go upstairs before leaving in peace. Zhao Moching was in a good mood and hummed a happy tune as she went upstairs. Qin Lin's days were getting more and more promising, making her feel completely relieved. Previously, she had secretly taken the household register and registered her marriage with Qin Lin because she really loved Qin Lin and believed that she could fight with him and have a beautiful future. Now everything was going well. Qin Lin had such an advantage now, so her parents did not have to worry about her suffering when she married Qin Lin. When he returned home, he saw his mother and sister-in-law watching a very melodramatic Korean drama. It seemed to be about the reversal of events in a penthouse. "It's so late. Are you with Qin Lin again?" Chen Xiao asked immediately when he saw his daughter return. Mom, you're so beautiful tonight. You seem a few years younger, Zhao Moqing immediately said. You're changing the topic again, Chen Xiao said angrily. Come with me to Auntie Lu's house tomorrow weekend. It's her birthday. Mom, you can go to Auntie Lu's birthday. I still have something on tomorrow, Zhao Moqing said and immediately slipped back to her room. How could she not know that Auntie Lu had a son who had just returned? Her mother was guarding against Qin Lin like she was guarding against a thief. She felt that she should discuss it with Qin Lin and lay her cards on the table. In the hall, when Chen Xiao saw Zhao Moqing close the door, he looked at Li Jiwen angrily and said, she's definitely going to look for Qin Lin tomorrow. As her sister-in-law, why didn't you say anything to him? It's not that Qin Lin isn't good, but as her sister-in-law, do you want to see her suffer? Mom, Moqing gave me some tickets to the Sea of Flowers last time. I made an appointment with my best friends to see the Sea of Flowers tomorrow. My best friend sent me a voice message, Li Jiwen said as she pretended to pick up her phone and talk to the air. To be honest, she was about the same age as Zhao Moqing and understood her sister-in-law's thoughts. Most importantly, because of her sister-in-law, she had also interacted with Qin Lin. Putting aside his family situation, Qin Lin was actually very good. When Qin Lin returned home, he saw his mother hugging Wang Kai and watching a dog-blooded television drama. He looked at the title of the drama and it seemed to be talking about a melodramatic plot in a penthouse. This melodramatic drama seemed to be quite popular recently and was very popular with some women in their 30s to 50s. You're back? Lin Fen turned off the television and stood up when she saw her son return. Wang Kai ran up to him and circled him. Mom, how are you feeling today? Qin Lin asked with a smile. I'm in good health and in a bad mood. Lin Fen snorted. Qin Lin was stunned for a moment and asked, Mom, what's wrong? Who made you unhappy? Is it Wang Kai? Woo woo woo. Wang Kai immediately cried and jumped, as if it was anxious to explain that it was not it. Lin Fen snorted. Don't malign Wang Kai. You're the one who made me unhappy. Do you know that people can't be locked at home all day? They have to go out more and do something appropriately. Otherwise, they'll easily fall sick from staying in. I'm not like your second aunt and Auntie Lin, who still has a child to take care of. Mom, stop talking. I'll let you go to the villa tomorrow, okay? Qin Lin saw through his mother's motive. She was not going to stop. Over the past month, he had been feeding his mother wild base of quality 2. With the +2 attribute, he had indeed recovered his mother's body a little. As long as she was happy, he would let her do some registration. Seeing that her goal had been achieved, Lin Fen happily turned on the television drama and watched it again. Qin Lin took a shower and returned to his room. He had just dried his body when a notification sounded in his mind. He immediately looked at the game on the screen in his mind. Another crop had matured. The 6 slots were especially used to sell game gold coins in the game. The maturity time was different from the other 24 slots. It would be later. Qin Lin controlled his game character to pick these 6 boxes of okra and sell them in the game. He had just planted a new seed when he received a system notification. Character upgraded. He had leveled up again. Qin Lin was delighted and immediately looked at the screen in his mind. After this upgrade, another 6 slots were opened. At the same time, 6 slots could be upgraded to level 2. In other words, the number of level 1 lands did not change, but he had 6 more level 2 lands. Other than that, he could actually develop a level 1 paddy field. This stunned Qin Lin. Paddy field? This new version had this? The old version definitely did not. Qin Lin did not dwell on this. He directly controlled the game character to develop all the level 1 lands that were opened up in 6 slots. Then, he directly upgraded these 6 level 1 lands to level 2. Over the past month, there were 6 boxes of okra sold in the game every day. There were enough gold coins to upgrade the land. After upgrading the level 2 land, he directly planted strawberry seeds. Now that there were more tourists, 600 caddies of quality 1 strawberry a day was not enough. Many tourists would buy some. Furthermore, because it was delicious, some tourists would bring a few caddies with them when they left. This made many tourists unable to buy it even if they wanted to. Now that he had 6 more plots of level 2 land, he could harvest more than 600 caddies of quality 1 red strawberries tomorrow. His income would increase by about 25,000 yuan. Then, Qin Lin controlled the game character to develop the level 1 paddy field and controlled the game character to go to the seed shop in the ore town. Indeed, he discovered some seeds, rice, wheat, soybeans, corn, and so on. Now, he had fruit, vegetables, and seafood. He had made up for the main dish as well. Furthermore, the price of rice seemed to have risen quite expensive. It was already more than 4 yuan a caddy. However, looking at the developed seeds, he made a surprising discovery. Shangshui Tribute Rice Seed. Quality 1. This is a special rice seed. After long-term research, it is a selected species that are constantly optimized. After planting it, it can harvest Shangshui Tribute rice. After being modified by the game, there is no